So, good morning, everyone. Good late morning in Kiev. Maybe even good afternoon. Today is our third and the last day of the first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. So today we have a number of very good speakers. Today also Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation Alexander Barnyakov will be joining the event, and we are starting. So the first section will be dedicated to the paper presentations, and we're starting from inviting the first presenter to the stage. So hello Alexei, hello Alexander.
Hello, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it, and I think, am I understanding correctly that Alexei will be presenting, not Alexander?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So we're leaving the stage, and the stage is yours. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to my presentation of an empirical assessment of leading blockchain financial services. My name is Alexey Ilchenko. I'm one of the 6 authors of this article. Analysis of financial evolution started from physical objects and finished with the cryptocurrency. Of course, all innovations in decentralized finance connected with movements in blockchain and cryptocurrency, and that started in 2008 from Bitcoin. It extends the financial spectrum by lending, borrowing, and trading. Nowadays, you just need to have a smartphone and be connected to the internet to start work with one cryptocurrency from any geographical position. One of the problems is to divide the best stars of DeFi platforms in space. I can explain. Each platform has its unique protocols, structure, and financial instruments. The plenty of the platforms based on different criteria. I just shortly explain, and the next page it's more detailed. It's user experience, security protocols, financial mechanism, compliance, liquidity, customer support, unique features, and reputation. To provide analytical assessment, we selected 8 next platforms. The first one is eToro. This platform has a user-friendly interface and provides a demo account as additional benefits. Plus 500. This platform is the international stock trading. Skilling. This platform is focused on growing mobile trading. Binance. Maybe it's one of the famous platforms. Today they dominate in the cryptocurrency segment and offers a really wide range of altcoins with a lot of trading tools. AvaTrade. This platform is a good security and positioning like one of the most safety place for traders. Bitpanda. This platform is oriented to small-scale investors. OKX. This platform is focused on the futures, margins trading also to trade tracks of advanced traders. And the last one is Coinbase. It is a balance between flexibility and security to provide a platform for traders in different categories. You can see that centralized finance depends on banks, otherwise decentralized connected with each users by each, and show more open, compatible, programmable alternatives. Stablecoins based on the digital currencies and strictly follow the price of fiat currency like USD. Stablecoins to avoid fluctuation and address one of the biggest problem in cryptocurrency, it is extremely volatile. Stablecoins try to combine the benefits of traditional money like stability and liquidity with unique features of blockchain technology. Lending and borrowing. User can lend their crypto assets to earn interest or borrow assets to providing a deposit. Borrowers can access loans without going through traditional credit checks, making DeFi lending platforms more inclusive than traditional lending. On the next slide, you can see the centralized exchange. Centralized exchange are managed by centralized organizations such as banks. But banks provide financial services and make a profit. Decentralized exchanges using transactional that are going to self-executing agreements called smart contracts. Smart contracts allows traders to execute orders without an additional approval from a third party. Yield farming is the most popular method of profiting from crypto assets. The investors can earn a passive income by storing their crypto in liquidity pool. This pool are the same as in centralized finance of your bank account. You just put money on deposit and banks can utilize credit loan to others, paying you a fixed interest. Liquidity allowing traders to trade their assets without the centralized brokers. This is not increasing the security of platform, but also reduce the transaction cost associated with trading or centralized exchanges. Platforms as Synthetics allows users to coin, to trade, to buy synthetic assets. DeFi platforms could recognize failures of smart contracts or other bottlenecks to provide the way for decentralized insurance solutions. Platforms like Nexus Mutual allows users to buy coverage from specific risk. Assessment and payouts will be managed by the platform's token holders. Understanding of decentralized finance allows us to dive into 6 core principles like decentralization. It is moving from banking service to blockchain technology. Transparency, it means the accessible by everyone. I try to explain. The users can verify the information provided by the platform, and every transaction is recorded on the blockchain. It will help to build trust between users and platforms. Accessibility, connected with movements from the bureaucracy to provide a global access in financial services with more democratic behavior. Interoperability creates liquidity pools with lots of blockchain networks. These pools are backbone of decentralized exchange services we just discussed previous slide. Censorship resist. The main censor is government, also known banks, credit card companies, and more. Censorship resistance is the ability to act without political pressure or corporate influences. Programmability allows the creation of custom financial instruments. Next slides illustrate features, show us different criteria from centralized platform comparing with decentralized privileges in each system. Okay, in detail. Intermediate involvement. In traditional finance, it is a complex system marked with high fees, but decentralized finance platform fees minimum or none. Transaction speeds. In a traditional system, can delay transaction from minutes to days. In DeFi platforms, running automatic smart contracts and possible time from seconds to minutes. Access and inclusion. Traditional finance regulated by documentation requirements and geographical limitation. DeFi has an open architecture that removes these barriers. Transparency. The limited nature of traditional system is sometimes not possible to understand fee structure, but DeFi has open source nature and fully transparent by chain. Custodianship gives users a full control over their assets comparison with the third-party custodianship predominant in traditional finance. Interest rates. Traditional finance interest rates often influenced by central banks and macro economics factor and could be unpredictable. DeFi platforms are based on algorithms and offer more predictable and more profitable rates. Security and risk. Centralized system faced risk like bank failures or fraud. DeFi has its own issues such as smart contracts bugs. Operational costs. Traditional system often pass their operational costs to the end user, but DeFi costs, it's like only energy fees, or maybe it's no fees at all. Innovation pace. In traditional, it is a slower and regulated, but in DeFi's, it is a rapid. Assets variety of tokens, but traditional finance often restricted user to set variety assets. And the last one is governments. It's traditional finance strong regulatory by framework. DeFi has more democratic approach. Okay, we can see the criteria and results of different criteria we shortly discussed in the previous slide, and now it's more detailed. And we just discussed the winners of this criteria. UI UX. What is it? It is a friendly user interface, and the leaders of this criteria is Binance and Coinbase. All winners marked by the color to like easily recognize and found the winners. Security protocols, encryption, it means two-factor authentications and other cybersecurity measures. The real security leaders is Coinbase, AvaTrade, and Binance. Asset diversity. It is a range of assets available for trading, from cryptocurrencies to traditional instruments. In this, also Binance winner. Fees and charges. Comparison transaction fees and any hiding cost in most platform like Skilling, like AvaTrade and Bitpanda. Next criteria is regulatory compliance, following the rules for international financial regulators like Coinbase and AvaTrade. Liquidity. Analyzing daily trading volume, it is a feature for high-frequency traders, especially only for Binance. Customer supports. Rate of responsiveness, support channels, chats, emails, phones, and user satisfaction. This criteria good in Binance, AvaTrade, and Coinbase. Unique feature. Selecting functionalities and offering specific to each platform like demo accounts, copy trading, advanced analytical tools, and so on. And the leader of this is Binance and maybe combined with Coinbase. Community and reputation. Value of platform connected with the user community based on reviews, feedbacks from different industries. Coinbase is significantly trust on this criteria. In summary, Each platform shows privileges in specific areas and proposes different perspectives for potential users. To make a decision, you have to weigh individual preferences that includes fee structures and asset security protocols. Decentralized financial platforms are always changing and adapting for users' needs and markets. In this research, we analyze and compare 8 prominent DeFi platforms. Our analysis found the thin difference and shared criteria of this platform. From eToro, its beginning-friendly approach to the comprehensive asset offering of Binance participation in DeFi space. For developers, the biggest challenge is to balance between the user orientation and technological progress. For users, it's about making decisions with understanding risk and rewards in the DeFi spaces. My presentation is finished. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, so we just move to the next stage. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alexei, for the presentation. I actually, so there are a couple of questions. I think there are, yeah. So the question number one, why did you choose these particular cryptocurrency projects for comparison?
Thank you for your question. The selected currencies based on their prominent and maybe it's top of the cryptocurrencies projects. These projects maybe are highly restricted in the current market. Also propose comprehensive range of capabilities and decentralized mechanisms. Also, their widespread adoption and innovation of the use blockchain technology and have forefront and cryptocurrency revolutions, making them an ideal candidate for analysis.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So the second question is, could you please explain the fundamental differences between the DeFi projects you are studying and traditional financial services and products?
Okay, thank you for question. The difference between DeFi and traditional finance instruments lies in DeFi centralization nature. Okay, I try to explain. It means that the nature of central authority is government decision making, but it's decentralized. It's native in blockchain system like, and decisions like these networks made based on consensuses among participants, eliminating the position and censorship and authoritative dictate. The fundamental characteristic of DeFi's is foster a high degree of trust and opens. They just prepare transparent protocols and it's open access for comparison with traditional financial systems.
Understood. Thank you. And the question number 3, what research methodologies did you use in your study?
Okay, thank you. It's a good question. I try to address you. Okay, our research used on systematical analysis cryptocurrencies and decentralized methods. Also, we use analytical hierarchy process for contrasting various DeFi projects. This technique is based on the pairwise comparison of alternatives and maybe the selection of the most preferable option according to the subjective judgment of experts conducting as assessment. Such approach will enable the position of alternatives based solely in objects criteria and metrics, and will increase accuracy of our analysis.
Okay, understood. Yeah, thank you so much. The last question I have: can you, in a nutshell, like in on a high level, in a few sentences, summarize what is the what is this research significance of your contribution in this work? What new have you brought to the attention of the community? What is the novelty?
Its comparison maybe the most famous and top platforms in DeFi the systems nowadays, and we just compare how to work. It's for professionals and both for like users and traders, and it's different criteria and possibility to work with this.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was a good start of the day. Does anyone have any other questions to the presenter? Okay, Alexei, then thank you so much. We are inviting the next speaker to our virtual stage. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Have a good day and good presentator. Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you see my presentation?
Yeah. Hello, Andrei. We can see your presentation. How are you today?
Fine.
Yeah, that's good. So, Andrei will be presenting on the research of the relationships between algorithm complexity and gas consumption by sorting algorithm in smart contracts. Andrei, the stage is yours. We're happy to have you with us.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Andrei Pasarar. As it was mentioned, representing the Odessa National Polytechnic University. Today, I will share the results of our research, focusing on the relationship between algorithmic complexity and gas consumption in sorting algorithms within smart contracts. So, okay, let's begin with a brief introduction. Today we will discuss, as we hear on this forum, blockchain, smart contracts, and their significance in the modern world. Blockchain technology has transformed how the world perceives data and found applications in various sectors, including finance, logistics, and even art. More, we are introduced to the smart contracts, a key element of the blockchain ecosystem. Smart contracts are programs capable of automating and ensuring secure agreement execution between participants without the need for intermediaries. So one of the leading technologies to explore is the Ethereum platform and the concept of gas. Ethereum is a decentralized blockchain platform that distinguishes itself from Bitcoin by enabling the creation of smart contracts and decentralized applications. Gas is a vital concept determining the cost and security of transactions and smart contracts on this platform. Each transaction and smart contract has a gas limit, restricting the maximum amount of gas that can be used. This is essential to prevent abuse and ensure predictability in network operations. This concept of gas plays a crucial role in optimizing resource consumption on the Ethereum network. So about algorithmic complexity, we should say a few words. Algorithmic complexity assesses how quickly and how much memory an algorithm requires for execution. There is a mathematical method developed by Donald Knuth in the middle of 20th century. This method allows abstraction from specific system characteristics and provides tools to evaluate the efficiency of algorithms. One of these tools is the analysis of execution time and memory usage using metrics such as the number of basis operations required to execute the algorithm. This approach helps compare algorithms independently of specific hardware. Sorting algorithm overview. So sorting of array is a common task that requires organizing an input data set into a specific order. When we're analyzing the efficiency of sorting algorithms, we use the BICO notation, also developed by Donald Knuth, and it follows the same principles as it was mentioned earlier. So, paper motivation. The question is not what is the catch. The right question is there a catch in principle? Is there it in principle? The essence is that we have two criteria for assessing an algorithm. The first is mathematical, more theoretical, representing an abstract theoretical assessment. The second one is practical. When we are comparing gas consumption, we see which solution is better for a specific task. Based on all the aforementioned, we want to understand how the practical aspect of gas consumption relates to the mathematical complexity assessment of an algorithm. To achieve this, we analyze various sorting algorithms and their gas consumption, as well as investigate how changes in input data size affect gas consumption during sorting. With that in mind, I invite you to review a table describing the algorithmic complexity of each of the selected sorting algorithms. In total, it was selected 6 well-known sorting algorithms. These include those with quadratic complexity like bubble sort, selection sort, insertion sort, as well as more time-efficient ones like merge sort, quick sort. And also counting sort holds a unique position since its evaluation depends not only on the size of the input data, but also on the range of the largest element. Implementation equality. So on this slide, we delve into a crucial concept, implementation equality within the concept of blockchain, for example, such as Ethereum. Firstly, this concept revolves around the idea that when developing and implementing algorithms using smart contracts on the blockchain, all algorithms should yield the same results with identical input data and execution logic. However, there is a more critical aspect embedded in this notion. To grasp it fully, let me show you some examples. Example number 1. So there are two data structures that play significant role in the development of smart contracts on the Ethereum platform. It's mapping and arrays. Mapping is a special data structure that establishes a correspondence between keys and values. It employs a hash table under hood for swift data accessed by key. On the other hand, we have an array. It's usual array, an ordered collection of values of the same data type. Based on the results shown in the table, when we don't iterate through elements using a mapping with a hash table, using hash tables generally is more gas efficient compared to an array. Example number 2. The Ethereum virtual machine, EVM, is responsible for storing and managing persistent data in the context of smart contracts. It consists like 2 powered 256 slots, each containing 32 bytes of data. So when we initializing a smart contract, the EVM writes each variable to storage in the order they are declared. However, this organization can lead to inefficient use of storage slots. In this example, we can see that semantically, the variables are the same in both cases. However, looking at the table, which demonstrates the gas consumption from both approaches, it's evident that a more efficient approach in terms of scalability and gas usage is to arrange variables so they fit into fewer slots. This allows for more efficient resource utilization and gas savings. And the last one, example number 3. In Solidity, there are two places to store data, memory and storage. Memory is temporary storage used only during function execution. In contrast, storage is permanent storage, where data is preserved between function calls and transactions. It's worth mentioning the existence of opcodes, also known as operation codes, which are mnemonic representation of instructions executed by the EVM during smart contract execution. These are basic commands that define what a particular operation does. As we can see, there is a difference in gas consumption between operations related to memory and to storage. Reading and writing to memory, it's mload and mstore, cost 3 gas. Operations related to storage are obviously more expensive. For gas optimization, it makes sense to write variables in the function's scope to memory area and then access them inexpensively. So now I guess we can return for a second for implementation equality. As we have seen, different ways of writing code can optimize gas consumption in different ways. However, this was demonstrated not to dictate you how to write code, but rather how not to write it. What I mean that implementation equality means that the optimization approach or method used for one algorithm is obligatory when applied to another algorithm. If we aim to achieve fairness and transparency in our research, and this happens that in our research it was used. We used implementation equality. So if we used, for example, something as return time type of one sorting function, it was used in all other ones. Summing up, to analyze gas consumption, we employed the following method. We created 50 lists with 100, 500, and 1000 elements for each of the discussed sorting algorithms. Then we computed the average gas consumption for each case. As a result, we can present the findings of our study in the form of a table and make conclusions about the impact of algorithmic complexity and gas consumption. While sorting, while bubble sorting, selection sort, insertion sort have constant space complexity, quadratic time complexity significantly affects actual gas consumption. With a small number of elements, the difference may not be noticeable. However, as the number of elements increases, gas consumption sharply rises, confirming that quadratic algorithms are not an efficient choice for blockchain sorting. The gas consumption for bubble sort and insertion sort is so high that considering them from 100 elements in more is impractical. Merge sort and quick sort exhibit notably economical gas consumption. This implies that the degradation in space complexity from constant to linear or logarithmic one is not as significant as the improvement in time complexity from quadratic to O(n) log n. It's worth noting that quick sort still yields better results since it has better space complexity with the same time complexity as merge sort. Counting sort holds a special place, as it was mentioned, because its complexity depends not only on the size of the input data, but also on the range between the minimum and the maximum elements. When this range is not large, this I mean difference between minimum and maximum. This algorithm becomes the most efficient among those considered. However, as the range increases, its obvious gas consumption also rises, making the choice of this algorithm extremely cautious. In conclusion, our calculations make it clear that gas consumption in the blockchain is directly linked to the algorithmic complexity of sorting algorithm. It's important to know that due to the specific of gas consumption in the blockchain, it's impossible to consider only temporal or spatial costs, since gas is charged for comparison operations, calculations, and memory allocation, and necessary for algorithm execution. Therefore, both aspects must be taken into account. So finally, we are on the last slide. So I invite you to ask questions and initiate a discussion about research.
Andrei, thank you so much for the very good presentation. It is definitely interesting, and I can say I personally would return to reviewing it and to reading the paper. I think the good angle in asking the question will be, so basically, yeah, these sorting algorithms, they can be there are a wide range of cases where they could be implemented. But can you provide, for example, like some simple example? So, for example, as a result of this work and using the conclusion of this work, the use case, like, and then you provide the use case, can be improved. So, what is the use case?
What is your use case of all this paper?
No, the use case, for example, the application. So basically, you apply it to what? What is what can be optimized?
Okay, the first thing that if you need sorting algorithm, for example, you should understand that you should not rely only on time complexity, but on both. And I think it's the most important angle generally, because it gives us an opportunity not rely on sorting algorithm at all. So yes, in this paper, sorting algorithm was chosen, but it doesn't mean that it's the only approach we should consider to research. We can choose any algorithms and keep this angle of understanding that some mathematical ways of our evaluation of algorithm that we used in Web 2 can not be applied in Web 3. Or they can be, but we must check it. Because here I checked and we still can use it, but we don't know. Maybe in some other cases we can't use, for example, time and memory complexity. So it's still, so that's my point.
Understood. You were talking you were talking about reducing the gas consumption, right? Am I?
Yes.
So gas consumption in which use case? So basically, is it a use case for regular transactions, or is it a use case for some execution of smart contract, or so basically, where are we getting the advantage?
In my opinion, first of all, for transactions, because they are broadcasting to all nodes, so less gas consumption at this moment of work of blockchain is one of the most important one, because because we have U and P functions, and generally we can execute something on local nodes. And it not depends on which sorting algorithm we use. That's why here I don't review it, because it always it's all efficient and it's all goes to understanding that quick sort is the best one. So it's not the case. So in my opinion, the transaction point, because of its execution on all nodes, is the most important one when we talk about less gas consumption.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much. These are all questions on my end. I don't see right now our audience asking other questions. So, Andrei, it was great having you on the stage. Thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, we will return back to your paper, and maybe you can expect us sending you some clarification question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Hello, Serge.
Good evening.
Today.
Pretty good, pretty good.
So yeah, today's presentation will be long-short tokens, LST as a convenient and functional system for trading leveraged products. The name sounds like very, very interesting, and yeah, we would love to learn more about it. The stage is yours. Please start when it is convenient.
Well, thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So let's quickly talk about why do we actually need the project that we're talking about, which is the long-short token. Generically, in traditional finance, market participants get leverage through two sources. One is various products that provide them leverage in a built-in form. For example, long-short ETFs, or potentially, various option products, or they're doing it through getting access to margin. So in crypto, we also have seen introduction of margin, and essentially the idea is that you are able to borrow money, do trades with those borrowed funds, and then have your returns amplified by the amount of money you borrow. So for example, if for every $1 that you have in your trading account, you borrow another $2, your trades would be amplified 3x. So every time you make money, you're gonna make 3 times what the money you invested, and then every time you lose money, you're gonna make 3 times the amount of money that you have invested. So why is that a good thing? I mean, obviously, as we just described, you're making money. You're making more money when the market goes up. You're losing more money when the market, when the trade goes against you. But very importantly, this allows you to much more efficiently express your views on the market. And supposedly, if you know what you're doing, you could make better returns on your capital, as long as you're making more than the funding costs. Now, the obvious drawbacks that this methodology includes is if you start losing more money than you actually invested into the system. So for example, you have leverage 1 to 100, and you go long, and the market goes down, let's say 2%, you can't lose more than the original money that you have invested. So you get a margin call, and then whatever the platform that you're using for trading is going to issue some sort of a liquidation system. Plus, whenever you borrow money for your margin trading, you're going to get charged somehow, right? Either you're going to get charged interest, or you're going to get charged additional commissions, and then eventually you're going to have to repay those things. Which creates a little bit of a problem, right? Cryptocurrency is a very volatile asset class, and there's a lot of people trading on margin. So a lot of the times this leads to significant losses, right? So sometimes you're gonna buy something with a leverage of 100, everybody else thinks the same thing, and then the the asset class or the asset that you are referring to will actually decline in price, and next thing you know, everybody's getting liquidated. So what LST is trying to address is to create a way to trade with internal leverage, but without the liquidation risk. So you have two tokens. One is the long token, another one is a short token. When you buying or selling these, when you're buying long token, you're getting a long position that's levered. You're buying a short token, you are creating a short position. You're entering into a short position that is also levered. There's no liquidations, there's no stop losses. You have the flexibility to sell your tokens at any time. You're not forced out of these positions. And then in terms of profitability, the returns on these tokens are going to be comparable to what you're going to get in the futures or perpetual markets. So the idea is that we are taking the best of the leverage that, for example, in traditional finance would be employed by people using levered ETFs. But you're going to get the flexibility of not having to be forced to undergo the margin calls. So LST follows price periods in a decentralized exchange, and it looks at the changes in price of a token pair as it trades on a decentralized exchange, let's say Uniswap v3, and it allows users to receive tokens for each pair at some proportion to the change in price. We have chosen to do we have chosen to do daily resets. So essentially both long and short tokens will be bought and sold to the system once a day at 8 a.m. And then users pay a little bit of a commission for leverage. If by the time next day 8 a.m. comes and the price has changed, right? You're gonna, in case of a long token, you're gonna make money X times greater compared to the price increase of the token pair. In case of a short token, you're gonna lose money X times compared to the increase in the token price. And the opposite, if the token price decrease, you're gonna, as an owner of a long token, you're gonna lose money, and as an owner of a short token, you're gonna make money. How does it work internally? I mean, internally, it's essentially a system of two accounts, where if the price increases, the system just balances the money in two accounts and moves money from a long token vault to a short token vault. And the opposite occurs when the underlying goes into the other direction. If, however, the size of the return is bigger than a certain cap that is built into the system, right? Obviously the amount of money can only go down to zero, and that creates a natural cap on the amount of money you could lose, but also that creates a natural floor. I'm sorry, creates a natural cap on the amount of money you could make, but it also creates a natural floor in the amount of money you could lose. So after the period opens, 8 a.m., before it closes, you send the deposit request to the system and you transfer the funding token, for example, USDC. They deposit into the system, and then once the deposit period ends, the request is finalized and you credit it with a long token or short token. And these long or short tokens will actually trade on a DEX as any other regular ERC20 token could, making this a very, very straightforward methodology to go through. Same way, if at the beginning of the period you submitted withdrawal requests, meaning you actually own LST or SST, I'm sorry, long ST or LT, long tokens or short tokens, you submit a withdrawal request that goes to the appropriate vault, so LTV or STV, and then once the deposits or withdrawals occur, the F tokens will be returned to the users. Obviously, if that only happens if the user has sufficient funds. If users didn't have sufficient funds, they are unable to receive anything back. We actually covered the deposits already. So why is this a good thing? I mean, it is essentially an application of existing traditional finance technology, which is levered ETFs. But we introduced optionality into it, and these leverage tokens allow investors to increase return on their investment without the risk of a margin call. And emergence of these platforms will simplify trading with access to leverage without actually, the complexity of margining, the complexity of margin calls, the complexity of liquidations. So, hopefully this type of system will allow people to earn more and, reduce risks compared to what, they get on other platforms. And for people who are making markets in this, there are hedger rewards. The system ensures stable and profitable operations. So just to conclude, LST is a financial trading platform. It is underlying agnostic. It introduces a product that is an alternative to the margin trading. We are allowing users to buy and sell a token once a day and then, continuously sell it in the DEX. And that allows them to have access to financial leverage without the cost of, without the potential risks of margin calls and liquidations. Well, thank you very much. I would love to hear your thoughts, and please refer to our research paper for more details.
Well, thank you, Serge. Good presentation, we can say as usual, as it is already the second presentation of yours on this forum. So there are a couple of questions. So the first one is actually, let me to simplify the message, and then again return it back to the use case, because we here having not only academic industry and research and development industry, but basically people who are actually the users of the product. So let me put it this way: if I have a correct understanding of what this research paper was about and what this product is about. So, for example, I am a day trader, right? And I see for example, the volatility of Bitcoin being around 2% every day. It is either 2% up or 2% down. And let's say I developed some strategy on how I predict whether today it will go up or today it will go down. So in usual case, I can, for example, take some money, right, and take, if I'm correct in my prediction, to get 2%, right? But if I will be using your product, right, or this methodology you suggested, I will be able, instead of 2%, I will be able to get 6% profit. Am I correct?
Correct. So essentially, instead of making, let's say, instead of making whatever return on capital that you would in unlevered form, you would return X times.
Okay, understood. So how am I limited by the amount of funds I'm able to do this? Am I able to do this with $1,000 or I don't know, $100 or $10,000 or maybe, I don't know, $20,000? So
I mean, you are constrained by the amount of money present in the system, right? So, for example, if this particular underlying, if LST for this particular underlying has, let's say, $1 million, and you're trying to go long, for example, $10 million, you are not going to be able to, right? Because you need a counterparty to take position opposite of you.
Okay, I see. And do you provide the information about it? So what could be the, for example, the recommended or maximum bid on this?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to get you're going to be able to get this information directly from the smart contract.
Okay, got it. So okay, so let's say today I'm able to put $10,000, right? And I have some prediction models, like which says that it will go up 2%. So I'm I'm buying the token, right? And I'm able, instead of $200, which is 2% of $10,000, I'm able to get $600 as a profit, right?
Yep.
This is the case.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Okay, got it. So, and if let's say, okay, I have my very good prediction models, and they, for example, 90% of the time they are correct. But let's say my model predicted that it will go up, and I bought the tokens, and then to the opposite, it went down. So if I'm dealing with Bitcoin, it doesn't really mean nothing for me, because I just know that I bought it, right? I'm not able to resell it at profit today, but I know that I can wait, for example, for 1 month or I don't know, 1 year, etc., until the price will start going up, and then I will able to get my profits. So basically, in that sense, it is not lost money. This is like a frozen money. Does it work the same with your system?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, you're going to be able to hold, long token or short token for as long as you want, for as long as you have enough money times the leverage to withstand the losses, right? So if you buy long token, Bitcoin goes with the leverage of, let's say, 3x, Bitcoin goes down 1%, then it goes down at 1% again, goes down 1% again, you just lost 3%. I'm sorry, you just lost 3% on Bitcoin, so and the leverage is 3x, so you lost 9%.
Yeah.
Right. If after that Bitcoin goes up, let's say 20%, you're going to make the difference between whatever you lost and whatever the levered return.
So if let's
For
say,
example, in one day Bitcoin goes up 20%, you're going to make, so
70.
you lost 9% in the previous 3 days.
Okay.
And then next day it goes up 20%, you're going to make 3x times 20, so that's going to be 60% minus the minus 6%. So whatever.
Yeah, got it.
51%.
Minus 9, so 60, the 51%.
Yep.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, well, very interesting product. We will probably, basically, yeah. Thank you so much. We will be learning more. Okay, does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, Serge, I think there are no more questions. Thank you so much for the good presentation today. And
well, thanks a lot, and feel free to reach out directly.
Thank you. Yeah, have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, Evgen. How are you today?
Nice weather in Odessa.
Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you. We are happy to have you here. So, Evgen's presentation will be to EVM-based token standard for ensuring non-custodial recurring payments. This work is a part of the work which was mentioned yesterday by Gora as part of the work IEEE Standards Association working group P2228, like recurring transactions on distributed ledger technology. So this research is kind of going. Basically, this is the part of the work which we are doing in this direction. Evgen, the virtual stage is yours. You are most welcome to start. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to be here today. My name is Evgen Leonchik, and I represent the Waterfall team. I am here today to present a concept of token standard aimed at ensuring the implementation of recurring payments on decentralized platforms utilizing the Ethereum virtual machine, so-called EVM. Automatic periodic payments, including subscription-based services, have gained significant traction in traditional fiat money industries due to their various advantages they offer to both service providers and customers. However, current distributed ledger technologies lack inherent and non-custodial mechanism to support such payment schemes. In this study, we propose an approach implemented through a smart contract that issues tokens on EVM-based networks. My presentation will focus on three major issues. The first part contains an introduction, including the problem faced with current systems. Further, we will consider the logic of the payment platform and the implementation of smart contracts. Distributed ledger technology has transformed modern computer systems by offering comprehensive infrastructures for supporting applications. Decentralized applications have gained popularity across social and business sectors due to their transparency, logic consistency, low entry threshold, and cost effectiveness compared to traditional services. The financial industry's shift to decentralized finance, so-called DeFi, has experienced impressive expansion marked by higher investments and more users joining in. New protocols have appeared aiming to make decentralized applications more convenient and widely adopted in the digital economy. On this slide, one can see remarkable growth in the daily number of DeFi users worldwide. Nowadays, the Ethereum network stands out of the most popular platforms for implementing smart contracts. Let's move on the problem statement. Crypto wallet users lack a convenient, fast, and efficient way to make and receive recurring payments with minimal transaction fees. So, such payments might include regular payrolls, taxes, rental payments, insurance, and other subscription-based services that are highly profitable business models. Moreover, users must have full control of their funds, so the prime goal of this work is to present recurring payment methods for convenient use and savings on transaction fees, which can be applied to a wide range of public decentralized networks supporting EVM as an extension of the ERC-20 and ERC-777 Ethereum token standards. Now let me present the current status of this issue. One fundamental aspect of financial accounting on a distributed ledger is the transfer of funds. Cryptocurrency payments are traditionally reliant on the assumption that the initiator of the payment is the rightful owner of the wallet. However, in certain custodial scenarios where funds are held, there exists a technical possibility to manipulate those funds without the explicit consent of their true owner. Centralized crypto exchanges provide automatic cryptocurrency payments using credit cards, crypto, and fiat wallets. However, these solutions are custodial and they lack of benefits of transparency and security. FTX collapse reminds us that the rule, not your keys, not your crypto, can be neglected. In turn, Visa presents its own non-custodial approach for providing recurring payments. The proposed approach is under active development and its specification could be subject to change in the future. In our previous work, we tentatively concluded that a new token could potentially enable non-custodial recurring payments. Now, our conception of such an entirely new token standard is conducted in the framework of the IEEE project, the recurring transaction on the distributed ledger technologies. So let's take a look at payment logic design, and we start with general provisions. From the diagram on the right, it can be seen how financial information is processed on a decentralized platform. We introduce a new type of transaction, deferred transaction. It's a regular smart contract call, complete with a date and timestamp when this call should be made. By themselves, deferred transactions may not be executed in the system if there is no corresponding user request. However, they are a convenient abstraction for understanding the implementation of recurring payments. This leads us to the next slide, which will discuss the possibility of making payments. To effectively solve the problem of making recurring payments and recalculating the network state, we use a special queue structure with a priority. Deferred virtual transaction priority queue associated with each pair. The timeline is used as a priority in the queue. That's all the data has a higher priority for processing. The queue is filled with objects that specify next payments. Let's move on to the next slide to consider more details. The figure on this slide shows how deferred transactions are placed in the virtual transaction queue. Let Alice sends Bob 100 tokens weekly from June 12 to June 30. The queue contains the closest virtual transaction for June 12, which contains a link to the original transaction with the amount, continuation, condition, and frequency. After its execution, the criterion for continuing the transaction is checked and a new virtual transaction dated June 19 is placed in the priority queue. Finally, the last virtual transaction is dated June 26. So we are coming to the next point: who pays for gas and how. There are three options presented in our work, and we gave them such names. Thus, then building a standard, it's necessary to decide on a single choice of the algorithm. Now, let's briefly discuss the implementation. The payment scheme designed above is implemented as a smart contract which operates on the Ethereum network or any compatible system equipped with the virtual machine that supports smart contracts. To ensure backward compatibility, two distinct smart contracts were developed, adhering to the ERC-20 and ERC-777 Ethereum standards respectively. Both the source code and the test results are publicly available in our research team's GitHub repository at the link that you can see on the slide. So, well, let's sum things up. We proposed new type of token can be considered as an evolution of payment system for creating traditional finance products on decentralized public networks. The main advantages are, first, elimination of recurring manual payments every billing period. Second, convenience and ease of use, as well as significantly lower transaction fees. I remind you that the research was conducted in the framework of the open source IEEE project, so feel free to join us. Please, welcome. That's all I wanted to say about ensuring non-custodial recurring payments with an EVM-based token. I'd like to thank you all for your attention and interest, and thank you for supporting Ukraine. And now I'll be happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Well, Yevgen, thank you so much for this presentation. Let's see if somebody in audience have any questions. So yeah, there is one question. So basically, such a token, is it only usable on Ethereum network, or there could be other networks which are able to use it?
Thank you for a question. About 80% of the centralized networks from the top 10 are EVM compatible. For example, Binance Smart Chain, Tron, Polygon, Avalanche, and many others. So definitely this token can be implemented there. In addition to Ethereum-based platforms, from our point of view, the presented approach could be implemented in most other systems that support smart contracts.
Okay, thank you so much. There is another question. Why just not using ERC-20 token?
Because there are no recurring payments. We add a new feature to this standard, which extend it.
So basically, you are saying that some of the operations which are necessary for payments to be recurring are not available for ERC-20 token.
Yes, right? You're right, yes.
So basically, you are not able to use your ERC-20 token, yes, for such operations.
Even for ERC-777 standard token, It's not
Okay.
available.
ERC 777 is not possible to do this. Okay, so let's go to another question. How fast will the payments be made? Is it safe? And are you planning to enter the market? So is it just a theoretical research, or you are planning some?
Now research is under construction, is process. This project is an open source project. Join us to help.
Got it. Okay, so also another question. Please repeat what non-custodial properties your solution has. So why do you say it is non-custodial?
Yes. First of all, elimination of recurring manual payments every billing period, as well as convenience and ease of use and significantly lower transaction fees.
So let me probably rephrase the question because it maybe not fully addresses it. Basically, when we are talking about custodial solution, we are talking about some centralized entity who is organizing this. And by the way, recurring payments are not a problem for custodial.
Yes.
For custodial. Approach. So basically, you have some centralized entity which is making the decision. Okay, this payment should be made right now. This payment should be made tomorrow. This payment should be made in a couple of hours, etc. Non-custodial usually means that there is no such centralized entity. So the question probably should be asked whether this solution have this kind of centralized point. Maybe you rely to some oracle, maybe you rely to some centralized entity who will provide in the commands when the payment should be made, etc. Do you have any of those?
No centralized points. We rely on smart contract logic, decentralized logic.
So basically, you don't rely to any central entity to make any decision about the
ordinary smart contracts.
Okay, understood. Does anyone have any other questions? So, Yevgen, I think this is it. Thank you so much for being with us, and I wish you to have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Khaled.
Hey, hello, Sergey. How are you?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Initially, it was a little bit
good.
Yeah, harder to hear, but now it's good. So let me quickly introduce you to the audience. So Khaled Salat is a Deputy Director of the Center of Digital Supply Chain and Operation Management. He is also a Professor of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science at Khalifa University of Science and Technology. The title of his presentation will be Blockchain for Sustainability and Social Responsibility. Dear Professor Khaled Salah, please correct me if something is wrong or you would like to add something. Otherwise, the stage is yours. And yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, the stage is yours. We're starting your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Sergey, for inviting me to give this talk. And I'll be talking about a very hot topic these days, how we can utilize, exploit, and use blockchain or DLTs for ensuring sustainability of a product, of things that we make, as well as how we can utilize this for social responsibility. The outline of my presentation is as follows. I'll talk about where I come from or where I work and the type of research we do with blockchain, research. And I'll walk you through the life cycle, the phases for developing and designing things in sustainable manner, and how we can utilize a blockchain to design things sustainably with sustainability and social responsibility. And I'll share with you after that some of the projects that we are working on with regards to sustainability and social responsibility, followed by concluding remarks and then Q&A. I work with Khalifa University. This is a fairly new university. It's about 10 years old, 13 years old to be exact. And it is ranked according to QS ranking, one of the top #1 in within United Arab Emirates, and it's now top 200 universities worldwide, and you can see we are improving our ranking as we go on. I am actually the deputy director for the digital supply chain and operation center, and we focus on how we digitize supply chain and operation management, mainly using blockchain and DLTs and AI, and we look at other things like future of work, and also we do like supply chain analytics. We published quite a bit of work in our from within our center in multiple areas. With regards to DLTs and blockchain, we published maybe more than 150 papers that are getting a lot of citations these days on digital twins, on PI, physical internet, on spare parts, and additive manufacturing and traceability, things about the tracking and tracing, things we use in aviation industry, in the aerospace and defense industry, as well as things related to port, using blockchain for enhancing and ensuring port operations and logistics management, and also for inventory management and operations, also for telehealth and telemedicine, and the traceability of drugs, especially returned drugs. Also, in the past 3 years, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, we started looking on like how we can trace and track and reported data on COVID-19 statistics, where they come from. Also for designing COVID-19 digital medical passports and immunity certificates that can be put on the blockchain and can be seen from any point on the planet. Also, some research we did on contact tracing and PPEs, personal protective equipment, traceability, and waste management. Some of this, like waste management, you can think about it from the perspective of sustainability. But basically, blockchain is a DLT, it's a shared ledger that is globally accessible, verifiable, and trusted. It's built on cryptography, military-grade cryptography like ECC, as well as hashing algorithms as SHA-2. And we use different types of consensus. And what's really nice feature about blockchain or DLTs is the ability we can program it with the smart contracts, and that can govern the transaction among all parties. So blockchain provides for us very beautiful and powerful features like global trust that is done in a decentralized manner, and the logs, the data, the transactions we do are all done with high integrity and with high resiliency and transparency. and we can do auditing. Anybody can look at the who did what at what point and verify this is true and this is something that cannot be denied, something that cannot be refuted. In general, it's a blockchain can be used all over the place and everything in every field, in every domain, in every sector that you can think of. In finance, as we saw some of the papers just presented, half an hour ago, in healthcare and in supply chain distribution and management, in food, agriculture, and manufacturing, and so many other domains. But the topic of this of today is about the blockchain and how we can use it for sustainability and social responsibility. So I'm just going to give you some background, and as I talk about all of these issues, you just have to think about you have to think about how we can use blockchain to ensure traceability of the things we do. How can we issue, say, a blockchain or a proof of certification that this product is sustainable, or this product is done with a good labor practices, or this product was shipped and transported in a way to minimize carbon footprint, in a way to minimize energy consumption, things of that sort. If you look at the product, anything that we make, and we're not talking about like a product that is sustainable during its lifetime. It's during its operation. So we look at how much energy it consumes, or how much resources it consumes, or how much carbon emission it consumes. But we look at everything, where this product come from, what materials it used to make this product, and the conditions that it was manufactured under. This factory it was manufactured under, was it like using good practices for labor? It wasn't using child labor. Was it like using energy efficient practices? Did it, how much carbon emission did it produce? You look at the resource consumption, that you're thinking water consumption, the land consumption, all of that stuff. And also this product, how was it transported? Because if it was transported through airplane and trucks and cars and ships, I mean, that's highly polluted resources. So if it is locally manufactured and transported locally, then we cut down on the transportation mechanism, and therefore we can have a low impact on environment and a low impact on the planet. And okay, this is a product, so if it's at some point it's going to die and we have to toss it away, is it recyclable? Is it how much of it recyclable? Things of that sort. So this is all of that stuff. We need a way to trace all of these aspects, so we can make sure that it is sustainable. And blockchain can be really an amazing, or DLT in general, amazing technology to do that. So for the raw materials, we look at low impact materials. The material are they biodegradable? Can we or is it made out of plastics? Are they, is it one type of material or multiple materials that are mixed? So, when it comes to sustainability, the fact that if you use mixed materials, these are not recyclable. It's very hard to separate. But if we are using, things that can be disassembled, multiple materials, but put together and we can disassemble, these are highly recyclable. So, mixed materials are really bad. Also, are they long-lasting material, durable materials? Are glass, for example, steel, for example, are really durable. They can be used for a long period of time. But you look at other materials like made out of wood or plastic. These ones will not last as long as they are used multiple times. And are they, as I will talk about transportation, I'll talk about it later. Are they locally made, products or materials, or they transported from all over the place? And so transported material will be really having a big impact on the environment and the climate. And you look at the manufacturing conditions, how much energy they're using, how much waste are they being generated, and how, you know, what you know, the room temperature of the factory. That all, are how much pollution they're generating for in terms of air, water, you know, land, and things of that sort. And the lifetime uses, are these like products like, you know, can be thrown away, or they can, you know, like, you know, you have a mobile phone, but this is a, you know, you use it for a few years and you toss it away. Can we make like mobile phones that would last for like cars for 10 years or so? So all of that is important. And as we use this product, how much energy, how much carbon footprint they produce, how much waste they produce, things of that sort. And I talk about transportation nowadays. You design something in one place, you prototype it in another place, and you sell it in some other place. So there are lots of transportation for products from one point to another throughout the planet, and that's, you know, transportation is really highly polluting to our environment and our planet. And are they, are we like using like, you know, the transportation types? For example, airline is the most polluting industry. Are we using like, you know, things or ships that do, or like boats that do not generate any carbon footprint, things of that sort? Where they were designed, are we using local supply chains? So all of these matters, and we have, as a consumer, say to buy this product from this company or that company, and if we look at it is locally made, and if it is like, you know, being used with durable materials, then we can buy it. But there's no visibility whatsoever about the make and the design of this product was, and then the only way to do that is that we have to have access as consumers, as distributors, as retailers to such a products. End of life. So when that product is, or that thing we made, it, you know, at some point it's going to be decommissioned and thrown away. And, you know, are they recyclables like lithium batteries? You know, some of these parts, you know, are they recyclable, not recyclables? If they are made again from not mixed materials, are they can be disassembled? So you can take the screws apart, you can take the snappets apart, and you can take other, you know, the aluminum apart, and then maybe we can recycle and reuse this one. But if they are mixed, that becomes very. And then you look at the social issues, something that like, are they using a child-free labor? Are the labor conditions are good? Does it, you know, whatever way we manufacture and prototype and sell this stuff, are they harmful to humans? You know, and things of that sort. So blockchain application for sustainability can be very wide in, you know, giving transparency and traceability to the supply chain, and for renewable energy in terms of like, issuing certification for, clean energy, wind and solar, or production of green hydrogen using maybe smart meters that are blockchain enabled. We can use them also for carbon trading and offsetting. Lots of research is done on that area, where the blockchain can be utilized to issue, trade, and auction carbon credits and tokens for recycling and of the recycling and circular economy, where we're using blockchain to track the materials during their life cycle to ensure these parts and screws and caps and snapping parts and all can be recycled, and we can reward good behavior as well. For water quality and usage, how much water we can use, like smart meter, to measure that all blockchain enabled, and then they push this data on maybe oracles to be analyzed for any violation. So smart meters that are blockchain enabled can give us some readings about the water quality and usage and how much water we use. For sustainable agriculture and food safety, by tracking the production and the distribution of when the blockchain can help in verifying whether this is organic, and ensuring also no like forbidden or harmful chemicals and fertilizer were used for sustainable construction and building. This is very, very interesting, where you can have like prefab or prefabricated houses or module houses that are made in one place and shipped and put together in another place. But we need a history of this. Where was it manufactured? The type of factory they were manufactured in, the type of material. We have no visibility on that. So if we can have visibility using blockchain to do that, that would be awesome. Also for fair labor practices, okay, and for we need evidence this factory or this mining utility did not use it, child labor. How can we do that? There's no way to do it. And we can use tokens for rewarding good, positive, and social behavior for companies and mining stuff. And promoting local economies, with local production and distribution can help in reducing, as I said, carbon footprint associated with long supply chains. I'm going to share next two projects we're working on nowadays. My research teams are working on. This is about sustainability for food and farming. So we have here biosensors. They measure like moisture, and they measure maybe water consumption and things like that. And then they feed all of this stuff, data to oracles, okay, using MQTT protocols. They push it, and these oracles collect all of this data, and they look for violations. So if we are, these, pH level that's going above a certain value, then these oracles will send sort of like, I'm trying to be brief here to give you an idea. This should sort of like a violation. So this whole thing is automated, right? So we've got the oracles, and you can have multiple oracles. They agree, yes, this is a true, so because the whole system has to be in a way decentralized or semi-decentralized. So the oracles agree there's a violation. They push it into a smart contract that record that violation. So we don't have that's a red flag that says this is not sustainable. And the data can be put on a centralized storage system like IPF or IPFS or Filecoin, and you can do the analytics down here in oracles, or you can do some of them on the cloud, and you get everybody, whether you have a consumer looking at the data, make sure that they are consuming a product like a zucchini or cucumber or whatever that is was planted in a way that is sustainable, and in a way that's organic, in a way that is has very small carbon footprint and small usage of water and things of that sort. So and this stuff can be done by ag tech companies where you can install the smart meters that are blockchain enabled on the farms, and you get everybody monitoring it, whether it's a consumer, the farmers are like part of this ecosystem, the government, and also the companies or the agencies. I would say the agencies that would issue certifications for showing, yes, well, this thing is meeting all the requirements for sustainability. Then yeah, but it's organically certified or GMO certified. And then we look at something else here about like social responsibility in terms of like this material. Okay, so you're talking about cultivate, or this material was made, or this lithium battery was made from a mining field, or from a farm, or whatever manufacturer where there was no child labor used there. Okay, so for that we combine things with blockchain as well as AI. So the idea is that we have like cameras, right, that can be put on the on the manufacturing plant, in the factory, and the mining field, and in the farm, and they monitor like automatically. You've got these cameras taking like stream images or video streams of the field, and they can recognize this is a child, not a child. So we do like video segmentation or image segmentation. We feed it, we train the model using CNN, and if we can recognize using an Oracle, okay, or you're doing this in some cloud platform. If we and all the streams can be done or fed to multiple oracles, we can recognize this is a child, yeah, and then we flag it into like very similar to what we did here. We said that we flag that to a smart contract, and therefore then we can register that as that we take like the snippet of the image, as well as the violation reported by multiple oracles, and we record this is violation, so this is not sustainable. So these are the stuff. We also have a project on like whether this is sustainable fashion industry, in sustainable fashion industry, making sure this material is made of sustainable fabric and cotton, or came from a cotton farm that's using sustainable practices. So yeah, this is that. But just like the whole idea here is to open your eyes and minds and soul. So there's so much we can do here in supporting sustainable design and development, that the blockchain can play really a big and instrumental role in there, and ensuring also social responsibility. And we can automate the whole process, so it's almost fully decentralized. And with that, we get a lot of trust, immutable, let's say, immutable data and traceability. And of course, if there's a violation, then we can hold somebody accountable for it, so we can ensure compliance, liability, and accountability. So this is an area, in my opinion, is an area that is very fertile in research, and there are tons of problems to tackle. So that's mostly my my keynote for you. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them for you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Khaled. It was great and very insightful and very interesting presentation. While we're waiting for the questions from the audience, I have a couple I wanted to ask you. So basically, one of the things, again, it is informal topic, but informal topic of this conference is actually rebuilding Ukraine after the war. And you mentioned different directions where this set of activities can go. And what do you think should be the first steps for Ukraine to be able to implement that? What is the kind of the lowest hanging fruit from where we may want to start to do the first steps in this direction?
I think I misunderstood the first part of the question. You're saying, how can Ukraine, after the war is over, can like step into this area of sustainability? If I understand the question.
Yeah. This is and how?
I think
yeah, sure. Please.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What particular methodologies, what particular directions which you mentioned, we better to start from, or to start thinking to start them from, to be prepared when the war is over, so we have something in place that we will able to do this.
I think each country has its own circumstances or their own priorities, and of course, I think sustainable, say, development is not like a top priority for Ukraine, but hopefully when the war is over and all the dust is settled, and if you start like manufacturing local local products, you want to send them in a way this is sustainable products. Okay, that can be verified all over. So this is like Ukraine is like manufacturing rice or wheat, for example. Okay, the wheat that we grow on our farms is 100% sustainable. The look, and so I talked about how we can develop it in an organic way, how we can like put like smart meters there that would measure pH level and say water and land consumption and all of that stuff. All of this can be put on the blockchain. But one of the most interesting things that trigger my mind is about like the Ukraine war, is that, well, lots of drones are being used, right? And so as you use this drone, sometimes you get hold of a drone, but we don't know where exactly it came from. Tracing the parts of the drones and where they come from, this is very important. So and you can like hold some countries accountable for for manufacturing this part or that part, things of that sort. The same things goes for manufacturing a product, but looking at that part, not who did it and where it came from, but actually this part is just sustainable in terms of material, sustainable in terms of where it comes from, like how what distance did it travel. Was it short distance or long distance? The type of material that has no impact, like as I said, the glass or steel or plastic is no good. Things of that sort. All of that stuff, something we can think of doing during the war and after the war, maybe.
Got it. So, got it. Thank you so much for this. I also wanted to ask whether there is basically, we were discussing with some of the speakers on Sunday that not on Sunday, on Friday, that there might be partnerships established between European universities and Ukrainian universities. Is your university open to potential exploration of such partnerships?
Absolutely. I mean, I should have. Yeah. I'm sorry. I should have said that. I mean, we are really open to for collaboration with. I think I'm not involved in like any European project, but some of my colleagues are. So absolutely, we are open. We love to collaborate in terms of research or any other things with Ukraine in particular, and any other European countries. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for this. Also, another question. Now it is from what is the best way to do this? So should we just approach you directly, or there is some other process we should?
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes there are call for papers, and I see like European Commission, and so that's one venue. Other thing is to, of course, you got my email here. Reach out to me and be more than happy to discuss ways of collaborating. So if it comes from European Commission, sometimes there are funds that between UAE and some European countries. So yeah, absolutely, I would love to entertain that. Of course, funding is always a challenge, right? But if we can find the right funding partner, we will design and write proposals accordingly. Absolutely. But yes, I will keep that in mind. Reach out to me. Would love to collaborate. Absolutely. And we'll when the opportunities arise, just we'll grab them. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you so much for this. There is one more question for me, and I see one question from the audience. So you mentioned 2 projects you are currently working on. I wanted to ask, are these projects, they are open for participation to outside, I don't know, researchers, research groups, R&D teams, etc., or these are just closed projects?
Yeah, there are many projects. I just shared two. We are about, we're about 20 researchers here, and we have so many projects and students are involved in, and so we prototype, we develop, we write papers. Yeah, absolutely. Reach out to me. This is not, this is like one, what I give you like 1% of what's going on. I mean, these are the ones that fit my talk in a way. But there are so many other projects we are involved in, including like drones and UAVs monitoring and operations on. And we use machine learning as well as blockchain to make sure that things are working properly. But yes, reach out to me, and we will, we can have like a Zoom or an online meeting and discuss everything. But if these projects, the one I talked about, the child labor, as well as the the farming, you see, is of interest to you, yes, we can discuss these. We can discuss other ones, and yes, we're open. These are ongoing, as I said, but if you want to like pitch in, you have ideas to expand and extend, absolutely, we're here to collaborate.
Well, thank you so much. And now the question from the audience. Please, can you tell us about the most efficient non-financial application of a blockchain that you have seen in your career?
Repeat that again, the question. I think there's some lagging going back and forth.
Okay, got it. Are there any questions from the audience?
No, can you repeat the question that you asked?
Okay.
Yeah.
Please,
Yeah.
can you tell us about the most effective non-financial application of a blockchain that you have ever seen in your career?
Oh, the most effective one. We did a lot of ones on digital twins. So I like that one. Ones that I'm not sure, like the ones that are out there or the ones that we did, but we did, there's that digital twins, and just to talk about that, digital twins is a digital representation of something, right? Of a thing. It could be like an airplane engine, right? And so that can be used to monitor, to simulate, to fix, to tune. And the nice thing about this is that we can use it for all of that information of the digital twin. We can tokenize it in a form of NFT. Okay, so that's a very exciting project to do, and then so that NFT has an owner, and maybe we can sell that engine to some other ones, and the NFTs can be like hierarchically in structure. So you've got like an engine, right, and then you've got like maybe a part that you change, and then that's another sub NFT and things of that sort. So this is the ones that we worked on, like I think the most interesting one for me, and you can apply it to anything. I just talked about the drones and their parts. So a drone can be one big, parent NFT, and then each part of the drones, the propellers and the batteries and the other parts, the engine can be another sub NFT, sub NFTs, and then you can trace it. You can replace it. You can track him. So this is the ones that I think I'm developed in house, and I'm interested in. Yes.
Understood. Thank you. Very good answer. Yeah. So, are there any other answers from the audience? So let's give the audience a couple minutes. And maybe, yeah, then we are having a little bit belated break, which is will be happening after this presentation. And yeah, I think there are no more questions. Dear Khaled, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for these insights and this. And basically, it's clear seen that there is a lot of work has been done for for preparation of this and basically for these projects and these activities. And we probably, if you don't mind us, to reaching out to you after to establish some collaboration between Ukraine groups and universities to join the activities.
Looking forward to it, and thank you for the time to share all of these nice projects with you. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you. Looking forward to participating in some other events. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, hello everyone again. So we are back from the break, and now we are inviting our next speaker to the stage, to our virtual stage. Hello, Ricardo. Pleasure. It is good to see you today.
Hello, Sergi. How are you?
Thank you.
After this master organization.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, it is already the third day, but this is the most important day. And yeah, thanks for the opportunity to introduce you here. So Ricardo Simoes is an executive director at the International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications, and it is INAPTA. Prior to that, he was an executive director of French-Portuguese Chamber of Commerce, where he multiplied the number of members from 22 to more than 500, which is actually 20 times more. Ricardo, the stage is yours. We probably will ask you some questions at the end, if they will not be covered during the presentation, on how the enterprise ecosystems should be grown, because this is part of the things which we are doing in Ukraine, and your experience is invaluable for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sergi. I'm trying to share my screen.
We are just using green energy,
and stopping.
We know what kind of energy mix we are consuming, and that the trust in this data is extended.
Okay.
Yeah.
I uploaded a video before, and I think he's running. I would like to know if everyone is seeing.
Yeah.
Sergi, can you the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you everyone for the invitation for this first IEEE Ukrainian Section Distributed Ledger Technology Forum. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be presenting the International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. Sergey has already introduced me a little bit. So I've joined INATBA as the executive director last year. Quite new to the space, even if I have done some courses on blockchain and exploring blockchain capabilities into new business models. So perhaps that training that I did was sufficient enough to actually embark in this journey, in this mission of the International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. And so INATBA, in a nutshell, International Association for Trusted Blockchain Applications. INATBA was part of the strategy of the European Union for blockchain and blockchain as a technological priority for the European Union. It has been launched as a global association of companies, public bodies, and academics, initiated, as I said, by the European Commission back in 2019, and having immediately a very important event that happened in Malaga in November 2019, gathering all the relevant stakeholders and personalities in this space. This was a cornerstone moment for INATBA, which gathered the 105 founding members, which INATBA got immediately from the start. Our mission is clear: is contribute to paving the road for blockchain and DLT positive adoption. We have at this moment 140 industry members, 41 public sector members on our GAB, Governmental Advisory Body, which is a unique international platform for public sector to discuss policy around blockchain and DLT. And we have 60 academics from all over the world and different universities and institutes that are gathered in our academic advisory body. So the focus. We are a trusted multi-stakeholder platform that aims for aligning and converging all those different interests in order to pave the way for a sustainable industry development that encompasses the shaping of the regulatory frameworks and all the necessary pillars for the industry, for the blockchain industry, and the crypto assets industry, which is based on blockchain, an application of blockchain to develop. We are also promoting and liaising impactful use cases. Not all use cases are related to crypto. Blockchain has wide capabilities as trusted registered services, and also the capabilities that have for incentivization and digital representation of physical assets. So in order to widen the ecosystem, we are betting a lot on digital education. We are a part, and we will see after during the presentation, we are a part of the CHASE consortium, which is a EU-funded project that promotes skills for on blockchain for European citizens, and actually for the world. It's not limited. And lastly, we are onboarding non-native blockchain and DLT companies, established companies that want to apply solutions based on blockchain. how do we structure ourselves? So we have the NATPA members, the NATPA industry members are at the center of all. We have a board of directors that is composed by 10 members, from micro companies to large companies, and we work with 6 working groups on finance, social impact and sustainability, education, privacy, identity, and we have a standardization committee. The academic advisory body, as I presented earlier, is participating also on the work that is done on the working groups. And the GAB, the public sector, is either working on different work streams or more granular work streams, or also participating in the work of the working groups. Afterwards, we have what we called the task forces. We have currently, and there's 2 only here, but we have currently 3 that are ongoing: the Digital Credentials Task Force and the Metaverse Task Force. These task forces differ from the working groups because the working groups are ongoing work. So they always have, when they finish an output, they work on a different output that is related to their topic. So it's are verticals that are very wide, so they can have an ongoing workflow. On the task force, on the other hand, we are focusing on a specific output with a very specific timeline as well. And sometimes we open, if is desired, collaboration with outside participants. So here is a range of our industry membership. You can see companies, established companies on the finance, on TradFi, like Caisse de Depôt, Intesa São Paulo, Banco Bilbao Vizcaya, IBM, of course, Bolsa de Stuttgart, Fujitsu, and you see companies that are actually developing blockchain based solutions like Morpheus, Zeev, R3, the Sandbox, and blockchain.com, and others. I would like to, of course, because I know these companies were originated in Ukraine, mention Hacken, that is working on cybersecurity, and on white hacking for to provide resilience to the systems and to the blockchain space, and on smart contracts and a lot of tools, and also Crystal blockchain that is working on, of course, the analytics and the forensics. On the governmental advisory body, we have members, and as I mentioned, we have 41 members ranging from 31 countries. We have 12 supranational organizations. I would like to, of course, to mention here Ukraine, where we have representatives from Ukraine in our governmental advisory body, but also the United Nations in different capacities, and the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, and LACChain, the Inter-American Development Bank, that are participating in this very unique, very special international platform that is run by NATPA. So the academic advisory body, as I mentioned, the leadership actually is from Dr. Millie Perry and Dr. Volker Swarek. We have representations from worldwide representation on our academic body, academic advisory body, and representing more than 20 countries. Actually, we have 61 members because 2 joined very recently. And the working groups, what do the working groups do? So they actually produce thought leadership outputs. They produce position papers and statements on regulatory frameworks, share best practices, guidelines, and standards, and interact with the regulators and policymakers. What makes INATBA so unique is the diversity. So you saw from the map of the industry members, you saw the diversity. So we don't have a position where we produce the documents ourselves and published it. It's actually a very collaborative and cooperative effort that is putting together into deliver very well thought through positions that are highly influential, because we know from the engagements and the results that we achieve in terms of the amendments that we propose being reflected on frameworks like, for instance, MiCA or on the EU digital identity regulation. So that is an important difference from INATBA to other associations. We are effectively being read, and the positions are very well considered with the regulators. So the leadership of the working groups, as I mentioned, also each working group has 2 co-chairs. They come from different backgrounds. You see Accenture, you see iPoint Systems, but you also see IOTA Foundation and Token.com Consulting. These are people that are really the experts on those topics, and they are leading the work inside the working groups. So let's dive a little bit deeper on the actual work for instance, taking this example of the finance working group. So the finance working group focus a lot on the policy and advocacy efforts, and that is a context situation, because regulation is important to actually give legal certainty to the companies that are developing blockchain solutions or working on crypto assets or on crypto, to make it short. Let's be honest, the activity here has been overwhelming with the MiCA regulation that has consumed a lot of the bandwidth of the working group and all the attached regulations, the transfer of funds regulation and the AML, the anti-money laundering package. But also DORA and the DLT pilot regime and the DAC 8 on reporting, on accounting reporting has been under our scope, and we provided amendments and responded to the consultations, amendments that were taken into consideration. Just to let you know, for instance, on MiCA, when MiCA was actually the first proposal was made for MiCA back 3.5 years ago, INATBA was mentioned on the call on the document. So this is the level of consideration that we have within the European institutions. We finished, and I put it there for the ones that are not attending with their phones and have their phones in hand, so they can scan the QR code, for instance, to have a look at our third response with amendments that was produced by the INATBA Finance Working Group quite recently, that was sent to the rapporteurs and shadow rapporteurs and the different people and bodies that are engaged in this work, clarifying some of the positions and making sure that it's important. And for instance, just an example, on the points that we stress and underline, so avoiding overcompliance, the consistency with other regulations, the verification of requirements not to overwhelm, that would stifle innovation, the clarification for unhosted wallets and anonymous accounts. This was something that was part of also our second response and prevented a first an attempt to a possible ban of unhosted wallets. So the clarification between unhosted wallets and anonymous accounts, and afterwards the NFTs and the MLR, where the recommendation for future studies in order to have a complete assessment of the and clarity over the risks before going into regulation of NFTs platforms or NFT service providers. We are also working, and this is very important, we are also working on a risk assessment and guidelines for DeFi. I've been working for 8 months on this. We know that after MiCA, there has been already from the French Banque de France and from IOSCO at a global level, consultations on DeFi to better understand. Regulators and policymakers are trying to look at DeFi, and it's very hard to actually advance on a framework here. And the question is, and some of the questions that we are raising, and I'm not saying this is the points that we are making, but some of the questions is, would it make sense to actually regulate DeFi, a decentralized finance, where there's no person or that is directly accountable for this. So we are taking a proactive approach here, and I think we will be coming up with a document that would try to persuade regulators that a more how to say, industry-based self-regulation would be wiser at this time for DeFi. We are also working on the Payments and Service Directive 3 and the Payment Service Regulation updates. On jumping to Identity and Privacy Working Group, bridging the legislative proposals and standardization needs. So we were highly involved in the Data Act regulation, especially on the part on smart contracts. And to that extent, I put you here a QR code to a publication that we recently was issued by the Privacy Working Group of INATBA. That is the differentiation between smart contracts and automated data sharing agreements, which were actually the intention of the regulator to put on the Data Act. And the question is this balancing of the taxonomy between something that is commonly used but is not well defined. So I think we the privacy working group and the co-chairs have done an extraordinary work on providing this clarity, that I would invite you to have a look. Also, in the European Digital Identity regulation, the political agreement was reached 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, and we were highly influential in actually preserving with an open letter that we made, or that we led, and with 20 other associations and more than 250 signees from different companies, from different spectrums, where we highlighted the importance of having electronic ledgers being qualified as a trust service, as a trust register in the revision of the EIDAS regulation. We were successful in doing so. And now, and that's why I put it on the title, Bridging Legislative Proposal and Standardization Needs. Now the work is important in order to work on the standards that would allow for electronic ledgers to qualify as trusted services. Also on the markets in crypto assets regulation, including the energy efficiency labels on the sustainable finance and digital energy action plan. Jumping to the INAPI education, I think I have to speed up because I'm running out of time, perhaps. Currently, we are engaging with national competent authorities in education in different member states to enhance the learning and awareness of blockchain into curriculums. We published the reports Adapt and Flourish. We have 3 utility and required skills for individuals, which is a very interesting report to actually bridge the two, let's say, the 2 worlds, and give a understanding. Yes?
My apologies for interrupting. You are not limited in time, so if you need additional a couple of minutes, this is okay. It is better. Okay. You present information like in full without cutting maybe some important and interesting parts. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Sergey. I put also and invite you to go and read the Adapt and Flourish. And that was an exercise that is a very futuristic one also. As imagine a world where only decentralized blockchain would be allowed, and what kind of skills that would require for individuals mainly, but also we touch upon businesses to work with in. So we are also a part of the CHASE project. The CHASE is Blockchain Skills for Europe, which is a EU-funded project with 24 other partners, where we developed a strategic approach on blockchain skills development for Europe, and to deliver future-proof training solutions. One of those solutions is already online. So Chase has a free online course that you can enroll. It's more than 300 lessons, 40 hours of video content provided by experts, and that is intended to facilitate the access to blockchain development, training, blockchain architecture training, and blockchain managing training. There's different career paths that you can choose, and tracks that you can choose. So I would definitely recommend you to our listeners that want to enroll to do it. Is, as I mentioned, is free, and very, very interesting content, even for an update on all the relevant aspects of blockchain. On the standardization committee, and I think being in a IEEE forum, of course, I wanted to give a little bit more and dive a little bit more into the standardization committee. So one important aspect to mention is that the INATBA is not a standard setting body. So we work in order to actually bridge and communicate with the standard setting bodies. So for that, for instance, we are doing a mapping of DLT, distributed ledger technology standards worldwide. De facto, the URIs. Standards that come from the standard setting bodies, and standards that come from the industry. It's a very important exercise in order to try to reach for that international coordination and less fragmented solutions that would prevent a wider adoption, and a wider interoperability between blockchains. We organize the Joining Forces for Standardization, which is an annual event that is co-organized with the European Commission, converging standard setting bodies and industry. This is an annual event that will take place in December, the 4th edition, if I'm not mistaken. And the date will be announced soon, but if you are willing to participate even in different capacity, even in the possibility of becoming a speaker, please write to us, have the email there, or you can scan the QR code that goes to send us an email as well. The date will be announced soon, and that way you'll be on the loop for that, which is a very important moment for standardization activities of INATBA in the year. We have made some notable contributions, joint report for INATBA and the European Commission on blockchain standardization and on cultural and language barriers to global blockchain infrastructure. I already mentioned this, but also very important to highlight that our co-chairs of the standardization committee are liaisons officers with some of the standard setting bodies, international standard setting bodies, and are bridging our organization and our inputs directly into the standard setting bodies, which is it's very, very important in order to have a say on this. I remind you, for instance, in taking the example of ISO, where we are liaison A for ISO TC 307, and it's all those who can be part are usually the national standard organizations that can be a part of ISO. This INATBA has the possibility also to participate as liaison A, as provided already. A lot of work there being done by the co-chairs of the working groups of the standardization committee. Also, we are part of the BlockStand consortium, which is a consortium of four organizations that is intended to support and enhance activities in standardizations on blockchain. The first objective is to support the implementation of the rolling plan on ICT standardization in the European blockchain and DLT standardization scenes. Reinforce the link with EPSI, the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure. Then I think that you had already some presentations today or on the first day from João Rodrigues Frade from DigiDigits. The third is to support the participation of European standardization experts, in particular from the European startups and SMEs and independent experts in the international and European standard developing organizations. There's been a lack of interest on this part, and it's so important for the developing of the market. Just to give you a quick overview, so the total of funding that we providing is, or we are managing, €1,000 for 30 to 40 experts in a program of 2 years. The expert selection process, and I put the QR code there for you so that you can have a look if it's interesting. The expert selection process has begun in August 2023 and is continuously open. So if you match the criteria to be selected, I encourage you to have a look and to apply. And it's on a rolling basis, as I mentioned, until February 2025, the last cut being made there. Contributions will be disbursed for technical reports, research studies, new work items, active participation in a technical committee, or other standardization activities that meet the evaluation criteria. I mentioned the NATO task forces, the three that we have: the Digital Credentials Task Force, which will is a cross body organization, because as public sector, as a lot of public sector, as you can see, as the government of Canada, like Chain, and the Japanese cabinet, secretariat cabinets, also involved, where we want to achieve that to facilitate the interoperability and mutual support across borders. So these are the guiding principles: guarantee the privacy and security of individuals and businesses, enable individual and business to hold and control their information, self-sovereign identities, of course, and allow individuals and business to use the digital wallet of their choice and can port their digital credentials from one wallet to another. This report, this paper, will be out, I would say, in about 2 months. We are ending the last phase of this paper, which will definitely provide two things. I think it will provide a maturity model for different jurisdictions regarding digital identity, and it will provide also a playbook for the ones, to help the ones to upgrade their infrastructures on providing digital identity to citizens, and to businesses as well. And that is the intent. Will be a very, very important report, and we are very excited with what we have so far. We are entering, as I mentioned, a review phase mainly. The NATO Metaverse Task Force also, so we are delving into the metaverse and Web3, which the European Commission has recently rebaptized as virtual worlds and Web4. However, I think it's basically to prevent any kind of confusion with companies that have the same name. But it's important for us to establish the capabilities for metaverse that most people identified and that they are not in the space identified with entertainment and gaming only, but the potential for converging extended reality, blockchain, and AI are surprisingly very, very important for a digital based system. The European Union has a study which aims or has a vision to this space will be a 800 billion space by 2030, and I think that this space will be very important in traditional sectors like the financial sector, but also the health sector, with a lot of possibilities developing there. So this document that is being prepared is also to support the consultation and assess the gaps and needs in terms of policy for this space. Quite recently, we launched the INATBA Industrial Blockchain Task Force, which you can see here a mapping and landscaping of incomplete of the leading public and private initiatives in the EU related in some sort to blockchain. We have programs that are like EU IPO, which is using NFTs to prevent counterfeiting to enter the internal markets of the European Union. 8% of the products that enter the European Union are counterfeit. This will represent a speed in terms of speed and traceability and transparency in the traceability of the products. We have the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, as I mentioned before. So this is really cross assessing the consortial and industry maps and applications that are being used in trying to benchmark and trying to create bridges between the industries there. This is a task force that was initiated 5 days ago, is still ongoing. So if there are any industry players listening to me and wanting to know more, please reach out. I think you would be still in the very beginning of the work, and it's an exciting work. Counts with companies like Siemens, Accenture, and the European Union, Fujitsu, Tokeny, and so very interesting diverse knowledge here. So here I had a video that I will play at the end, and so ending on a more lighter note, INATBA organizes the INATBA Awards. These INATBA Awards tend to are a way to celebrate the excellence of blockchain projects in different categories: DeFi, corporate innovation, crypto assets, company, learning and awareness, multiverse, public sector innovation, refi, regenerative finance, sustainable innovation. The applications are ongoing until the 26th of November. This is the second edition. This was very impactful for the ecosystem, and we can right now say that I think these are the Summit Awards for the blockchain ecosystem right now, and the most prestigious ones. So if you know or want to nominate or have a blockchain-based project, have a look and apply by the 26th of November. The awards will be delivered in Brussels on the 30th of January. On the 30th of January in Auto World, which is the Museum of Automobile, which is also a symbol to say that the next step for mobility and circularity will be also driven by blockchain. So thank you for your attention. Sorry for overstepping on the time. With the permission of Sergi, if you want to know more about INATBA is a membership-based association. So I would encourage you to know more about us, reach out, and probably join our work.
Ricardo, thank you so much. You also said that at the end you would like to play the video. Should I add it to the stage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I made it
So let me see how.
Approved.
Currently, the green certificate databases are opaque. It's very hard to know what's going on.
I think, we need to start.
How does it work?
Yeah, the stage is.
How does it work that we can be sure we are just using green energy, or we know what kind of energy mix we are consuming, and that the trust in this data is extended and improved?
Currently, the green certificate databases are opaque. It's very hard to know what's going on. If you're a business, you basically want to show to your customers that you're green, because it's very difficult to show that in a transparent way. And so blockchain is the tool to be able to show that. It's the way to publicize how much green energy you're using.
I think the technical side is quite solved right now. Like we're going in the right direction. We won't have any problem with the tech. It's going there. I see mainly two big risks. One is on the regulatory side, as usual. It really depends on the sandbox we have and how we can try new stuff, new types of financial assets, and be able to test those assets with partners too. So here's the first risk for me, and I think it's definitely what INATBA is trying to do. It's engaging with regulators, policymakers to educate about the technology. Big hurdle we have right now is about adoption and integration, and especially adoption. I think there's still a lot of misconceptions about what's the technology usable for, and I've been speaking with a lot of investors on a daily basis, and once we use the terms which are the technical terms, like an NFT, which is only a tech, we lose the investors.
For me, blockchain is an incredible opportunity to prove your integrity, so you don't rely on your own promise, and an opportunity also for the customers to audit by themselves.
So just a little background onto this, because we launched the video without saying. So this was a snippet from a session on the Digital Blockchain Week, which is our mid-year event with members speaking, is also public and free event to attend. Of course, it was in September, so you'll have to wait until September to participate on the next one. But I wanted to highlight the kind of insights and importance we've listened, for example, from EDP, which is the energy provider in Portugal, identifying opportunities for blockchain, and that is important knowledge for startups to intervene, startups that are building on solutions to understand what they can tackle, and for instance on ESG reporting and sustainability, there is a lot of potential. There is a big market, especially because of the corporate responsible directive. Most of the companies will need to actually provide quantitative data to justify to prove their ESG ratings. So this is coming on 2026, and definitely blockchain would definitely be a solution here in order to bring transparency and speed and auditability. Because if we are throwing only entities certifying other companies, who will be certifying the other the certifiers, right? So we have here a very good opportunity for an infrastructure and an application for blockchain. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ricardo. Well, as expected, your presentation was very interesting. And while we are waiting for the question from the audience, I wanted to ask you to provide some summaries, because you were touching different topics. And maybe it would be good if we will have like some shorter, like high-level summaries of different opportunities which are present with INAPTA. So you mentioned multiple European Commission or European Union or other organizations which are participating, or programs of which INAPTA is participating. What advantages does it bring to the members of INAPTA?
We actually, the advantage is they will be able to first be aware of that through we have internal newsletters, we have a community portal where members can connect. So I mentioned a number of companies that are members of INATPA, 140 plus the 41 GAB and 60 academic advisory body academics. But just to give you a notion, the number of representatives from the companies that are involved in INATPA, we are talking about 700 people. We have a community portal where we actually have all our internal information to the members on opportunities, speaking opportunities, and other opportunities to participate on joint consortiums and tenders. And they will be able to actually help co-shape the regulatory framework where they will most want to evolve in. So that is definitely the advantage of joining, as being around experts from different areas and different products and different solutions, and sharing also their knowledge and expertise in order to make the ecosystem grow and be wider and reach more companies and more markets.
Thank you so much for this response. And basically, who are the members? Basically, you mentioned different types of participations. Who can be the members of INAPTA?
Members of INATPA are the companies.
So it is company. Yeah.
Yes. Members of INATPA can be the companies. The public sector, the GAB, is from invitation only from INATPA, from the board of directors of INATPA, directly an invitation that is sent. But these are government organizations. These are supranational organizations and public sector. And it's by invitation only. Industry members, it's companies that can apply. We are an association of companies.
Understood. You said already that Ukraine is already a participant of this program, yes. Right?
Of the GAB, of the governmental advisory body at the public sector level. Yeah.
Got it. Again, there might be some international audience listening to us. And what is the process of what does the government body need to get through this process?
So it's simple. To reach out to our institutional institutions manager is Bara Greplova, or to me, reach out through our channels, through our websites, or even social media. we would review, of course, that intention of joining the governmental advisory body, would submit that to the board of directors for approval. And if it's approved, there is an invitation that is sent by the board of directors directly to with the letter to the organization, and that's it.
Understood. Thank you so much. Another question. You also mentioned the individual grants for researchers. What are the requirements for researchers? Are those researchers should be only from European Union, or they should be from the countries affiliated with Horizon, or it could be any researcher?
Sergi, it's a very good question. As I was putting that on the slides, I was thinking about that. There are some criterias. I'm not sure if through the European to the Eastern Partnership program, if standardization experts based in Ukraine could apply. So I'm not 100% sure of that. It's intended to European experts, researchers on standardization, and that is, however, I think if you follow up on the link or go to blockstand.eu, you have there all the criterias, and you can assess if in fact you would be able to be eligible for being funded.
Thank you so much for this answer. If it is possible, could you please send this link to me over the email or in our private chat in
Sure.
this? Yeah, so I will post it into the comments, and people can get familiar with this after the presentation.
Also, on Blockstand, by the way, just one thing. On Blockstand, we've launched a very big survey, which definitely would be interesting to have your comments if you're a SME or you are in somehow related or already with EPSI, European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, or part of the research and innovation community. It's a survey that would be definitely important for us to assess some of the gaps and needs for in terms of standardization. So it's a feedback that is very, very important, and I would strongly would be appreciated to have your feedback, your inputs. But definitely, I've sent you already the presentation, so you have the links there. So and feel free to share, of course.
Got it. Yeah, thank you so much. I will find them and share after after our conversation. So the two last questions. So you mentioned multiple task forces. So what are the requirements for joining the task forces? Is it like automatically happens when the company is becoming the member of INAPTA and they are able to join the task force, or is it something
they're choosing?
Okay.
Yes. So when a company joins INATPA, we have a lot of activities that are ongoing, as you've seen. And of course, not everyone can tackle all of this, and the ones working on exchanges don't often, for instance, participate in the work of the identity working group, where we tackle more of digital identities topics and zero knowledge proofs and all of that. Of course, they are interested in knowing and having the updates, but they have that through the information that we send out and make it we make available on the community portal. However, in terms of actively participating, we know that the time of the people is very limited, and the attention span is complicated to deal with. So we want to make sure to have an onboarding call where we explain the activities that are ongoing there and the activities that they can join. When we also, by having those members joining up, we know a a lot more about their activities. And since we are a head of network, we are knowledgeable what's happening in different points in other areas, and we can be facilitators for that. So we can understand what immediately what can actually be interesting for a company to participate. For instance, on the Metaverse Task Force, one's working on directly on Metaverse were easy to see, but the banking sector, after we reach out to our members, we saw the interest from the banking sector, and it's we understand that the interest is from the sector actually, and not specifically from that member, which is very interesting. Of course, afterwards, we all have our activities. It's complicated to give attention to all of the items. So we break down the work in terms of the active participants to actually touch the topics that they care about.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for this answer. And yeah, the last question, basically, we in Ukraine, we are working on the different direction for the ecosystems development, ecosystems creations, ecosystems growth, etc. And it will be especially relevant to the to the activities of rebuilding of Ukraine in general. Can you provide us what are the key elements of of successful growth or the creation and growth of the ecosystem? Because as we can learn from your background, you have an experience of doing this for quite a few times already.
This specifically, I have an experience of one year and a half. I was before managing a trade body association, which I think we are not there yet, but we are going to be hopefully. The key elements for success, and I think that is important that from the government side there's an openness to listen, because it's complex. What we are dealing with, blockchain, new technology, and the interconnection and the intertwines with finance and with sustainability, with the different goals, and the technology stack. It's complicated to get around. To understand. So, of course, the regulators and the supervisors at the national level, they are not knowledgeable about that. So it's so important for them to create that openness in order to explain them that this can be an underlying platform where new business can flourish, new digital businesses that also can improve established business processes and operations, and it's important that they understand that this technology is not going away. And whatever they hear on the news with crypto is dead or crypto is not dead, crypto is an application. The technology, even NFTs, and we were hearing the video before, saying NFT has got a bad connotation because of rug pulls and all that, but it wasn't the technology, it was actually the people. It was actually the people, a bad behavior from the people doing that. So the technology has its merits, has been proven, and I think even if here and there it's not completely developed, but it has its merit and has been proven to be working in different other projects. So I would say, openness of the public sector to hear from the industry. You have a lot of talent. You have a lot of talent in Ukraine, and hopefully those new jobs and activities and entrepreneurs would definitely be benefiting from providing their inputs into your government.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. I'm already receiving the messages in the group chat that we should start the panel. So yeah, thank you so much for being with us. And yeah, we are starting the panel, and I will be releasing basically the material soon. And maybe after the panel, we will ask you additional questions, which we have from the community.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to start?
Video was a little bit extended. Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. So basically, this will be the panel of this forum. Most of the people who are here were already introduced before. One person doesn't need to be introduced, but I still have to do my job and do the introduction. So the panel consists, basically on this panel, we have Alexander Barnikov, who is the Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine on IT development and head of the City project. Thank you so much for joining us. We have Ricardo. We have Ricardo Simoes, who is Executive Director of International Association for Trusted Blockchain Application in INAPTA, who had the previous speech. We have Alexander Kurbatov, who is a blockchain researcher at Distributed Lab. We have Yu Yuan, who is the president of IEEE Standard Association and director of IEEE Board of Directors. We initially were supposed to basically Ramesh was supposed to be part of this panel, but Yu Yuan will be basically Ramesh will not be present, but Yu Yuan is here and he will be able to provide an insights on this topic. Also, the panel will be moderated by Max Siminchuk, who is the CEO of Virtual Assets 2030 and director of Web3 Institute project. Again, it was my fault not articulating everything properly with the speakers. So Yu Yuan will be leaving the panel probably like a little earlier than other participants. And this is why I suggest that, Max, maybe you prioritize the questions which were supposed to be addressed to Ramesh and will be addressed to Yu Yuan at the beginning, and the rest of the participants will be addressing their questions going forward. Thank you so much. The virtual stage is yours, and yeah, let's start. Thank you.
Sure, thanks. So welcome again to the panel called Policy and Standards, the Path to Mass Adoption. So as you may know, the adoption rates in Ukraine are among the highest in the world, but we are still far from the mainstream. So I'm thrilled to have such wonderful speakers today in the dialogue on how policy and standards can lead us there. And I'd like to start with the question to you. What type of standards do we need to help with the mass scale adoption and deployment of the virtual assets industry?
Thank you. I think you may hear some noise here because I'm in the airport lounge. So I would say the keyword would be interoperability. So in terms of increasing the massive adoption of like digital assets or virtual assets, whatever we call that, we definitely need interoperability at different levels. Fundamentally, we need to make sure the formats, like for example, the 3D file formats, those kind of features of those virtual assets could be interoperable from like one virtual world to another, or from one metaverse to another, or at least within a single metaverse. This could be widely, I would say, compatible, so that those are fundamental technical issues we need the interoperability standards to enable. And also at a higher level, in terms of the digital economy or digital finance based on the digital assets and the digital virtual assets, we also need to make sure like people's like payment transactions, those kind of financial perspective can also be supported from the standardization perspective. That's another level of interoperability. So I would say that those are the two levels of interoperability standards we will need to develop to enable the industry or enable the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And the next question is to Ricardo. Could you please give us a very high-level summary of the markets in crypto assets, MiCA regulation? What's already covered in it, what is not covered, and what is coming next?
So thank you, Max. The markets in crypto assets covers arts, asset reference tokens, and e-money tokens, and the crypto asset and crypto asset service providers, CASPs. Regulating the services of the crypto asset service providers. It has excluded and has excluded DeFi, decentralized finance, and NFTs and CBDCs, of course, but CBDCs, it's not considered to be, of course, in the MiCA regulation. Also, everything that is security tokens is on it's on MiFID and MiFIR, so it doesn't they're not dealt with in MiCA. Yeah, in a quick overview, this is what MiCA covers. What will MiCA 2 will be covering? I think that NFTs and DeFi will definitely be on the radar of the policymakers and the regulators. They are already on the radar of the policymakers and on the radar of the regulators, but this is not for at least 2 years. So I think that the focus should be on implementing MiCA and the delegated acts. So everything that is the technical standards, drafting of the technical standards that are being conducted by the ESAs, ESMA and EBA, and which INATPA has been participating in the workshops and bridging, of course, our members' views and what is discussed on those workshops. Implementing that in a way that is less stressful and less constraining to CASPs will definitely be an important way. Of course, preserving what MiCA intends to bring, which is consumer investor protection, market integrity, and a legal certainty also for the development of this space. Namely, we are very interested to see what will happen with utility tokens, and I think that with a framework like MiCA in place, utility tokens will definitely be will regain ambition on that. So definitely we are working on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one to the Alex Bornyakov. Could you please share with us Ukraine's view on the virtual assets? What is the current status of the crypto policy and regulation in Ukraine?
Well, You mentioned that we had some leading, I would say, leading positions. One of the leading position in crypto adoption. One of the leaders of chain analysis report with crypto adoption, and this really was encouraging us to provide this environment regulated, but not heavily regulated for the companies. We call them VASPs. Now it could be CUSPs anyway. Virtual asset service provider, but crypto asset service provider, the same thing. We started with the law, and in the end of 2021, we actually passed this law to the parliament, and President Zelensky signed it in February 2022. But war slowed us down. We had to pass certain tax amendments to make it fully able to work. At this point, but at the same time, we received the status of the candidate to the European Union, and so decided our commission, our Security Stock Exchange Commission, decided to meet those standards and completely redesign the law to meet those FOD and other recommendations, and of course standards introduced in MiCA. So this job almost done. I think we have a draft of the law, but we have to go through the whole procedure of voting with 2 hearings through the parliament, and after that it could become I don't know, legal. So unfortunately, we lost the pace that we have taken from the beginning. We were doing this very fast, but I'm not sure I can tell the exact deadlines on when in Ukraine is going to be implemented. But maybe just one good news that recently, a month or 2 ago, we had amendments in our civil code that basically introduced new legal new legal tool or structure. It's called digital thing. And so in our civil code, basically everything that it could be any asset could be digital became legal. So it was one step towards any crypto asset by physical person, by any citizen of Ukraine to be inherited. You could sell it, you could buy it, you could pass it, and it's totally legal. So I think relationship between citizen and citizen and with some foreign entity and Ukrainian citizen in Ukraine became completely legal. But what's left is to introduce and describe the mechanism, and it will be very MiCA alike to make all the companies able to fully legal work with crypto. So I think that's the current status. So to keep long story short, in Ukraine, crypto is fully legal for peer-to-peer or foreign companies and Ukrainian citizens, but not legal for companies and businesses.
Thanks. And now to Alexander Kurbatov. How active is the blockchain startup ecosystem in Ukraine? How would clarity on policy and regulation help innovation in Ukraine?
Okay, thank you. First of all, when people hear the words blockchain startup, what can they imagine? The word seems that some companies are issuing some tokens for nothing. Now probably fewer and fewer people can have such an idea, but there are still people who still have 2017 or 2018 in their memory. The second category is some services that help you work with cryptocurrencies. I mean some processes with exchanging, storing, providing some like deposit service and loans, etc. Shortly, like they are traditional banks, but for cryptocurrencies. The services are like definitely crypto exchanges, custodial services, etc., etc. The third category, some teams that launch some decentralized applications, some DeFi or DeFi services. And the last one, the fourth, service providers. So like development teams who write some software for like all mentioned above. If we remove the first category because it's silly, we can say that ecosystem of blockchain startups in Ukraine is pretty strong because there are exchanges with Ukrainian roots. There are a lot of like development companies that is like the main domain of which is blockchain development. There are a lot of like guys who launch DeFi projects, some decentralized applications. Yeah, by the way, additionally, there are a lot of events, different blockchain conferences, different blockchain meetups, technical, like some events for lawyers, etc., like a lot of educational activities. So I would say like the full ecosystem is pretty strong. Regarding clarity in like some regulation and policy, so yeah, let's go again through these categories. So yeah, for the first like category, like companies that issue nothing, let's imagine there aren't like such projects and like go to the second category. For crypto services, I think such policies will allow them to work normally and transparently if the conditions proposed by the governance are accessible. If not, there will be like problems from work in the gray to the departure of the services from the Ukrainian market at all. So this obviously. The third category, so depends on the product these guys provided. For example, if the application is truly decentralized, just imagine some company built a truly decentralized applications, definitely nothing can be done with that. So it's like censoring Uniswap using like some censorship on the front end part. So it doesn't make sense at all. If these services provide you like service for bridging some assets, or they, for example, act as aggregators of DeFi like infrastructure. So also for them, all policies should be like transparent, and we can combine them and like services from the second category in the same group. And the last category, and I also belong to this category, that's like the simplest because there are no blockchain developers. There are only like usual developers, but like with some domain knowledge about security, knowledge about cryptography, about like smart contracts, zero knowledge proofs, etc., etc. So, and it doesn't matter to such teams whether there is like a regulation or not. The game rules have already been written for them a long time ago. Shortly, that's it. There could be like a question, for example, some development company can provide their services for crypto and have been paid in crypto. So which rules could be changed for them? And I will try like to really simply and shortly, if, for example, I'm selling some t-shirts for crypto, it doesn't make me like a blockchain seller. I'm a usual seller, but like I'm sell for things for the crypto. For the blockchain development, we have like the same situation, so rules will be the same. Thank you.
Thanks. Now we have an open floor for a few other questions. So step in anytime you want to comment on it. The first question is about the regulatory sandbox. How would such a regulatory sandbox model help the private sector to collaborate with the policymakers to develop the rules?
Is it a question to everyone?
Yes.
Well, I can just say a few words that it's definitely will help. I think allowing Web3 project to test new product without the risk of violating the law is really helping, and will boost a lot of developers to do that. And we totally embrace it. We have a law on regulatory sandbox that became active, became active last year. So National Bank of Ukraine is finalizing all the stuff to actually describe the procedure how to do that, and we looking forward to it. And we'll be happy to assist companies that want to test those things in Ukraine. So I saw that. I think I saw that how it works in Singapore, and this example was and probably still successful. So it's definitely something that every country that embrace Web3 technologies should do. That's my point of view.
If I can go just to share that the European Union has launched a European blockchain regulatory sandbox. It was the first cohort was of 20 companies. Was known 2 months ago. 2 months ago, there are still 2 cohorts to go. I think that is so important in a space that is testing with different tools and different integrations, and to bring certainty for the development of and using blockchain solutions with an incentive token, with incentivization, with crypto on top, or not. To have that certainty of what they are developing and what they are putting their efforts and their time to. So I know that is a very well appreciated solution for developers, and definitely helping SMEs that don't have the capacity to work a lot on consultations, on consultations, and on all those aspects, to actually being able to test their solutions in a compliant way, and try to find the solutions while they are talking to the regulators. So definitely, I think that is something that is very welcome to the industry. Also, the DLT pilot regime in the European Union is also a sandbox that is being, from what I heard, some conclusions can be taken already in terms of speed, in terms of speed of transaction and capabilities of transaction, which will definitely provide data that is very important in order to understand better how the solutions work and can be fully compliant.
Well, I will also add that I think sandbox is not only helpful directly for the private sector to work with policymakers. It also extremely helpful in terms of helping develop and debug standards. We call that pilot applications or reference implementations. So in terms of standards, we definitely need some reference or pilot implementations to test, to debug them. So a sandbox will be very necessary and helpful. And also, as we all know, standards also provide assistance for policymakers to help develop or enforce policies. Like the policy could be associated with or based on some technical standards to help with the implementation or the enforcement of those policies. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Another question is touching the licensing. What is the current status of licensing in Ukraine regarding centralized exchanges, custody service providers? Who needs to be licensed? I'm not sure, Alex, from your view, I understand, but maybe the best person to answer that, if you like.
Yeah. But well, according to the project that we still in progress, but in in a concept, this should be, of course, with those are exchanges that are doing fiat and other currencies, exchange of crypto assets to other crypto assets. It's basically like different custody services if they do execution of orders for crypto assets on behalf of third parties. Activities like reception and transmission of orders for crypto assets on behalf of third party, even providing advice and consultation on crypto assets, portfolio management, things like that. Of course, where a portfolio include one or more crypto assets. Well, operation on trading platform for crypto assets. So those are major ones that we see that has to be licensed.
Yeah, can I ask you who will issue these licenses?
In Ukraine, it's supposed to be National Commission of Security and Stock Market, on securities and stock market, and quite frankly, it's just for the sake of the clarity. They, according to the concept, they're going to provide authorization, not license. So it's basically the permission to engage in a specific business activity, and they want to make it digital, so that any legal entity will be able to submit a package of documents and everything that after that National Stock Security Commission will approve and grant this authorization. So after that, you able to do that. If a market participant violates the rules, their regulator has the right to revoke the authorization. And this works only for business entities, basically legal entities.
Okay, thanks. I would like to also give the opportunity for people in the chat to add their questions to this panel. If you have any, please send them. In the meantime, I'll try to give up some summary points about our conversation, which touched the important aspects of interoperability, the progressive legislation, strong ecosystems based on the existing economy, and sandboxing the solutions. I see no questions, so then I'm thanking you for your time and the expertise, and cheers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A great pleasure.
So yeah, thank you, dear participants of the panel. And I'm honored to introduce our next speaker to the stage. So the next speaker is hello, Craig. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us.
Great to see you as well.
Thank you. So Craig Sellers is a blockchain innovator and inventor. He is a former CTO and the co-founder of Tether, which is the largest stablecoin by market cap. Currently, he is working on his new project, which is called Self-ID, and which introduces the new solution for the decentralized digital identity. Craig, please correct me if I'm wrong, and feel free to add anything if you have something to say in addition.
Oh, no, that's perfect. We can get started.
So I'm adding the presentation here, and yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good day and good afternoon to everyone in Kyiv. It's an honor to be here with you today to discuss the coming of decentralized identity. The following presentation illustrates our vision at Self-ID for a decentralized identity layer on today's blockchains and internet infrastructure. We asked the IEEE to help us make MDIP, the multi-dimensional identity protocol, a global standard for decentralized digital identity. We will start with an intro and a definition of terms, going into a deep dive of the protocol structure, and then we can discuss the implications and challenges of a decentralized identity system. As an intro, my name is Craig Sellers, and you may know me as one of the inventors of the stablecoin, a founder and the original CTO of Tether, the largest deployed stablecoin in the world, and maybe also as the former CTO of Bitfinex, then at the time the largest global Bitcoin and cryptocurrency exchange. I also created the first NFT platform called Vatums in 2015 with Eric Poulier and Reeve Collins. With me on the leadership team itself is Phil Potter, my co-inventor of the US dollar stablecoin, also formerly with Tether and Bitfinex, along with Nate Embry, our Chief Experience Officer, who's put a graceful and simple layer of usability on top of a deep cryptographic foundation, and Omar Davina, who squares up our leadership team as our Chief Operating Officer, bringing years of entrepreneurial and management expertise as we continue to grow. We can start by asking, what is digital identity? The basics of digital identity are the computer-generated records of personal, immutable characteristics and transitory identifiers of an individual. Identities can be individuals, corporations, governments, and devices. You have an identity. You are an identity. As an individual, you are unique and you have your attributes, and those attributes contain value. Those attributes are attestations about yourself that can be collected as atoms into molecules, comprising what we call the user's digital genome. All of these elements are designed in an open protocol that we've named MDIP. So what is MDIP? MDIP, or MDIP, is the multi-dimensional identity protocol hosted at keychain.org. It serves as the core for Self's decentralized identity system, providing the user with the ability to create, resolve, update, control, and revoke DIDs, decentralized identifiers. Keychain.org follows the W3C standard for DIDs and the standard for verifiable credentials, VCs. Identities, entities that we call attesters, can issue attestations to other entities, identities, such as users, and those attestations are cryptographically verifiable and tamper evident. These attestations are essentially the most important thing. It's user data. It's your data. It must be protected and it must be encrypted. The issued attestations are handed over to the user, and the user is in full ownership of their data. And as the user, you get to choose with whom and how much you want to share that data, with the ability to revoke that access to your data from those who request it. So what is a user's digital genome? It's a data structure that allows the user to build their digital identity over time. You aggregate signatures of countless attestations or claims about your identity from third parties. And when the user interacts with service providers, the digital genome evolves naturally and organically with you. Over time, you as the individual are able to provide digital proofs of almost any aspect of your identity using your digital genome. This means you can think of your identity not only as a means of authentication, but as a state of being. The goal was to map the existing relationships we have in the real world and to make it accessible to the user and to data requesters with the user's consent. So what are the keys to our identity? Well, keys are the keys to our identity. Public-private key pair technology. Open source platforms using cryptography like Bitcoin, IPFS, MDIP, and others can be used to build an open identity layer for the internet. Users receive the elements of their identity in an identity wallet, similar to and even contained by their existing crypto wallets. This is where we can use the IEEE's help to empower individuals with their keys to their identity. Standardization. First, we need to standardize identity. Okay? We do not want different walled gardens of identity. We want a free flow of user identities that can traverse the entirety of the digital ecosystem without barriers. We start by making it simple. MDIP is a simple technology to deploy. The technology is open, scalable, and 100% peer-to-peer. The first part is the MDIP SDK, which has an application component that receives attestations and can disclose those attestations if the user approves. This client SDK is extendable and can be wrapped to be used in apps by the developer community. The second part is the MDIP node cluster. This handles the MDIP client's SDK's requests. It handles the requests to prepare inputs for DID creation, to broadcast transactions, to resolve DIDs to their corresponding stored documents, and other common DID operations like update and delete. The cryptographic components of identity are actually simple. MDIP implements 5 foundational cryptographic entities. 1, the root ID, a BIP39 compliant seed, a public-private key pair that is generated, encrypted, and stored in a device's secure enclave using that client SDK. 2, identity shards, small pieces of data, generally containing a statement about the identity shard's owner, such as my name is Craig Sellers. These are the atoms. 3, credentials, the collection of that group of identity shards. These are the molecules. 4, verifiable credentials, VCs. These are a standard data model and format for cryptographically verifiable identification. And 5, verifiable presentations, VPs, a tamper-evident transaction encoded in such a way that authorship of the data can be trusted after the process of cryptographic verification. Taking all of these cryptographic components, you can then begin with the declaration of self. You are the center of your digital identity, and you need to declare that identity in order to be recognized. This is the I am moment of creation. So what does a DID declaration look like? Well, you take your generated PKI key pair and then generate a globally unique ID in the following format: DID : MDIP : BTC : omni dash something. This defines the method, the protocol, the location, and the format of the declaration, which, along with the associated claim name, we can record this on an immutable blockchain or host it wherever the user chooses in a standards-compliant DID JSON document. After you have declared your identity, after you have one, now you want to be able to interact with it. This is where verifiable claims come in. Everyone should be sure that they know who they're talking to. A verifiable claim is what ties the content with the issuer of the information. We can start with a DID of the attestation subject, you, the identity. Combine it with the DID of the identity of the issuer of the attestation, the provider of the claim. You take that attestation claim itself, comprised of the key value pair, and the digital signatures of the participants in the interaction. These come together into a verifiable claim document that can be shared with a requesting third party. We then use verifiable presentations, VPs, to verify a user's claim about their identity. In an authentication challenge response, platforms and requesters can easily determine if the information they received has been signed by the user and the attester of information. They are able to be cryptographically certain as to the source of the material they've received. The third-party platform or app receives the verifiable presentation of the user's authentication credentials and verifies it by validating the digital signatures provided. Zero-knowledge proofs come in extremely handy here. If you don't want to share your actual personal information with a requester of data, but you still want to be eligible to participate in whatever offering they have, you still need some way to validate yourself. You can use a zero-knowledge proof to prove any number of things about yourself without leaking additional information, such as proving your age without revealing it, proving your accreditation status without revealing your name, or proving that your identity has been KYC verified without giving over any additional information about yourself. ZKPs are useful for anything you want that can have a digital proof without revealing the underlying data. This brings us to the implications of big data. This is where we start talking about the implications and challenges. We can start with the value of identity data and the saga of big data. If your user data is truly the new oil, as Brittany Kaiser said here on Friday, why aren't you profiting from it? Why are we giving away all of our most intimate private details to third parties to monetize on our behalf? When the internet started gaining traction, your digital fingerprints and the breadcrumbs you left behind, they were not considered valuable, but they were. And since then, big data has gobbled up all of this information and has forced us to rely upon centralized groups with massive data repositories about us. This is taking control of the data from the user, and you have no power over that data, nor how it is used. Manipulative algorithms use our own information against us and work to extract more and more data and value from us. This becomes both a privacy nightmare and a honeypot for hackers to run off with huge swaths of intimately private user information. But what if there were a different way? We believe that you are valuable. We know you're valuable. You know that you're valuable. We're introducing the concept of the user as the economic agent in control of their data. That data is an asset, and those assets represent value. With the individual at the center of their digital genome, the accuracy, quality, and value of all data exchanges, those that exist today, and entire marketplaces of information that are yet to be invented, will increase. And most of that value will be directed towards the individual, to you, instead of to the centralized repositories of user data that exist today. It's not, in the not too distant future, we see the maturing of the individual digital genome as they interact with other identities and gain more and more atoms and molecules of information. Individuals will begin to benefit from their profile data as they engage with hundreds of service providers around the world. Providers of user data, the attesters and requesters, will benefit by receiving better profile data, information they can have assurances on. User data will become even more valuable than it is today because the individual will have control over it and they can interact with any number of other identities, such as their friends, the companies they do business with, their government, etc. Just as web pages start with just a home page, but can be very, very deep, your identity can be as deep as you are, with atoms and molecules growing your digital genome into a full representation of your online self. This represents a growing ecosystem of tools and capabilities for individuals and organizations. You can view the whole ecosystem of identities and their different types of interactions. Identities can be anonymous. You never have to share your DID or your genome with anyone. But when you do, and you use MDIP, you only reveal that you're associated with a particular public key for a particular aspect of your identity. Identities can therefore be discoverable. If you choose to make your public key discoverable, or any of your public keys discoverable, since you can kind of create any number of identities you want for yourself, peers and partners can find you to make or receive attestations, building up your network of identity relationships. And 3, identities can be monetized. Once you anchor your digital genome to a blockchain address, you can receive cryptocurrency payments to your identity wallet when you share information with third parties. You can make that information disclosure completely dependent upon your preferences, and you can get paid for being yourself. The tools to do this are the Self Network and easy to deploy SDKs, block explorers and entity explorers, identity explorers, open source software technologies and APIs, and crypto wallets for monetization. In order for all of this to happen, we must overcome several challenges, and this is where the IEEE can help. The first challenge is one of scaling. How do we scale globally? First, we need to build a global network of peers that scales with the increased usage as more identities come online. We started this by using multiple peer-to-peer networks, including MDIP at keychain.org, which enables anyone to run a node and host their own identity. Decentralized file systems, such as IPFS for secure cloud storage of encrypted DIDs and their digital genomes. And Bitcoin, as an example, for DID registration, with support for any blockchain that allows additional metadata to be encoded in a transaction. And all of these networks need healthy global networks of peers. The second challenge is building an open ecosystem. We're strong proponents of the benefits of open source software. We do not want to be the gatekeepers of innovation, and instead we want to leverage the community. Open source software enables thorough code review and audits by a large community of interested developers. Open source software enables public improvements and discussion of the technology. And open source software enables the cultivation of an open ecosystem and new applications of that technology. Self-ID as a company is promoting the growth of the MDIP ecosystem and any associated open technologies. This takes us to our third and biggest challenge, aligning commercial interests. We have worked very hard to ensure that the Self SDK makes it very easy to adopt MDIP solutions and addresses corporate concerns about data protection. But open source licensing does still keep some commercial interests wary. That paradigm has not yet shifted across all industries. Giving the user ownership of their data is a new concept, and data brokers don't know how to exist in such an environment yet. Self-ID Inc. as a company is designed such that it cannot have any privileged access to peer-to-peer interactions on that MDIP network. We cannot decrypt what the user has encrypted. We can only see the same thing that everyone else sees. We are yet one more identity on a global network of identities, trying to give everyone the power they deserve over their own digital identity. Here's how you can help. Your efforts as an engineer, as a developer, and as the IEEE itself will be what helps to build the open MDIP network. MDIP is live at keychain.org. The code base and SDK are available for review and recommendations. I encourage everyone to join the self beta today at selfid.com. We intend to have our production launch in Q1 of 2024, and we're working to populate this identity ecosystem by that time. We are excited to have you come on board and set sail for self-sovereign, decentralized digital identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Craig. As always, great and insightful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to ask only one question, if there would be no more from the community. The onboarding process. So basically, how somebody can become the partner of your, the partner or the user of your project. Where should they go? Whom should they contact? What will be the requirements? This type of questions.
Well, if you're a company or organization that has user assets, identity assets that you feel are valuable and are not monetizing, or just want to experiment in the Web3 space, we've got an onboarding portal and we're opening the beta to any partners who want to join. If you go to selfid.com, there is a process there to enter your information about your organization, and our super robust business development team will reach out and contact you. If you're a user, you can sign up on that same flow to be notified when the beta actually opens up in the next couple of months, which will have an app download, a browser extension, etc. And if you're a developer, you can dive in today. You can go to keychain.org and start playing with the code base, making comments on GitLab and GitHub, and helping us build a more robust protocol.
Well, thank you for this answer. Obviously, I will go and do it myself. And yeah, everyone who will be reviewing the video of this presentation probably also are more than welcome to go and do it. We don't have many questions from, we don't have any other questions. So, Craig, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you, and especially here on our virtual stage. And yeah, thank you. And I wish you to have a great rest of your day. And I will be introducing the new speaker, the next speaker soon. Thank you.
Same to you, sir. Hope to see you very, very soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
My apologies, some technical mistakes.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nir. Thank you for joining us. So let me do a brief introduction. So Professor Neil Kshetri is a professor at University of North Carolina, Greensboro, and a research fellow at Kobe University, Japan. He has co-authored 13 books and about 250 academic articles, which have been translated into Arabic, Chinese, German, Spanish, French, Japanese, Portuguese, and other languages. He has been ranked among the world's 0.03%, which is a very small, number of researchers, according to the Elsevier and Stanford University's updated science-wide author databases of standardized citation indications. The title of the keynote the Professor Nir Kshetri will be given will be Distributed Ledger Technology and the Wholesale Central Bank Digital Currency in Asia, Current Status and Motivation. Thank you so much for being with us. We're honored to have you here. And yeah, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's see how my slides work.
So you need to press present button, and then it is underneath the screen. So where mute, stop, settings, and present, and then you can connect your presentation from Google Drive and some other.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll just slides, Google Slides, your computer. Okay. Okay, my slides are here. I upload it and let me see how that works now. Open. Oh, okay, so why it is not opening?
So
Upload it. Present slides.
yeah, present slides, and yeah, then from
upload files. Okay, let me do upload files. So nothing is happening. You are in the show. Nothing is happening here.
Well, I cannot see your screen, but you can also email me your presentation and I will upload it for you.
Sure. Thank you. Let me do that. Yeah, I sent you.
One moment.
Thank you.
So I still don't get your email. Okay, yeah, I got it. One moment, we're almost there. Okay. Yeah, processing. Okay, yeah, the slides are on the stage. Yeah, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I apologize for the disruption in this technical problem. So thank you so much for having me. And my presentation is about the wholesale central bank digital currencies in Asia. And so there is a lot of things going on about the central bank digital currency, but many of them are talking more emphasizing on the retail CBDC, but retail is really challenging if you look from the standpoint of distribution DLT or blockchain. And so it is kind of wholesale central bank digital currencies have really kind of more incentives to digitize using blockchain and distributed ledger technology, and that's what I'm focusing on, the Asian economies, some of them which are really a more advanced stage of development compared to many parts of the world. Let me go to the next one. How do I go to the next one? Okay, so how do I go to the next slide? Go to the next slide. Can anyone help me, please? Okay, yeah, Asia pretty much leads when you talk about the WCBD, wholesale central bank digital currency development. And long ago, 2 years back, actually, the global professional consulting firm PricewaterhouseCoopers did a ranking of all CBDC projects all over the world, and their ranking indicated that especially two economies in the region, Hong Kong and Thailand, had the most advanced central bank digital currency project, and compared to many other parts of the world. And also one thing in Asia is that they are more advanced when you talk about the digitization of payments and other mechanism, and that is because one of the reasons why they are more advanced than the rest of the world in the development of central bank digital currency. Next slide, please. Can anyone help me? Okay, so basically, in addition to Hong Kong and Thailand, there are many other countries like China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Singapore, and even South Korea. They are mainly focusing on the wholesale central bank digital currency. Many different benefits that they are expecting, and many different economies have different benefits that they are expecting. And so some of them include speed and efficiency. If we kind of move large value financial transaction from one bank to another bank, or one financial institutions to another financial institutions. But the participants in wholesale central bank digital currencies in some of the countries like Indonesia are not only the banks, and they are also exploring other participants, maybe possibly participate in the kind of wholesale central bank digital currency initiatives. So another key driver currently in Asia regarding the development of wholesale central bank digital currencies, that many of the economies are relying on major world economies, mainly the US dollar, when it comes to kind of international transaction. And so they want to get rid of this. They want to reduce their over-reliance on US dollar. And so if you look at the few years back, a couple of years back, old data, and US dollar accounted for 38% of share when you talk about the global payments currency. And if we talk about the second biggest economy in the world, China, Chinese renminbi had only 2%. And if we talk about the Southeast Asian developing countries like Indonesia and Malaysia and Thailand and those countries, 80 to 90% exports from one country to another country, like Indonesia to Malaysia or Indonesia to Thailand, that takes place in US dollar. And also, if you look at the reserve currency that all countries all over the world have, reserve currency is foreign currency reserve that they have to maintain to do any type of foreign transaction. That is about 60%. So they want to reduce that. Many countries, especially China. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you look at this presentation is mainly about the current status and critical features of the wholesale central bank digital currency in Asia. And also, many countries are developing the retail CBDC. Actually, like by last year, China had already the digital currency electronic payment. That's what they call the name of their central bank digital currency. That was already used in more than 11 cities. That is retail. And also Philippines had a project focusing on retail central bank digital currency. And Philippines actually got rid of that because they have really good payment mechanism when it comes to the retail version of CBDC, and they decided to focus on the wholesale version rather than the retail version. And the International Monetary Fund, the global financial institution, is helping Philippines to develop their central bank digital currency. And so that's what I'll be focusing on this presentation. And what are the roles of the world the wholesale central bank digital currency, and mainly reducing intermediary dependencies, and also the current reliance on global currencies like US dollar and euro or British pound or Japanese yen. Although Japan is one of the countries from Asia, and so basically reducing reliance on that. That's what I'll be focusing on. Next slide, please. Okay, so if you look at the wholesale CBDC, a little bit definition first for many people who the audience here is really, they know a lot about blockchain and distributed ledger technology and a lot of other things, but they may not be, some of them may not be familiar with how exactly the wholesale CBDC works. And so a little bit definition about that. And so if you look at wholesale central bank digital currencies, they are pretty much the digital liabilities, central bank liabilities, and mainly focusing on the interbank transactions from one bank to another bank. And so typically they are accessible to financial institutions. And so these are really key part of the central bank digital money. Basically they play a key role when it involves commercial bank deposits that are held with central bank. the past initiatives did not really use distributed ledger technology or blockchain. And so the new initiatives, if we look at many of the countries in Asia, in other parts of the world, is that they are focusing on distributed ledger technology and blockchain. And so if you look at the major economies in the world, China has the most advanced CBDC, central bank digital currency in general, not wholesale but retail. But if we look at the China's retail central bank digital currency, it does not actually use blockchain or distributed ledger technology. It is more centralized type of thing. But in the wholesale part, many countries are using distributed ledger technology or blockchain. So okay, central bank, those financial institutions and bank maintaining those accounts with central bank to enable transaction from one financial institution to another financial institution already digitized. But what we are talking here in the central bank digital currency is the use of distributed ledger technology or blockchain. The goal is, of course, the take advantage of many of the benefits of blockchain and DLT, including transparency, and transparency is the main thing, and also to some extent security, and those features are here kind of the most important benefit. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, if we look at one of the main motivations in the wholesale central bank digital currency, okay, interbank settlement, and from one bank to another bank, they have to kind of settle big transaction, and current thing is slow and extremely inefficient. This is a little old data. I'm talking about Thailand a few years back, and that might have improved a lot recently, but I did not really find the latest information. Just for illustration purpose, if you want to transfer from one bank to another bank in Thailand, and the basically transfer, they have to send courier from the post office and all the things. And if we are talking about metropolitan areas in Bangkok, it might take up to 2 days. But if you have to move from money from a bank in one province to another province, it might take as many as 14 days, because they have to transfer paper-based documents by post office and other mechanisms. And so that is the current problem. And here, WCDVC, wholesale central bank digital currency, can expedite this transaction and reduce inefficiency in financial market. That is one of the main motivations, and I already talked earlier. So international trade and supply chains are other benefits that I think my slides later will focus on. Next, please. Okay, so also one of the features that they have been talking mainly in India, the Reserve Bank of India, the central bank, is that, of course, also actually China has been using in the retail part also programmability. That is one of the main features. And programmability means in China, theoretically, the People's Bank of China, basically, if you have, let's say I have 200,000 renminbi in my account, and if I did some illegal thing, and actually the People's Bank of China can program that and make that to zero. And so also in the central bank, the wholesale CBDC initiatives programmability feature means, so different end users, let's say some type of money is in the bank, that has to go to the farmers and the agricultural sector, or that money is allocated to facilitate entrepreneurial activities in small businesses, or that money is supposed to go only to do things for low-income individuals. So can be programmed in such a way that money exactly goes for the kind of objectives or goals that have been planned, and that's what they have been talking mainly in India, but also in other countries in Asia. So also flexibility and control in financial systems, and targeted benefits, that targeted benefit programs kind of benefiting them is one of the main features of programmable WCBDC. Next, please. Okay, so basically this is a brief summary of not all countries, but some of the countries in Asia, countries like China, India, Indonesia, Singapore, and Thailand. I'll briefly go over all these, mainly these 5 countries, but there are also other things like Hong Kong is one of the economies, special administrative region of China or Japan and South Korea. They also have initiatives. I'm focusing on these 5 mainly, kind of more advanced than other parts of Asia. So basically, China has also substantial efforts, although it is very good at retail, and they are also focusing on the wholesale part. And so one of the high-profile projects that China has undertaken in the past few years is that it is working with the Bank of International Settlement, BIS, and also 3 other economies in the region. Hong Kong. Hong Kong is the special administrative region of China, but it has its own central bank, and it is kind of pretty much independent of China. And Thailand and United Arab Emirates, they are developing what they call the MCBDC Bridge project. I'll talk more about that. And the idea here is the 4 economies here have their own central bank digital currency. They have different types of regulations related to money laundering and know your customer type of things. And so basically how to make sure that these 4 countries here, 4 economies here involved, can the many banks can easily transfer money from one country to another country without relying on US dollar, and very efficiently. That's what they have been working on, and already one pilot project was conducted last year, and that is one thing. And India has been also working since November 2022, almost for 1 year, and they have the digital rupee wholesale that is signed for rupee wholesale that was launched in November 22. And so the goal is to facilitate, the initial use is for the settlement of secondary market transaction in government security. And if you go back to Indonesia, another main big economies in Asia, so they have been doing the same project from November 2022, and the Central Bank of Indonesia had plans to do digital rupiah plan. And so they are focusing on 3 things. One is the basic wholesale central bank digital currency. Another is the more advanced version of that, and also retail. And main idea for Indonesia to facilitate the development of wholesale central bank digital currency compared to other countries, the main goal is not like China or India. Indonesia wants to develop the retail central bank digital currency in the future, and wholesale is basically providing a basis for the development of a central bank digital currency. That is for Indonesia. Singapore is also mainly focusing, the monetary authority of Singapore, that is the Central Bank of Singapore, is also focusing on kind of project on central bank digital currency wholesale. And so just like China, it is also focusing on facilitating international business, but the main emphasis here is making international payment more efficient, but less on. China is really motivated to reduce the reliance on US dollar, but Singapore is more focused on increasing the efficiency. And Thailand, as I talked earlier, has among the most advanced wholesale CBDC project according to PricewaterhouseCoopers PwC in 2021. And so it has 4 projects related to wholesale central bank digital currency. One is the domestic wholesale CBDC. Another is the in-canon phase 1 and phase 2, that they are the domestic one. And in Canon, Lion Rock is basically collaborating with Hong Kong, and subsequently China and United Arab Emirates join. And also they have another project focusing on supply chain financing. And so these are the initiatives. And so basically they conducted a lot of proof of concepts, and it was followed by a pilot project last year. And the findings of all of them is that these wholesale central bank digital currency projects can provide substantial benefits, including payment functionalities and many other things. Next slide, please. Okay, so now, as we talked earlier, especially in the case of China, Singapore, and Thailand, and many other countries in the region, cross-border fund transfer with WCBDC has been one of the major motivations currently, because it is high cost and inefficiency, because you have to fix your rate with intermediaries. Currently buying US dollar just to do international transaction takes a lot of time and highly inefficient in terms of economic efficiency. And so basically they try to improve that and addressing cross-border challenges. And so in the first phase, we talked about Thailand earlier. They had the in Canon Lion Rock project, and that involved actually 8 banks from Thailand, 2 banks from Hong Kong. Those 2 banks tested the digital currency transaction between transaction in Thailand and Hong Kong. And so again, according to PwC, that is the most advanced project in 2021 when the PwC was conducting a survey. And so cross-border payment was one of the main focus areas of the internal line rock project that Thailand and Hong Kong banks involved, especially in 2021. Next, please. And then that was the first phase. Only 2 countries, Hong Kong, rather than 2 economies, Hong Kong and Thailand. And the second phase expanded that to include the People's Bank of China, which is the Central Bank of China, and also the Central Bank of United Arab Emirates. And so all these 4 different economies, Hong Kong, Thailand, UAE, and China, have different currencies. And so the project is supposed to act as a digital bridge. And currently, the Bank of International Settlement Innovation Center in Hong Kong is overseeing the pilot project, and also exchange rate and legal framework they are developing, because just to do transaction more efficiently, all the 4 countries, they have to take into account the 4 economies, different regulations and different laws, domestic and international laws, and they are basically working on that. And also competitive foreign exchange rate and reducing the reliance on intermediaries. That is the main goal of the second phase of the internal land rock project, which is the MCBDC bridge project that 4 countries have been working on. Next, please. Okay, so, and then we talked about many proof of concept earlier, and then following the proof of concept in 2022, August and September, a successful pilot project involving the 4 countries took place. And then interoperability between the 4 participating wholesale central bank digital currencies, again, Thailand, Hong Kong, China, and the United Arab Emirates. And so in that pilot projects, 20 commercial banks involved from 4 economies, and they engaged in 160 central bank digital currency based transactions, which total about 22 million, which is not a lot, but still kind of significant milestone when you talk about kind of the use of central bank digital currency. And transactions were recorded using customized Embreeze Laser, that is centralized cloud that is located in Hong Kong in centralized cloud. And also they were able to engage in real-time P2P transactions and executed by the respective central banks in the countries very efficiently. So the future plan is just not to rely on a centralized cloud in Hong Kong, the Embreeze Blazer, but the future plan is to make it more decentralized, maybe hosting all 4 economies, and also from the technical standpoint, also from the governance standpoint, they are planning to make it more decentralized in the future. And so this was one year before. That's what they have been doing in the cross-border fund transfer. Next, please. Okay, so basically cross-border fund transfer, when we talk about that, China and other countries aim to develop the wholesale central bank digital currency-based cross-border transaction. I talked about that earlier. And so the most important point here is this: why exactly they want to reduce the US dollar? Of course, there is the economic motivation, but more importantly, the example many people, and also one of the articles I published last year about this similar thing, China's retail CBDC in the Journal of Contemporary China, and I talked about this example. So there was long ago in 2022, there was a sanction imposed on Iran, financial sanction by Western countries led by the US, and so Iran faced many sanctions, but that was the hardest, that not being able to transfer money using SWIFT and these other international agencies was the hardest thing the Iranian people had to face. And so China knows very well about that. And so if, let's say, the US decides to disconnect China from the SWIFT and other types of system, and China can still function and it will not suffer that much. And that is the main motivation. In case of any financial sanctions from the West Western countries, especially the US, and so there will be kind of little effect, and that is the main motivation in addition to the financial motivation. Also, the four economies we talked earlier, Indonesia is not part of the MCBDC project that I was talking earlier, but Indonesia has been developing its own central bank digital currency, and actually China has been talking with Indonesia, also developing similar type of bilateral thing between China and Indonesia using the wholesale central bank digital currency. And so basically all these developments are likely to facilitate the trade and investment in the two countries, and by kind of enabling transactions in local currencies. And also one thing to point out here was that there was a conference in the US in 2019, and the Bank of England had that time encouraged all countries all over the world to develop their own wholesale central bank digital currency and facilitate this transaction, because all this kind of the financial expert think that this is probably one of the best solutions, one of the most efficient solutions that countries can come up with. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, we'll talk a little bit about and diversity in WCBDC initiatives. That means some countries are developing WCBDC just to make a background for the retail, like Indonesia. Some countries are thinking of making, programmable money and facilitate the small business development and agricultural development and sending money to low-income people. And countries like China have been talking about, just reducing the reliance on US dollar and international trade efficiency. Okay, there are many different motivations of wholesale central bank digital currency, and we talked about the CBDC bridge. And so the idea is to enhance efficiency in international trade and also in supply chain. And so they have to make more interoperable the China's DCEP, which is digital currency electronic payment, or electronic Chinese renminbi, that is the official name. And so with other interoperability with other regional currencies can help reduce the reliance on US dollar. And of course, China has been collaborating with trading partners like Indonesia and many countries in the region to ensure digital yuan's global adoption. Not only wholesale, actually, they said that in the future, the Chinese DCEP, the Chinese digital currency, is the target users are not only in China, but other parts of the world like Africa and Southeast Asia might use that, and that facilitates kind of transaction, foreign transaction. That is the idea here. Next, please. Okay, so blockchain is one thing, and so although that is not part of many retail CBDC, but wholesale, many countries are using that, and visibility. And so we exactly know there is not a centralized account which is visible only to the central bank and other participants cannot see, and visibility. And also blockchain is more secure compared to other types of technology, and so 24/7 settlement, those are one of the benefits. And measure world currency reduction, that and also can be programmed. We talked about that. And also this is not easy thing, like in the case of Philippines, for example, to develop the central bank digital currency wholesale, the International Monetary Fund is kind of training the staff, the central bank staff in Philippines, but basically technical and personal resources are really needed for implementing WCBDC initiative. And as the case of Indonesia indicates, non-financial corporations, not only the banks and financial institutions, but other retailers and all those kind of things also can participate in this type of transaction. Next, please. Okay, so a few things here is that, and we talked about that earlier, multilateral financial institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and World Bank can help that. And I talked about that International Monetary Fund has been helping Philippines. And so also cybersecurity and privacy issues are main challenges in the adoption of wholesale CBDC. And so actually, this has been all over the world, in Europe and US, and so everyone is talking about the central bank digital currency. But the biggest challenge right now is how much of that should be known to the government, because the governments want to make sure that there is no kind of money laundering or illegal transactions and all those things, and how exactly they want to address that is the main concern. So if you look at China's the digital currency electronic payment, DCEP, pretty much it does not really have any privacy at all. So the fiat currency that many people are currently using, that has the highest level of privacy. But if you look at China's digital currency electronic payment, the retail version, people really do not have any privacy. The People Bank of China's every transaction, the People's Bank of China can have a look at that. And so in China's case, the main motivation to use the retail version of central bank digital currency is to make sure that kind of there is a lot of these illegal outward flow of the mainly foreign currency, US dollar and other foreign currency from China. That has been a main concern, capital outflow, and Chinese government wants to stop that. And so if it is digital, the Chinese government exactly knows how much money is flowing, who is taking money outside, and they want to stop that. And that's why it was less privacy. So it can be made more private, but maybe many countries have come up with the mid-level solution. Mid-level solution means if we are talking about small transaction, maybe let's say $1,000 or $2,000, many the approach currently that the EU and US and many countries in the world have is that for a small transaction, those kind of people who are engaged in transaction or businesses can have 100% privacy, and the many financial institutions are not required to inform the regulators. But if there is bigger transaction involved, they might have to inform that. So they are trying to kind of address the issue. But if you look at the China's central bank digital currency initiatives, that doesn't have any privacy at all, and other countries have a little higher privacy. And when you talk about cybersecurity, blockchain is it is fair to say that more secure than any other types of technologies that exist today. But also another disadvantage of blockchain is that if they are able to, the cyber criminals are able to breach the system, they might have access to all the transactions. Also, they can transfer money immediately to their account, and that is another concern with the cyber security. So data privacy and consumer protection are essential, and these are more challenging in the blockchain world, central bank digital currency, compared to the non-blockchain world. And also regulations and anti-money laundering and privacy regulations and other types of legal tools need to be adopted to address all of these challenges. Next, please. Okay, continuing that also, who exactly can participate in the central bank money for the wholesale transaction? That is important. Only financial institutions, or which financial institutions, foreign, or only the domestic or other non-financial institutions like Indonesia is planning. So that thing has to be decided by the central bank or the governments of those countries. And also tailored approaches, different assets can benefit from this one, and also specific policy goals that facilitating entrepreneurship, facilitating the development of manufacturing or agricultural sector. It can be tailored and specific policy that kind of wholesale central bank digital currency, and funds can be channeled. And as we talked earlier, a couple of times I talked earlier, that is that if the goal is to facilitate international transaction or export or supply chain, then it is extremely important to kind of collaborate with trading partners and also develop the retail CBDC adoption framework when they are developing the wholesale one, like the case of Indonesia, which has three different, the white paper, they call the Garuda project that they develop, has those three things: the basic wholesale, advanced wholesale, and retail. And so the framework for retail is to be developed based on the lessons that they learn from the wholesale. Next, please. So, okay, my kind of conclusion thing is Asia is more developed compared to many other regions in the world when it comes to the development of wholesale central bank digital currency. And so mainly Thailand and Hong Kong are the leading players, but other countries are also kind of moving really fast, like Singapore and Thailand and China and Indonesia in that region, and also Japan and South Korea have been talking for a long time, and also many other countries, like even Cambodia has some project related to central bank digital currency. And so, of course, last value transaction type of things that they are trying to address, and financial efficiency can be enhanced using that, and collaborative innovation. They are developing the MCBDC Bridge project by 4 countries, and blockchain has some advantages like transparency and enhanced security, and also those challenges need to be addressed. And so tailored policy making, specific policy objective is important. And so one of the most important things looking from Asia is that no one size fits approach will work when it comes to the development of wholesale CBDC, because depending on what problem they are trying to address, different types of solution, different approach to wholesale CBDC development may be needed. Like China wants to control the outflow of these kind of foreign currency, and also wants to reduce the reliance of US dollar and enhance all these export and supply chain efficiency. Indonesia has different goal, developing the retail CBDC and wholesale as some type of background. And if you look at Thailand and Hong Kong, they have different motivations. So no one size fits all approach works for the development of this one. Next, please. Okay, so I think I'm done with all that thing. And let's see if anyone has anything. I apologize for the technical problem in the beginning, and I did not plan really well for slides and all things. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for listening. Let's see if anyone has anything that about wholesale CBDC or any type of CBDC in Asia. Thank you again for this opportunity, Sagit.
Well, thank you so much for this great presentation. It was very informative, and yeah, I will definitely be reviewing the recording in the coming days. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So, first question, I wanted to ask, what should be the core elements enabled for the country to be able to start or to efficiently launch CBDC? Is it a technical infrastructure? Is it in some alliances of the financial organizations like the major bank? Is it more like a regulatory thing? What should be there for CBDC to be successful?
Yeah, definitely they should start with technical thing. We are talking about the use of blockchain or the distributed ledger technology, and they do not have the technology in place. They cannot do that. But technology is only the starting point. And so they must be able to convince all the participants to kind of use the technology and participate in the... When you're talking about wholesale, it is not that difficult compared to retail. Retail takes a lot of time. When China was developing, it took many years. They started from 2016. And so right now, I think the latest iPhone is that they might be using only 11 or 12 cities until now. So it was a long project, many trial, because we were doing with people. But wholesale is relatively easier, because just if there are, the main banks, and there might be hundreds, thousands of banks working, but you don't have to really include all of them in the beginning. Maybe start with the biggest one, 9 or 10 or 15 banks. And if there are other, like the case of Indonesia, and so the retail, Indonesia wants to make a background, like develop wholesale first and then retail. Okay, retail means they have to make sure that all the people are comfortable using retail, and they have to get legitimacy from people that retail is a good project, retail CBDC is a good project, and who exactly are the players that can help achieve those goals. And maybe there are banks, but there might be other things like maybe the mobile companies in many countries. If you look at China, maybe Alibaba and Alibaba affiliated many companies count for big transaction. Maybe they might have to include some telecommunications companies or mobile companies, or in addition to banks. So you have to decide those, and then develop some type of distributed ledger or blockchain technology that all of them can transfer money. And then and we are talking about blockchain and distributed ledger technology, and the old laws that have been developed long in the paper money era in 100 years ago, and those new solutions might conflict with them, and they might have to change the regulations. The anti-money laundering type of thing, or all those things may not work the way that has been working for the traditional type of financial instruments. So those things are so, and mainly three things I think all these countries have working on. Definitely technical is the first one. Then after that, making sure that the cooperation from all the really all the main financial institutions or other participants are participating and changing the laws. And so these are easier than the retail thing. Retail involves really convincing, in the case of China, billions of people, making sure that they are comfortable, making sure that they use that. And so and wholesale is relatively easier, but three things I think important that they are doing.
Well, thank you so much for the response. We're also waiting for some questions maybe from the audience. While there are no other questions, I wanted to ask the last one from me. So basically, CBDC is kind of one of the controversial topics in the crypto community. So there are people who say, well, CBDC is actually completely goes against the ideology of crypto, because CBDC is centralized, controlled by governments, and this is the same old things, and the crypto is about decentralization, and CBDC doesn't have this decentralization aspect. However, yesterday we had a speaker who actually brought an interesting perspective on this. He said that potentially maybe first steps of CBDCs for governments, they will be like that, like we're describing, like very centralized, very controlled. But eventually it may be like a first step to kind of decentralization, and there could be like multiple steps in this evolution for we can say like money becoming less kind of centralized control. However, there are doubts, of course, that there is confidence that not all the governments will be actually happy to giving up something, because actually no one gives up power that easy. But what do you think on this? Is it actually a viable concept that there could be like initial we can say initial steps how they are, and then further evolution in this direction going forward?
Right. Actually, I think the many of the claims that people have, against the central bank digital currency, they are right. If you look at China's approach, like if you have you and I have fiat currency, like you and I can do, consumers can do whatever they like, and no one has to know like how much, like how exactly I'm spending my $10 that I have. I don't want my government to know like how I'm spending my $10, but they can't do that. Like the China's approach currently is they know all the transactions that everyone is engaged in. So it is more controlled by the government, but it can be made, like using blockchain and kind of this distributed ledger technology. It is possible to make transaction more private, and that's where exactly the discussions currently are going on in other parts of the world. If the many European Union and the US and many major economies, the reason that the projects are slowing down is main thing is the privacy concerns that many people have, and many people are not comfortable. So maybe the mid-level solution, that small transaction the government doesn't care, but big transaction they have to inform that's what they might come up with. But on the other hand, the central bank digital currencies might have some benefits as well. Right now a little bit inefficiency if I use my credit card or debit card to pay my bills, and that doesn't even settle. The vendors will get paid after a month or two. And so if I use my central bank digital currency, like the immediate settlement I pay right now, and so I don't have to pay, no one has to pay commission to the intermediary, and these intermediaries might go out of business sometimes, and so the vendors and the consumers are losing money in that case. So all these things are because it is the final settlement, because I'm using the central bank issued money. This definitely it has some benefits, those benefits, but also, so we are talking about blockchain making it kind of increasing privacy, but blockchain really making it more secure. It is really difficult to handle big countries like Ukraine or the US or China, so it is really difficult to handle that big amount of transactions. So it is a really challenging thing, and in the future maybe technology will develop it, and they might develop some solution that is acceptable to the government, and government really do not want to give their control to other parties. parties, and also it is reasonably acceptable to all consumers. Hopefully people like you and everyone who is working on the development of this technology might come up with some mid-level solution that is acceptable to many players in the future.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that fully addresses the question. So I believe we don't have any other questions. Dear Professor Nir Kshetri, thank you so much for joining us. We were honored to have you. And yeah, definitely a very insightful presentation, which we will be returning and reviewing again and again, and maybe a couple times.
Great. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm going to apologize in the beginning for the technical problem that we had and wasting people's time. And thank you so much again, Sergey.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello, Ron. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah, basically, I have a duty to introduce you to the audience. So this is Ron Reznik, who is a former executive director of Enterprise and Ethereum Alliance, who was actually the founding executive director who was invited to create Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. And to my best knowledge, Enterprise Ethereum Alliance was the largest community of enterprises around the blockchain technology, and maybe still is. I don't know whether this statement is correct right now, but Ron can always correct me if I'm wrong. Also, Ron had quite a few senior positions in Intel. He was an investment director at Intel Capital, and he was heading the Wi-Fi direction in Intel Corporation. And also, back in the days, Ron was also involved in the creation of E3 gaming conference, which was one of the most known and respected ones. So I will leave it here. Ron, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong or add something else from your background. And the stage is yours. Here is your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it wasn't Wi-Fi, it was the telecom, the 4G. But other than that, I appreciate the introduction. And so I wanted to talk about the challenges and opportunities to serve the enterprise, and share with you what I believe are next steps to try to get enterprise engaged to support blockchain more than what we've seen in the past. And as we all, excuse me, as we all know, crypto was the catalyst that validated the notion of multi-party exchange of digital assets. And it did get the attention of enterprise, and that's how I was introduced to the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance about 3.5 years ago. And of course, Bitcoin didn't solve the issue of smart contracts, and that's how and why Ethereum took off. And since then, its inception, the Ethereum ecosystem, we've seen tremendous advancement. The number of developers, it's probably the largest group of developers, and the application and dApps from the Ethereum ecosystem. So we've seen a fair amount of use cases such as DEXs, lending, other DeFi primitives are maturing. And of course, we're observing other new use cases in gaming, collectibles, NFTs, and down the road, Web3. But to start 3.5 years ago, when I joined the EEA, the whole Ethereum ecosystem still was dysfunctional, and this is a major issue with regard to getting the attention of enterprise. In that, if it's dysfunctional, when I say that, it's very difficult to get interoperability even within the Ethereum ecosystem. as well as there's virtually no interoperability. If we take a look at all the solutions that are out there right now, making claims on their layer 1 or layer 2 solutions, you can almost lose count. But back then, it got the attention of the finance and the banking ecosystem. And many of the folks who actually made money in crypto were out of the finance ecosystem. So it was just natural for the banking ecosystem to take off as far as leveraging how blockchain can really work to improve their systems, etc. And so with the formation of the EA, and I'll mention some of the others as well, there's definitely motivation to deliver a more robust and for sure an enterprise-grade decentralized trust platform for multi-party applications. And therefore, and the enterprise customers want to leverage this ecosystem and build next generation enterprise networks. But to date, they're still unable to really do so because there are significant enterprise-centric gaps in the current ecosystem. However, we're all still trying to do so because an enterprise-focused blockchain platform, it could augment what we already see happening in the Ethereum ecosystem and make it more accessible for innovation within the enterprise. So the EA was launched, and initially we need to, I took it from the telecom side, we wanted to build an architecture and a stack so all the players who were competing even within Ethereum can try to get some level of interoperability. And that wasn't that easy to accomplish. It took over a year and a half to accomplish. At the end result is that over this period of up until now, we still aren't seeing significant enterprise adoption in the world of blockchain, and I'm going to go over some reasons why and what we need to do to look at to get there. So next slide, please. Okay, so I mentioned the EA, but there are also others who were targeted enterprise to try to deliver solutions that are definitely needed. One is IBM, R3 parity. I'm sure you guys are all aware of them. VMware, which works on the layer 1 protocols, and they all have different business models, and many of them, their business models are not tied to a mainnet. They deliver on permission networks, which I'll go into. And of course, there are events that have occurred over the number of years. The first consensus I went to 3 or 4 years ago was very interesting because it was split. There was a group within the consensus event that were focused solely on crypto. And then there's the attempt from companies who are really trying to make something work in enterprise, and they really aren't harmonious. They really do not work collaboratively together. So it was very interesting to see how that has evolved. Then you have entities like Don Tapscott's Blockchain Research Institute, which does a great job on his events, and others. Next slide, please. So how successful has it been, and what are the challenges that we are facing in order to reach and get traction in enterprise? And one of them I'll talk about. First one is privacy and security on the public mainnet. So in enterprise multi-party workflows, it's common to have you have competing parties transacting on a given platform. However, these different parties may need varying levels of access based on the transaction type. For example, you could, in privacy-preserving token transfer, the blockchain network should only learn that the token transfer value is preserved, but nothing beyond that. And a blockchain network without these constraints, proprietary information that forms the basis of a party's business model would be in the open area, and no party would use such a network. And this was a huge deal with me and my experience seeing why enterprise is not willing to adapt blockchain because and I don't think that's going to change. There's a concern that if data, proprietary data is on a public mainnet, they don't want it. So we still need to look at solutions whereby, and this is being done, I'll talk about some of them, it's a major gap why enterprise is not adapting the way they could blockchain solutions. And the solutions that have evolved, many of these privacy solutions are still early stage. They try to provide privacy via channels, and which doesn't provide enough trust, or they're not scalable. And then, of course, you have zero knowledge proof solutions and EVM privacy solutions, but it's still in the early stages. Lightweight multi-party computations, off-chain transactions, all of these efforts, many of them are on layer 2, are all working to try to convince enterprise to get on board supporting blockchain, the benefits of blockchain. Then another issue which is being addressed, and I'm part of a company that we feel we have addressed it, is scalability and performance. So it's common knowledge. Scalability is one of the core blockchain challenges. It's more pronounced for the enterprise use case. The transaction is more complex than a simple token transfer. It for sure requires lower latency, higher throughput, and as a result, there's a direct implication on the transaction cost predictability, which is a major concern for enterprise to understand what their transaction costs are going to be. So we are seeing solutions attempting to solve that. I just mentioned layer 2, sharding, and now new parallelized languages and new virtual machines. But there's a lot of complexity, fragmentation. We're seeing many cold start drawbacks in the tooling, the development expertise, the lack of composability with these approaches. So there are new approaches to achieve scalability. One that I'm involved in is using a DAG, directed acyclic graph, for optimistic parallel execution with simultaneous block production, which also takes into account chronological sequence of the transactions, appears to be a really good approach without compromising, and that's the next item, decentralization. So typically, whenever you try to get scalability, and I'm sure you all are witnessing claims of high throughput and scalability, but typically it compromises the decentralization. So that's the cost that is paid to achieve scalability. And so there are solutions that are being worked on trying to accomplish decentralization. And I suspect over very shortly, there won't be a claim that decentralization is an issue. What typically happens now, you may see a claim that transactions can occur on different devices or small nodes, but actually most times you'll see that it goes back to some form of central server or a small collection of nodes that have the oversight on it. And that's not what is being looked for by the crypto community, and oftentimes who's going to make the decisions as far as the approval authority for getting on a blockchain. So that's a big challenge, how to deal with decentralization and scalability. Another big issue for sure are the gas prices. And in Ethereum, when we were working with many of the different implementations trying to approach enterprise, the gas prices are so high that it makes it really non-viable, actually, to get enterprise if they just use the de facto Ethereum, let alone they don't want to use a mainnet, but Ethereum for EVM to engage in transactions because of the gas price and the lack of predictability on what the gas prices will be. Another area that most folks don't address, which I've experienced, deals with something that we normally don't think about, and that's the legacy infrastructure in enterprise. And what I've seen happen is that let's say there'll be a solution for a particular use case to solve with an enterprise and the work that I've seen done, but it doesn't work well with the legacy infrastructure. And that is very challenging, which we don't have, of course, with crypto transactions, but it's a major issue with regard to how to get enterprise on board with implementing a solution for blockchain. So I suspect that these solutions for blockchain are not going to be a complete forklift where the complete blockchain solution replaces a complete architecture for within an enterprise. They'll probably, I would expect, and I'm seeing that they'll do it piecemeal because they can't take the risk to take out something that is working, may not be working well, and then and not know for certain that it's going to interact and work properly with an improvement based on a blockchain solution. Tied to the legacy infrastructure is the governance. So enterprises need robust, easy-to-use governance capabilities that address the majority of the enterprise requirements. So many of these use cases that we are seeing, that's what I've already shared with you, they run on an open blockchain network. And there are a set of enterprise use cases where the infrastructure enables a set of known entities that have the authority. They need to deal with legal obligations to control the network membership. There needs to be a better way to finalize transactions, resolve disputes within the network. And so current enterprise blockchains focus on onboarding onto the main network as a form of governance, which really isn't going to be acceptable. And so feedback from the enterprise space, that governance between multiple business entities spans much more than this basic notion of the access control. And the current approaches, which to include, they leverage smart contract-based governance actions for controlling network membership, that you can have BFT reconfiguration frameworks. It allows for upgrades, key management. You can add and remove consensus members and other operational tasks to be performed in a trusted, authenticated manner. But some of the current mechanisms that are built into the governance solutions are not acceptable to enterprise. And there are more solutions being worked on, Byzantine trust guarantees, etc. Another area deals with supportability. Software failures are bound to happen. So no matter the robustness engineered into a blockchain system, so in settings in enterprise where business critical applications are going to be running on blockchain, the enterprises, they're looking for SLO, service level objectives, driven global support services to mitigate risk and the impact of these failures. Given the current landscape of the nascent blockchain software, and there's a very minimal global support options at this time, there's a huge gap that enterprise customers have raised as a hindrance to their blockchain adoption. Next slide, please. So I'll talk about permission blockchain networks, and it's very interesting because my whole world in the world of Ethereum and what we've all experienced, they're all permissionless, and that's the big claim that makes it really work. But we really need to look at the combination or options, and I'll talk about both. And in the enterprise side of the world, they're definitely looking at permission blockchain networks. It's critically important to them for multiple reasons. For one, security and identity verification. In permission blockchains, the identities of the participants are known, which adds a layer of security and accountability. That isn't the case on a public mainnet. This is crucial for businesses. It helps to prevent anonymous participants. So they really want to have a way for accountability to know who's on their network. And so other solutions out there are based on a permission kind of paradigm. Another one is efficiency and scalability. If you have permission blockchains, they can be lighter, faster, more scalable for obvious reasons. So they're more suitable for enterprise environments where they care about high performance and scalability. Another side of this deals with customization. So if instead of open source solution, you could look at, let's say, the Red Hat model. The open source can be customized if you have the right systems integrators, and this is going on for sure, where they can be customized and optimized for specific purposes and needs. So the enterprise, they can tailor the blockchain to their specific use cases. Another point is control over transparency and privacy. Enterprises want to control the degree of transparency and privacy for the network, for the participants. And this is particularly important in industries where data sensitivity and privacy are really paramount. And another huge one deals with regulatory compliance. So for legitimate business, use of blockchain, anti-money laundering laws require that business know KYC, know whom they are doing business with. There needs to be, we absolutely definitely need more regulatory involvement and support, which I'm in the US isn't happening yet. Other parts of the world is definitely moving along much further. But that's a big issue. I was just at a few events, and they're just asking for support, even with legislators here in the U.S. to wake them up, because we need regulatory compliance here in the U.S. and wherever blockchain is going to be implemented, particularly in enterprise, that is particularly of importance. Particularly in accounting, all the general accounting principles need to be followed through for auditing, etc. And that has to be needs to be dealt with, or it can be dealt with easier with permission blockchain solutions. So it's an attractive choice for enterprises looking to leverage the benefits of blockchain, but they still can maintain control over their network's operation. So I'm a big fan of hybrid blockchains. On the consumer side of things, consumers can be on a public mainnet, and anyone can get on board. But a hybrid blockchain really can make a lot of sense because it's an implementation of a combination of both public and private blockchains. So you can blend the essential components of both types, which and get the best features of both. I suspect that is what we might see happening. So it has, and if you have a hybrid blockchain solution, it has two interfaces. You have a private blockchain with its own ledgers and a public blockchain that aids in the data verification between the private blockchain's ledgers. So once a user is granted access to the hybrid blockchain platform, the user can participate in the blockchain's activities, but the identities of the users of the permission blockchain are known to the other users of only the permission blockchain. An example of a hybrid blockchain, for example, is XDC. It's developed and overseen by a Singaporean business named XBin. This initiative benefits from both public and private blockchains. So hybrid implementations aim to provide the best of both worlds. It offers a regulated accessibility, autonomy, security, integrity, and transparency. Another topic, which is a major issue, I'm sure that there's even going to be more and more work done in this area, are new models for transactions other than gas. There are several new models for transactions of blockchain that are being explored beyond the traditional gas model. One of the emerging trends is the development of protocols and platforms like Polkadot, Cosmos, WANchain. It enables enterprises to connect multiple blockchains chain link and seamlessly interact, collaborate, share, and make transactions with multiple entities across numerous platforms, ideally whereby they can reduce the cost of gas for transactions. And also these models also support interoperability, scalability, security. So as enterprises get comfortable with blockchain and the DLT technology, platforms and creative use cases are cropping up to figure out how they can engage in transactions using blockchain without suffering from onerous gas prices or uncertain gas prices. Another approach is in the development, it deals with large language models for Ethereum transaction anomaly detection. So this employs employing custom data encoding, domain-specific tokenization, and a tree encoding method tailored for EVM trace tree representation. These new models aim to improve the efficiency, speed, and cost effectiveness of transactions in the blockchain. However, it's important to note that these are still in development, early stages, and I'm sure we're going to see more evolvement as these technologies mature. Let's see. We also want to, so let me see what else I have on here. So pick vertical markets to target. So in the view of what I think we need, I believe we need to do, right now we're seeing a huge effort in the banking, the finance industry. We're looking at other industries. There's a huge effort in gaming industries. There's so many industries that enterprises can benefit by blockchain. So one of the recommendations that I'm making, we need to identify, the developers need to identify the vertical markets to target and the lowest hanging fruit. And some of them are picking these markets that they already know, such as banking, gaming, but there's a myriad of other markets, and I'll share with you some examples whereby it might be easier to implement solutions in blockchain where it's not as challenging. And in order to do that, we need to identify the systems integrators who serve those enterprises. And those systems integrators already are working with the enterprise customers. It could be in agriculture, it could be manufacturing, farming equipment. They already know what the problems are within that industry. So they're the right folks to work with, the developers, which isn't happening that much right now. So to have those systems integrators get ramped up to understand what problems blockchain solutions and layer one architectures can help solve solve problems in a way, and still as they understand what the legacy challenges are. So that needs to happen more in order for us to get more interest by enterprise in all these market segments. Next slide, please. So payment channels are some of the new solutions that are coming up. So payment channels are that are mechanisms allow for the exchange of transactions between the two parties outside of the main blockchain. So they reduce the load on the blockchain. So they move a lot of their transactions of the blockchain into the private routed channels, but they still rely on blockchain security. That still is challenging for enterprise to look at. But as you are aware, there are many, the PayPals of the world, and I believe I just saw an announcement by Visa in the US, and MasterCard has another way to have more security on the transactions that occur. All the legacy guys are trying to figure out ways that they're going to be able to benefit by these, I'd say, this technology innovation that could be inflection points where some of their solutions may not be as viable as they were in the past. So we can call payment channels, or it's a two-way ledger. So I believe that payment channels should be investigated, and initially they're working on those solutions now, but it can be a good way for solutions to be implemented to build enterprise confidence if they can build a trustless mechanism to increase the transaction speed and efficiency by moving the transactions off chain, but still have confidence in the integrity and the security. Other solutions, and there are a myriad of solutions right now in layer 2. So they're looking to address the gaps in layer 1 protocols to address scalability. The main goal of layer 2 is and many times increase transaction throughput without sacrificing the decentralization. As you all know, the Ethereum mainnet layer 1 it can process maybe roughly 15 plus transactions per second. So it really isn't going to be amenable to enterprise. And so layer 2 solutions are broadly advertised to reduce, first of all, the claims of reducing transaction fees and also increase the scalability. The lower fees can be accomplished by combining multiple off-chain transactions into a single layer 1 transaction, which layer 2 then can massively reduce them. So there's a fair amount of effort in Ethereum to do that, so Ethereum can be more accessible for all. Layer 2 selections, layer 2 blockchains dealing with security, they settle their transactions on the Ethereum mainnet, but many of the work on the security is done off-chain, and that still is something that is there's a fair amount of skepticism on that from the enterprise side. But we expect to see projects will expand to new applications with trying to build more, I'd say, confidence in the layer 2 efforts, and layer 2 efforts tied to efficiency are being implemented, like state channels, side chains, rollups. They all increase the transaction volume and speed. State channels, we get two-way communication between the blockchain and the off-chain transaction channels, and side chains separately transact. They work with the blockchain, and they're being implemented as well. So in summary, layer 2 solutions are helping to address scalability issues of layer 1 while maintaining their security and decentralization. The sharding techniques are being implemented pretty much by everyone. So that's almost a must-do to improve scalability. So we break down the network into more manageable parts, which are called shards. And I assume you all are familiar with sharding. So that is a developed way that is, I'd say, reasonably mature, allowing the network to process larger volume of transactions. There's two variants of sharding: partition sharding and state sharding. Partition sharding is applicable in scenarios that don't have the shards communicating directly with each other by leveraging a central relay. On the other hand, state sharding involves direct communication among shards with a central state relay. So sharding is still a challenge to build trust by enterprise, but I expect that even with a permission network or et cetera, sharding it must be implemented in order to improve scalability. It'll reduce latency and, of course, increase efficiency. And again, as I mentioned, there's security concerns surrounding sharding. Despite these challenges, it's definitely considered by many blockchain networks as a viable solution. So an innovative new approach and that is implemented, and one implementation is Waterfall. I'm the CEO of the developer called Blue Wave, who has built a DAG smart contract decentralized smart contract platform, which is being adopted by for the implementation of the Waterfall solution. And so a DAG can significantly improve scalability of blockchains. It processes a high number of transactions per second by parallel transaction tracks. It has efficient block creation. So it makes it much easier to build several blocks at once. And the number of forks in a blockchain can grow at the rate at which the blocks are generated, increases. So it's a very effective way to solve scalability. Within Waterfall, technically we can reach up to millions of transactions per second. So that's been addressed. And the Waterfall solution also does not compromise decentralization. It's completely decentralized, and it also works in very low nodes, which is really interesting to do. And so and Waterfall is open source, anybody can use it, anybody can build dApps on it, and it's an EVM compliant, so the dApps can just roll right over into the Waterfall application. And so Waterfall node requirements, a phone can run a node, need 4 gigabytes of RAM and 2 cores. So the intent is, and we're seeing this, is that more solutions are being introduced that will scale the total available marketplace, be more inviting for enterprise, because the folks using and the systems who want to communicate with enterprise don't have to have massively powerful processors in order to engage in the transactions. And/or in the case of the decentralized world for dApps that are in the open mainnet, in that world, having very low cost computers that cost a few $100s of your phone versus the significant cost to be a validator makes it more attractive. So DAG is a very interesting solution that and it's the DAG testnet that we're involved in has been running for 2 years. So it's definitely mature enough where it can go to the mainnet and definitely be another option for enterprise and developers to take a look at it. So it's a promising approach to scalability. So I was going to talk about enterprise use cases. So what we've seen in the past, and we'll see many more enterprise use cases emerge. So you'll see financial services, for sure, the financial ecosystem, and I've been involved in it from pretty much from where I've seen it from the start, where they work with one particular developer. And I mentioned to you about legacy infrastructure or our sole source provider. That's been a real problem where they work with most of these developers are smaller companies, and they implement a solution, but then they don't deliver on it, or there's a problem. Enterprise really wants to know that they have multiple vendors of choice, but they still saw the opportunity, particularly the banking industry, for saving significant amount of money and efficiency, particularly when there's global transactions across banks, wherever they're located in the region, for settlement. So banks really implemented, one of the first groups to implement all kinds of solutions tied to blockchain implementation. Again, they're struggling with permission versus permissionless. So most of the ones I've seen are permissioned, except now, I believe we'll see the hybrid solutions emerge. Another insurance companies and other financial institutions they're utilizing, looking to enterprise blockchain to improve efficiency and the security of the operations. On supply chain, businesses are using, and you've already heard talks about that, the movement to track the movement of goods through the supply chain to reduce fraud, improve visibility. There's a global shipping company that's using blockchain right now. They track the movement of cargo containers through its global supply chain. And so that's been real helpful to them. It's working fine. There's another implementation that tracks the movement of food products from the farms to the stores. This is highly motivated for them to improve food safety and traceability, provenance tracking. And the healthcare industry, organizations are using enterprise blockchains. And this is, I'd love to see this happen even more, how we can own our own patient data or share patient data securely. And also they're using it to manage clinical trials. And we just heard some discussions about government agencies are interested in using blockchain enterprise. And I'm talking about enterprise grade blockchain to improve efficiency and transparency of their services. There's efforts, as you already heard, develop new digital currency to settle payments between the institutional clients. And I mentioned MasterCard, Visa, PayPal are working on this, the ones that I'm aware of. And Australia, the Australian government is using enterprise blockchain to develop a new digital identity system. So it'll enable Australians to securely access government services online. So in order to accomplish those tasks, I believe we'll see the emergence of a whole category of systems integrators that are still struggling to get closure due to the concerns of enterprise. But if we look at models like Red Hat and others that are happening in the Linux platform, I believe we'll see offerings of value-added services. So they can provide, and it could be a layer one blockchain application. It could include consultation, customization, training, support. This approach leverages their expertise and builds more confidence, particularly if it's a systems integrator that's already doing business with the enterprise. Also, they can be blockchains as a service solutions. So the enterprise licenses and their a particular instantiation of a certain solution that they need to build their efficiency. And these systems integrators then can charge subscription fees for access to the BaaS platform, custom feature development, and for sure enterprise solutions. I think we'll see large enterprises that are interested in leveraging the capabilities of, and there's so many open source layer one blockchains available for their business operations. But these guys are going to want enterprise class, enterprise grade solutions that fits their specific requirements. For example, supply chain tracking, the data integrity or identity verification. So there can be charges for the development, deployment, and the support of these enterprise grade solutions, partnerships and collaborations, to collaborate with other projects, companies in the development to jointly create solutions, and ecosystem building. So it's important. We really need to focus on building this thriving ecosystem that enterprise believes there are solutions out there that really can work for them. So encouraging third-party developers to build these dApps, which is happening right now on Ethereum and others, is really important to build so we can get enterprise more interested. I think next slide, please. So in Ukraine and other countries as well, I think it's really important to invite enterprise to participate in the discussions and the projects and research and investments to facilitate the digital transformation. And there are many ways this can be done. And so university and enterprise is a great model for collaboration with support from the regulatory and if needed, which I suspect is going to be integral in order to have enterprise adoption. And at the university to engage in R&D development. And this is an important one. Who's going to own the intellectual property, the IP, the patents that would either be licensed to the enterprise or the enterprise is going to develop? Universities here in the US can even charge royalties, but there can be open source solutions. And as you're all aware, the whole world is moving toward open source, but there still needs to be a way to protect it, whether it's an Apache 2 license, which is what Waterfall will be on. But there definitely needs to be ways to protect the integrity of the open source. and the solutions that the enterprise will adopt will be very interesting, because with open source technology, whether it's from Hyperledger, Quorum, or whomever, those solutions, how do they know they're going to get to achieve interoperability? So it's going to be a very challenging time for enterprise to determine, first of all, how they use blockchain, how they manage open source, which has really come into a much more viable and interesting opportunity for the future path for the developers around the world. And how do you work with open source and still try to get some level of interoperability? Whereas in my world, when I was at Intel and telecom, we had, it's a whole different ball game. And actually the IEEE, whether it's 802.16, 802.11, that whole world is built on a standard from a standard development organization, whereby you don't have open source and everyone needs to conform to that standard spec, and you have certification testing and all forms of compliance to V&V verification, validation of the solutions. There are many challenges in how we're going to face in the world of enterprise, which has to happen in order to get global adoption of blockchain solutions to benefit our future and build the right services that we would like to see occur with digital transformation. So that's the end of my presentation. So back to you, Sergey.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Thank you for sharing your amazing experience. Thank you for providing the insights of on how you see the development of this set of technologies, especially on the enterprise angle. I wanted to ask one question. Basically, in Ukraine, we are different working groups doing different activities regarding establishing the enterprise ecosystems. And you had the most success. You established one of the biggest ecosystems in the blockchain world. And can you provide the and again, yeah, by the way, my apologies for at the beginning of your presentation confusing wireless with Wi-Fi. I'm already here for the third day, and this is the end of the third day, so
no worries.
I can confuse some words sometimes. My apologies. But what would be the suggestion regarding the what are the what are the most critical things for the enterprise ecosystem to be established? So how to start it, how to get to it widely adopted? Because we are doing this in, as I said, in many directions for the different purposes. But your experience is invaluable. Can you please share some insights on this topic?
So you're bringing up a very interesting topic, and actually I tried to do it in the world of Ethereum. It didn't work. I tried to convert the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance to the Enterprise Blockchain Alliance. I didn't win that, and so to answer your question, in my mind, and Ukraine can take a leadership role. Actually, I'd love to find a home for it. I have a web3consortium.org domain. I have nothing to do with it yet. So at the end of the day, I believe in order for this to happen, we need to form, and Ukraine can take a leadership role, and we could rally others to participate. I believe, and even if it's Ukraine-centric, to create an association that has vision and mission for interoperability, and having all these different solutions collaborating in a way so we can build more confidence to grow and enable the digital transformation that Ukraine wants. I think your target is 2030, and bring in partners who will benefit from this because they see there's business opportunities. If there is an opportunity for them to follow the money, they're not going to want to participate. So we really need to have them feel engaged And so creating an association is, I feel, is historically, that's the way it has always been done. It hasn't been done in the world of blockchain because of there's so many different implementations of it, and there's no leadership. And actually, I think this is one of the reasons why there's no leadership from the big players who can influence the world, because all crypto and blockchain is about a decentralized world. So it's counterintuitive to what you've asked me. How do you make it work to get interoperability when a lot of the framework is a decentralized mindset? But at the end of the day, it can work. And so there are models, and actually I experienced that in the world of telecom, and I'd be happy to look into it to share with it. But there are approaches to building an architecture stack that companies can still put in their secret sauce of what's special and still have open source, still have a way to interact and compete. And the way I see it done is if we can build communication protocols between these little building blocks that you build up in your stack from layer 1 all the way to the applications, there are ways that we can accomplish what you've asking, Sergey, but I believe it has to be done through an association with, and that's where Ukraine can help invite the big companies, the big enterprise who aren't going to offend the decentralists, as you know, like Amazon Web Services, some of those guys, they don't like centralized approaches. So it's going to be real challenging, but it can be done. And I think I believe it will be done, but it's just going to take some time to recognize the hybrid model that I brought up, that there is a need for decentralization and all the benefits to that this whole new vision of Web3 is about, and or if that wasn't the case, we'd still stay with Web2. So there's definitely a motivation for decentralization, but I believe that we need a blend. So an association formed, Ukraine taking the lead, you bring in major enterprise, all the right participants, small, big companies all have an equal vote. So it's a decentralized approach, no matter how much money they have. And then they write an architecture with interworking communication protocols. It can be done. I've seen it happen multiple times. And then we have a chance of making it work.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, definitely. I mean, no, some transformative things are happening right away, and there is always some efforts needed. But yeah, thank you for providing the insights. Thank you for kind of like encouraging us to move into this direction. And I think we don't have any other questions. Again, thank you for joining us today on Sunday. And
my pleasure. You're welcome.
Yeah,
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Have a great day. So, hello, Michael.
Hi, Sergey.
Thank you so much for joining us today. So I have to do my job introduce you. However, you are one of the people who actually often doesn't need to be introduced. So Michael is a serial entrepreneur and investor. He was recognized as top 5 advisors and top 100 people in blockchain. CNBC even called him the godfather of crypto, and many people think that this is actually the right nickname for this person. So, Michael, thank you for joining us. And yeah, the stage is yours. You can upload your presentation if you have one by pressing the present button.
Okay, so let me, I sent it in case it doesn't work, but let me see, where is the present button here?
It is on the bottom of the screen. There is mute, stop, settings, and present, and then you select slides, and then you can upload it.
Okay, I'm on an iPad, so let me just see here. We got microphone, chat, more.
You can send me the presentation, and I will upload it for you.
I did send it to you.
Okay, yeah, one moment. Let me find it. 1 second. Can you please resend it, because I may have some time to, yeah, just to my email or to Telegram, whatever is convenient.
Oh, okay. I can do it over Telegram. It's 19.4 megs. It's about almost halfway through loading.
Yeah. Okay, waiting.
I'm just trying to find where this thing is here too. So microphone, chat, more. Settings. Audio. Yeah, there does not appear to be anything on this for presenting. Edit name, remove from stage. It's a bug in the software. It doesn't work with Apple.
Yeah.
Okay, you should have it now. You should have it now.
Yeah, I'm already uploading it.
Okay. It's got animation, so I guess as I finish a bullet point, you can just click and it'll go to the next bullet point.
Yeah. So yeah, it is on the screen. So yeah, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so obviously IEEE is a standards group, so I thought I would talk a little bit about standards, the importance of standards, and some of the areas that I'm working in heavily. Obviously, crypto. I've been in crypto and blockchain since early 2013. Worked with several hundred different projects, and I've certainly noticed along the ways that there's been an incredible importance of standards. Obviously, right now we have standards for EVM, which is developed for all the Ethereum compatibility, and other standards as well. So some of the areas that are developing alongside crypto as substantial industries are the sustainability industry and AI. And I want to show how standards can help them all work together. Next slide. Okay, this was supposed to kind of like go click up one at a time, but I guess we'll just leave it as is. So there's the history of the internet is now over 50 years old, going back to the DARPA days, but it took up until the creation of the web a little over 30 years ago to really get us going, the graphical interfaces. And again, standards are what really made it take off. .com, believe it or not, for commercial usage of the internet instead of governmental, didn't even happen until I think about 1993. In fact, a lot of the academics were going like, what the heck do companies want to be on the internet for? So, but the evolution has gotten stronger as you layered on each new iteration. So in the 1990s, we had Web 1.0, and that was all about reading. you were able all of a sudden to access information from anywhere in the world. I like to explain it to people because I was very active in all the sectors of the web going back into the 80s and the pre-browser days. And then I was excited to finally download my first browser, which was literally from Mark Andreessen in the dorm room for Mozilla, or actually Mosaic. And all of a sudden, I would explain it to people that what the graphic interface to the web allowed you to do was it took it out of academia, where you'd have to go into a Unix computer to be able to access things through, arcane, protocols like Archie and Finger and Veronica. And instead, you were able to go in, and instead of going into something like your, local area network, where you would go and say, I want to take a file from, the D drive or the Z drive, you were able to go in and say, I want to upload a file from the Louvre in France, Louvre.fr. And that was revolutionary. The first time I saw that I could type in an address and it would seamlessly go across the world. That was really the start of the main explosion of the internet, was when you were able to go and have truly a world wide web. But without standards, that would have never, really taken off. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. But really, it was the read layer of the internet. It allowed you to have access to the world's information, but you really weren't able to do much two-way communication. What happened then a decade later, after the dot-coms went up, created a lot of infrastructure, went down. You obviously had some survivors like Amazon and eBay, and a lot of infrastructure built, like Global Crossing, laying cables all across the world to enable broadband. The Web 2.0 was about being able to communicate two ways. So Web 1, read, Web 2, write. You need read-write to have communication. And so that was really, in the first layer of the internet, you had browsers, you had portals, you had ISPs. It was all one-way communication for the most part. With Web 2.0, you were able to talk back. You had blogs, you had social networks. And there's skepticism at every single level. At the first level of the Web 1.0, it's like, who needs this? The first personal computers was like, why do you need a computer? You got one at work. What is your wife going to upload recipes, or not even upload, save recipes on her $5,000 laptop? So obviously, as more and more people get in, the costs go down, the GUIs get better. We're facing this issue now in blockchain. We're maybe 20 years behind the growth of the internet, but we're on the same path. And then Web 3 is really the ownership layer of the web. So you got read and write, and now you can own. Bitcoin really, started the blockchain. It was the one that, created the concept and the phrase blockchain, with sealed blocks as permanent records of provenance. Smart contracts came in a big way with Ethereum. Token generation with the ICOs. NFTs then and DeFi really developed on top of EVM. And, that revolution started, 15 years ago, this coming Tuesday, with the, writing of the Bitcoin white paper. Obviously, there was some prior tech that spans back 25, 30 years in terms of the creation of, hashing and Merkle trees and, some of the private and public key infrastructure. So folks who went before that created the layers that then became Bitcoin and became the blockchain and became cryptocurrency, all had fundamental building blocks. Now, I don't think we're ready to call anything Web 4.0 yet, even though Jack Dorsey's joked about it's already at Web 6.0. But I will call sort of the layering in of the latest generation of AI kind of Web 3.5. And that's letting you automate all the read, write, and own. So you've got LLMs, of course, has been the area that's been the fastest growing, chatbots, but also the growth of AR, VR in the metaverse. Next slide. So nothing really grows until it has standards. Obviously, we're here at the IEEE in the Ukraine. And if you look at the history of adoption, early online, in the 1980s, it moved really slowly because there were no standards. The early online services, and I worked for many years providing services to AOL as an agency in the early 90s, helped them launch the Motley Fool and a few other things. They couldn't talk to CompuServe. They couldn't talk to Delphi and Prodigy. So you have these walled gardens where everybody's fighting to kill everybody else off. And what happens here is that everybody loses. You end up not gathering a global audience. When the internet came and all of a sudden it became obvious that everybody being able to access the same data was the way to go, and all the big walled gardens, AOL, CompuServe, adopted the internet, that was a game changer, and everything started growing fast. Prior to that, the same thing happened with email. Email was in its private little buckets. AOL couldn't talk to CompuServe. But then all of a sudden, email became ubiquitous after SMTP and then the MIME standards took hold. And so all of a sudden, every email in the world address can talk to every other email address. And now we just take that for granted. The Web 1.0 became a global phenomenon really after all the standards groups came in, IETF, ISOC, IAB, IRTF, the W3, W3C, and little places like IANA and ICANN were actually in my building in Marina Del Rey that I had in the 1990s. Was kind of a fun building. IANA, basically the one who had all the DNS and the names, and ICANN with the ISPs and the TLDs. But the internet, as we know it today, would still be a kind of a military experiment with academia playing a little bit of a role, unless these architecture and governance standards arose and worked well decade after decade. Other aspects of the evolving digital world set standards for video and for audio, MPEG, MP3, and it keeps going on and on. Obviously, the IEEE has had a lot to do with all of these areas and many more. And the standards for crypto are nascent. We have multiple layers 1 and layer 2, now some evolving layer 0 chains competing for adoption. As I said earlier, EVM seems to be the protocol of choice for enterprise and for smart contracts. Obviously, there's other ones that are competing for attention, but right now it does seem to be that the market has decided that they want Bitcoin for payments and store of value, and they want some form of a Ethereum virtual machine, whether it's in the form of layer 1 and layer 2, a DAG. They want to have that network that can you write it once and you can deploy it across all these different protocols that are all compatible with a standard. AI and sustainability are really at the beginning of agreed upon standards, but they're not going to grow unless they take the same path. The next slide, please. So AI, sustainability, and I'm going to say in particular climate tech and crypto can really improve each other's technology. AI needs better provenance, particularly for large language models that depend on unsourced suspect data. And AI can also benefit from decentralized CPU power, storage, algorithms. Crypto governance can be streamlined through AI. Many powerful new features can be added to dApps to make them more usable to the typical Web 2.0 user that's having issues with the kind of fully embracing the Web 3.0 model, the Web 3 model, because of the complexity and regulation, as Rod had said in the prior talk, scaring people away, and also the lack of a GUI system that's as intuitive. We need to hide the wallets. We need to not even the wallet should look like your Apple wallet. The wallet should look and be as easy to install as your Facebook page, your Apple wallet, your Charles Schwab account. So in short, crypto can make AI more robust. AI can accelerate and simplify blockchain as well as climate tech solutions. And sustainable blockchains also speed adoption. It removes the friction of the misinformation and sort of like political controversy involving the energy usage of proof of work blockchains, and I know Brittany Kaiser may have addressed that earlier. So next slide. So keys to the future in AI: you got to scale. You need more processing power. Right now, NVIDIA is about to become the biggest company in the world. If they keep growing at the rate right now, they just blasted into the sort of like big tech ecosystem by just continuing to blow away earnings quarter after quarter. And that's because they've got the H100s and nobody else does, and that's what's required to keep ChatGPT consistently sourcing and analyzing 1 trillion documents from the internet, which is an astounding number. And other AI companies also need varying degrees of power depending on how much they're relying on internal versus external documents. We need algorithmic efficiency, data integrity, on-chain tracking, ultimately on-chain processing, and then new business models so that companies like ChatGPT that burn $10 billion a day, sorry, $10 million a day, $3 billion a year, stay in business and have people wanting to either, in their case, it's probably going to be replacing search and having advertising backed. I'm an investor and advisor to a company called Humata.ai that is really powering the whole world of desktop AI, being able to go through documents and cross-compare on your own laptop in your own network and with your own subscription. So your private versus public documents. Next slide. So real world examples, these are from my portfolio companies and so I've worked with. Origin Trail has been getting a lot of attention lately for all of their AI blockchain solutions. They currently track about 40% of the food supply chain in the EU on chain. CPU Coin decentralizes processing power for AI applications. SingularityNet, that's the squiggly little logo there, has created a multi-token ecosystem to scale convergence of AI, robotics, and blockchain. And Presearch is a decentralized search engine that's now scaling into AI. Next slide, please. And these are two companies that I've actually incubated out of my venture studio, Transform Ventures. One is Open Carbon, which launched at the United Nations General Assembly Climate Week last year. This year we're going to be going live before COP28 in Dubai. So we're the first enterprise NFT marketplace for carbon credits. And we're also incorporating AI in the front end to be able to help corporations better determine their needs and source supply, and on the back end using DPP vaults to have ongoing tracking of provenance. Another company that I created and spun off, Blockchain Wire, has over 2,000 clients. Started out just distributing press release, and now it's building a chat analyst LLM for public and private companies and tokens for investor relations and disclosure needs. Really looking to be a bit of a Bloomberg terminal on the blockchain using AI. Next slide, please. So strategies for blockchain companies to embrace AI. First, embrace the opportunities. Every company that I advise and invest in the blockchain space, I point to the fact that blockchain venture funding is down 90% in the last 18 months, and AI funding has been exponentially up to the point where it's $75 billion in the last 11 months, which is an astounding number. And so if you can incorporate AI into your blockchain in any way, shape, or form, you're going to make it more interesting, more efficient, put it ahead of your competitors, and probably attract some of that AI funding money, and not just have to be reliant upon kind of wait and see VCs who are waiting for $50,000 Bitcoin or $70,000 Bitcoin to get back into the waters. the benefit of all this is you get algorithmic efficiency, data integrity, and as I mentioned before, on-chain tracking and processing. Next slide, please. If you're an AI company, you're willing to seek opportunities to tokenize and decentralize. You should be looking to build, buy, or partner with leading blockchain companies and foundations. The AI overhead is expensive, let's face it. So if you're able to let the community participate to decentralize the costs through tokenized ownership, through tokenized power storage, that just makes for a much more sustainable business model. And so I like to recommend that you tokenize, then decentralize, and then monetize. Next slide, please. And for sustainability companies, building better public-private partnerships, they call PPPs or P3s, is key because most of the growth of the sustainability market has been through government regulation and government consortiums. Obviously, the Paris Agreement of more than 180 countries is the one that's really been kickstarting the growth of the carbon credit markets into the billions, and ultimately they're looking at $1 trillion a year of demand. And for that to really take off and other sustainable technologies, we need to go and have a better grasp on standards. I've been, working with GBBC, the Global Blockchain Business Council, and following their topology for carbon credit marketplaces. They also have the GSMI and BETA kind of initiatives. There's the core carbon principles. Varying gold standard, of course, are the top kind of impact registries. There's a number of blockchain ones that are developing now, as well as we're encouraging the ability to sort of just go straight from the data to the verification without having to wait 7 or 8 months for a paper trail and fax machines from the current registries that are pretty much stuck in 1.0. IEEE, of course, has got its own initiatives. Initiative 15 or IEEE 1547 standard for distributed energy resources among them. And the cross-discipline standards are really the ones that are going to be increasingly important. You need to have provenance standards for blockchain for sustainability. You need to have blockchain standards for AI. You need to have sustainability standards for proof of work blockchains. These are all key to having these sectors advance. And so I advise companies I work with and companies in general and programmers, developers, investors, look for opportunities to make 1 + 1 = 3. And to quote Spinal Tap, 1 + 1 + 1 should equal 11. Turn it up to 11. Next slide. Thank you very much. This is me. You can get a hold of me on Twitter @MichaelTurpin. I'm pretty much @MichaelTurpin. No underscores, no hyphens. There's some scammers out there trying to copy me, but @MichaelTurpin on pretty much everything. And Open Carbon, if you're interested, is at opencarbon.net. And I wanted to mention, because Sergey will be there as well, Puerto Rico Blockchain Week is coming up. It'll be its 7th year of Coin Agenda Caribbean, which is the first crypto conference in the Caribbean. December 11th to 13th. There's going to be 4 other events as well that week. So the week will be about December, probably maybe 10th to 15th, but the heart of it is Coin Agenda Caribbean, which is December 11th to 13th in San Juan. You can go to coinagenda.com to learn more.
Thank you so much, Michael. As always, informative, insightful, and basically with your experience, you definitely know what works, what doesn't work, and you have a good ability to predict where the market goes and where the technology goes. I wanted to ask you about, so we obviously all are talking about mass adoption from different angles, and basically there is an opinion that mass adoption will not be happening at the same time with equal speed. Because in different countries there could be some different obstacles which could be which could be helping this, or that could the ones which can be preventing this. I wanted to say, so basically currently this conference is relevant to Ukraine, and I want to ask, what do you think should be present in the country for the mass adoption to start happening? Is it regulations? Is it education of the community, of the population? Is it technology barrier? Is it some like forming ecosystems and associations, like something we were talking about with multiple speakers today, including Ron Resnick? What is your take on this?
It's a little bit of all the above. I think education and just knowledge are key. The mass media has been very good at sort of protecting the incumbents, as have the regulators. Whenever the price of Bitcoin drops, even from an all-time high, it's like, okay, Bitcoin's dead. Weren't you stupid to have bought it? And yet they never note that every single time that it hits an all-time high and then drops, if you had just simply held on to it at the all-time high, you would have been much higher a few years later. Instead of like, oh, you were so stupid, buying Bitcoin at $30 is now $1. Well, a couple of years later, it was all of a sudden $1,200. Oh, you were so stupid buying at $1,200. Now it's $150. Well, only 4 years later, it was 20,000. Oh, you were so stupid buying at 20,000. So on and so on. There's never been a 4-year period where if you bought at the top, you weren't able to sell it at even higher 4 years afterwards. I do something called the 4 Seasons of Bitcoin. I've written about this for the last several years. If you go to my Twitter account at Michael Turpin, it's my pinned post as a research paper with my latest about how the 4 seasons of Bitcoin are going to sort of function in this next wave. We do have the halving coming up in April. So the fundamentals of more demand and lower new supply have been what has powered the growth of the market cap over time. And the growth of the market cap has brought in, speculators, but it's also brought in developers. It's brought in users, and there's different types of adoption. So in the third world, it's about being able to have a store of value that is better than your hyperinflated currency. That there's numerous countries right now that have 20, 30, 50. In the case of Argentina and Venezuela and Lebanon, over 100% inflation per year. How can you possibly, as a working family, save anything if your $10,000 is worth $5,000 the next year and $2,500 the year after that? And so the ability of a decentralized protocol to be able to let you operate globally is just very compelling. And Bitcoin is the ultimate sort of equalizer in these markets. And in many places where they're frowned upon by the media and frowned upon by the government are still some of the highest adoption. Nigeria, for example, has sporadically banned Bitcoin, but certainly hasn't stopped it. It's some of the highest adoption in the world, and it just hit the all-time high priced in Naira, because Naira is hyperinflating and Bitcoin continues to retain its value. So as I said earlier, we are following the adoption curve of the internet. Vitalik's dad, Dmitry, did a really nice chart just showing, it's almost in lockstep. So, people forget that the internet was really small at one point. I mean, when the World Wide Web started in 1991, it was like thousands of users. It was all academic. And even by the time it got to when I got involved in the internet, I was in the internet in the 80s, but when I first got on the web in early 1993, I don't think there were more than 2 million users on it globally. And by the end of the decade, it was 1 billion. And so we're pacing for that curve. In 2010, there was only 100 users of Bitcoin. They all were mining from the wallet, because you downloaded the wallet and started mining, and you could mine with a CPU, just a simple laptop. Now we've just passed 400 million users, so we're almost halfway to 1 billion. And I think 1 billion is going to be a substantial, kind of goalpost for saying we've really become mainstream. And if the regulators don't, allow kind of traditional finance to participate, what it's like, there's an old saying in the internet that the internet regards censorship as damage and just routes around it. I believe a corollary to that would be that cryptocurrency regards regulation as damage and routes around it. So we're happy to work within regulation, but if not, there are ways that the average person is going to just say, I'm going to go and just live a Bitcoin life, and there are people who do that. The only thing that really stops people from being able to, if you're able to go and have Bitcoin accepted by most merchants in a given society, or even transferred to stablecoin, and the stablecoin is accepted by everyone, then what do you need a bank for? What do you need the SWIFT for? You're able to go and pay your groceries, and there have been very small third world countries like Kenya that basically over a third of the population buys everything using cell phone minutes. And it's much more efficient than having a bank account. They go in, they pay for the fruits and vegetables on their phone with cell phone minutes. Oh, if you can pay in cell phone minutes, you should be able to pay in stablecoin. And cell phone minutes, don't exactly appreciate and value the way Bitcoin has.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for this response. I actually, we have a couple of questions from the audience. So first, first question, what does a sustainable blockchain term mean?
So sustainable blockchain basically means that, and it's been sort of, a little bit of a buzzword, but it's typically a proof of stake. Or in some cases, if it's proof of work, it's proof of work that is demonstrated to have come from renewable energy resources. So in other words, it is sort of showing that the energy used to produce the token is not at a high level. And again, there's a lot of evidence that says that Bitcoin has been utilizing the development of new renewable energy resources. In many cases, it's also taking, even if it's non-renewables, it's taking power sources like shuttered aluminum factories and things like that, where the electricity is already kind of there, and it's going to be putting it to good use and having that as a capacity for being able to then go out and turn it into other directions when needed, like in Texas, which has a lot of hash power. They've been able to go in and divert it from Bitcoin mining to taking over the grid when the hurricane knocks out the grid, and so that's very valuable. The other thing, of course, is that the FUD around what the actual kind of environmental impact of Bitcoin mining is just wildly overstated. Gold mining is 10 times as environmentally damaging if you look how much power it takes, and just the banking system is 20 times as much. ATMs don't exactly run on solar, and so but nobody's going and saying tear off your gold chain because you're ruining the environment. And again, most of the Bitcoin that's out there has already been mined. So when you're spending Bitcoin, you're not exactly mining new Bitcoin. And there is, a value to turning energy into commerce. I mean, otherwise we're back living in mud huts.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. There is another question. What original trail products is about?
Which original product?
What Origin Trail product?
Oh, Origin Trail. You can Google it. It's a blockchain, and it's an AI centric blockchain that's doing a lot of things with being able to go and track supply chain. It's a very innovative project out of Slovenia.
Sounds great. Yeah, and another question from the audience: what is your role? Are you investor, co-founder, team member there?
All the above. I've been in crypto since early 2013. I've done advising and marketing for over 300 projects. I've also invested in, I think I'm currently on the cap table about 100 projects. And I've also incubated companies that I'm then a team member of.
Yeah, sounds good. Dear audience, do you have any other questions? We don't have much audience here, but basically it has become more active on your speech. Most of the people will be reviewing it in retrospective when the recording will be published. But yeah, your presentation actually invited quite a few of questions.
Happy to answer questions.
Yeah.
Thank you for the floor, and happy to support your efforts in the Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Michael. It was a great pleasure having you, and yeah, thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, Chris. Welcome to our digital stage. Yeah, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm going to try to do the share thing here.
Yeah, you should press present button, and you will have multiple options of doing that. And while you're doing this, I will introduce you to the audience. So Christopher Gorok is the CTO of Blockframe Inc. He is author, inventor, and leading in cybersecurity and privacy industry expert. He is the host of New Cyber Frontier, and he is the chair of IEEE Digital Privacy Initiative. Chris, please correct me if something is wrong or you would like to add something. Otherwise, the presentation is on the screen and the stage is yours. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to support your efforts there in Ukraine. My work and what I'm going to talk about today is a little bit different, and kind of the first time that some of this has been publicly discussed, as it's been the crux of my dissertation work in sustainable distributed ledger. So my background in cybersecurity, where I got my start, and as you heard, he talked about New Cyber Frontier. I've been running that for almost a decade now, over 400 episodes, focusing on the distribution of trust for cybersecurity is how I got connected to distributed ledger, which I like to call it instead of blockchain. And what's this, usually I talk about privacy, because moving over to privacy and sharing digital privacy for IEEE was because so many of the questions that were coming up from application of trust using distributed ledger were privacy questions. And I'll show how those interrelate as I go through here. The distributed ledger, the sustainable distributed ledger program that I'm going to cover is got its basis in Colorado, in the state of Colorado in the United States, where they've been very much leading the way there. Back in 2016, I supported with legislation the technical aspects for then Senator Kent Lamberts, who helped pass legislation in Colorado to fund distributed ledger for state programs. And this gave us the opportunity to start a research program with a customer in mind, with the definition of all the needs for what needs to happen for large-scale growth, large-scale governance, and the ability to test against a couple large-scale programs. So I'm going to expand the definition of sustainable, as we heard in the previous speaker, to also include the ability to sustain the technological and the growth of transactions and the needs for distributed ledger to scale to indefinite proportions, scale as large as the internet has from its base roots and growth. And all of our alignment here really shows how much traction that we've had in the local environment, and then moving on the international stage with IEEE, and even some industrial customers, as what this work has been is to help create something that is sustainably and growably working with a number of transactions for industrial use. So in order to do so, the research program and my work set out to address some of the large problems, limitations in technology. And this started after running full-scale program tests for a program that could be adopted for the state of 22,000 endpoints into an IBM Hyperledger Fabric instance. Also did a couple base tests using Ethereum, and there was so many limitations in the technology that scaling was not feasible for different reasons with the different types of tested platforms. And wasted power on mining was one of the big ones that has been looked at, but the largest probably stopper to corporate to programmatic adoption was the number of transaction capabilities and how that could grow to support wide-scale engagement. Unchecked size of ledgers, also something that was addressed, where it can't store all the transactions that happen on a government record indefinitely. We have to have a way to end of life. The ability to have not everybody have a copy of all the information, some offline support, some end of data for the life cycle of data, and then keeping the smart contract size in check and able to govern those and have issuance and some kind of controls on the governance, which became a big part that was moved over to, as I was saying earlier, with privacy. So many of the governance controls that were put in place were in relation to the privacy aspect that was missing from early blockchains. And then as we moved along, the governance aspect and the decentralized organizations, they're basically disjointed and trying to bring a semblance to that. What was developed was a layer one new concept in distributed ledger through this program, redesigned a layer one with matching the needs or the development of the internet itself with a peer ledger tier and a governance tier similar to the routers and the DNS tier of the internet. Governance is integrated directly into consensus, so smart operations enforced the control across the different ledger groups. The separation, loosely coupling of ledger groups enabled by 3 levels of consensus. And this makes the ability for that bottom layer there, the primary synchronization of ledgers, to grow indefinitely without adversely affecting the overall ecosystem around a distributed ledger. And then you see some breakdowns of things kind of out of those. The consortium tier, which also has a neutral governance, and an organization was stood up as a nonprofit to manage and govern that in partnership with the University of Colorado, which is where the first consortium servers are stood up and operating now. And then economic and management certification training, whatnot. And then on the bottom, you see the bubble breakout for the peer ledgers themselves now have a modular component that people can design on top of, which is termed a broker agent, to have an individual or specific use case, a Web3 type of use case will be designed on top of any of them. So, and what, if you look at the kind of the capabilities matrix of what was added into the structure, I've divided this by kind of first generation cryptocurrencies who might be playing in there, second generations that added kind of that smart contract interface and participant vetting. Some controls on sizing and an ability to scale was a really big focus in that. And then the Philos that has been titled for the third generation that was put together out of this program includes a whole myriad of governance and control structures that are in terms of a hybrid. So not a public totally public blockchain, not a total private blockchain, but a hybrid control structure governed by a neutral consortium that enables these features of separation of multiple industries, tracing of the trust, separation of public and private information, jurisdictional division and control, licensing targets and assignments, and an economic indicator control, as well as new things to add cybersecurity and privacy to the ledgers, controlling and having a zero trust environment for ledgers, as well as a new consensus algorithm that removed mining entirely, no wasted energy. This is a splash of the 42 governance dimensions that were implemented, a lot of by analyzing our Department of Regulatory agencies and all the requirements that needed to be regulated, implementing the ones that we could into the first base test minimum viable prototype, and then aligning for what could be done with the technology, with the architecture as moving into full adoption, and then what is outside of the technological, more in the human and organizational aspects that are implemented by a nonprofit organization, which we formed as called the International Alliance of Trust Chains. So the loosely coupled architecture enables a 4-tier consensus, and this is the look at how that works. And notably on the peer ledgers, we keep the content blocks in a primary consensus that is not maintained globally on the consortium level to keep all the block size and the individual transactions related and only on the copied redundant synchronized list of ledgers. That way we can have many of those, indefinite expandability of those, with minimum overhead at the consortium tier for the overall verification across the system. The consortium tier operates these entities and relationships like a Active Directory would, but in a global vetted process where everybody can see them and register those with the consortium to have their entity put into operation and have their relationship of what jurisdiction they're in, what license they're assigned to, what ledger they're operating. All those things are correlated in an open consortium where they're vetted publicly before they go into operation and are enforced, which enables an enforcement capability of operations for smart governance. The removal of the computationally intensive algorithms, the synchronous trust consensus model. You can search that. There's publication on that that pull up. But this is the analysis that was done for a paper published in 2021 at the TESC, the IEEE TESC, where we analyzed the growth in energy over the last 5 years of Bitcoin, just Bitcoin alone, and then projected what that would look like if we had an even lesser growth rate over the next 5 years. And we looked at Bitcoin alone being the 21st largest energy economy in the world currently, and in the next 5 years grow to the 9th. If we looked at the amount of energy that could be saved if we moved to a non-proof algorithm just in Bitcoin or an equivalent distributed ledger that would replace this in the next generation, we look at the next 5 years could save the amount of energy that Russia uses in 1 year. Sorry. So the research and actually demonstration of these, I have several. I'm not going to go in detail and depth with the models. This is being published in my dissertation that'll be public over the next couple months, but growth models, applied research, and timing benchmarks and predictivity, but basically looking at does this proposed sustainable framework work, and what are the anticipated growth of content, and how does this affect overall ecosystem, and looking at the 2 component breakdowns. The growth of blocks independently only affects the peer ledger. The growth of consortium overhead only affects the consortium servers. And we were able to make that loosely coupled separation so we could indefinitely scale the number of distributed ledgers to even up to, we went up to 50 million or 50 million ledgers in our assessment to show that right here on this chart, it only shows 5 million, but even at 50 million, it wasn't intrusive. It could grow to the size of the internet with this decoupled capability. Another optimization that was looked at was what was the best size of the individual sync list of ledgers, how many ledgers working together. And this took on a couple of notable curves where the optimal size being more than 50 became on both the consortium server and the ledger for memory usage became something that was desirable. But then another at about 2,500 on the peer ledger, more peers in the sync list started to add to the data just by copied and redundant storage. But there was an optimal range of sync list size. And this is, like I said, that division of isolated sync lists. So not every ledger has to copy all the data from all the ledgers. And this is the optimal size in comparison to the growth of data on each type of system. This model transaction growth over time proved that only the peer ledgers were affected by the growth in transactions and not the consortium at all, or very minimal, which was the anticipated outcome of this research. This is a running kind of the proof of operation of the peer ledger, showing the startup and then the continued consensus that's going on with the primary. This is the consortium server operation outputs. That was kind of the demonstration of that we did for this work. The next set of performance benchmarking used those to record times, the performance of the systems, how they get operational performance metrics is what was here, and to show the timing of different systems with different capabilities, which led us to see that basically the block creation, the transaction creation is really only limited by the performance of the machines themselves, because as fast as the sync list can operate, they can make blocks and do so. Other performance looked at the time spans required to do operations so that we could put together a model of what this looks like in the future. And this is a future growth model of what the times to do transactions will take in years into the future. And we did all the way to 5 million ledgers to show what the time span would look like, and found some optimization ranges that would be done within the consortium, within the governance, to be able to make this feasible. So the integration of security and privacy use the IEEE stack distributed ledger security stack to kind of analyze where the security features were added and how they were connected, using what is a new approach to zero trust and defense at depth, where each ledger, each consortium server is wrapped in a layer of communication security and application security that makes them all uniformly operate together, that makes them all be able to set up an application VPN, then to verify identity underneath that anonymous connection, and to have time-related operations to increase based on probability of failure and malicious attack, the insecurity level that is required, as well as using the distributed ledger for zero trust between systems when they first communicate if they've never interacted before. So how this research evaluated against objectives, the double spend protection was maintained with 51% of the global tier consensus, and the synchronous trust consensus model publication, you're welcome to look up, goes more into detail on how this works, but then the quorum slicing maintained a low overhead. So the second was the highly scalable, with the ability to implement different sync lists We had a minimal impact on the overhead, and the ecosystem overall was feasible, able to grow to current numbers size of the internet in routers with sustainable data storage on the routers. Minimum size of resources. This was our look at the ultimately being able to operate a peer ledger on a Raspberry Pi. As we've removed the intentional proof algorithms, the only content or the biggest resource draw on systems becomes the storage of information. With the 10 terabyte storage, we could foreseeably operate on a Raspberry Pi a peer ledger for the life cycle of a system requirement, which was very kind of exceeded our expectations as far as what we were looking for. And the consortium servers running on enterprise systems currently available was able to be maintained. This is a splash of comparisons. I won't get into each one. I can address them if you any particular one of our comparison matrix in performance and overall in many of these different domains. As far as I know I'm probably getting close on time here, but I wanted to open up for any questions people might have, and I see some coming in on the chat right now. But thanks for having me come on today. This is a list here of publications, including 4 patents that are right now pending on different aspects of this work.
Thank you so much, Chris. Very good presentation, a lot of information. I believe we will be returning to reviewing this multiple times. There are a few questions we had, and the first one is probably will be the easiest one. Is actually you multiple times referred to your dissertation. Where it could be found?
So that will be published from University of Colorado on ProQuest sometime in the next couple of months before the end of the year. Sorry, sometime before the end of the year.
Got it. Thank you so much for this. So the second question is, so one of the previous speakers said that privacy is very important, and it is kind of intuitively clear that for enterprise adoption, privacy is one of the important things, because some of the use case can exist like on the public permissionless blockchains which are fully transparent, and some just not possible to do that. What do you think? What do you see as a perspective approach for currently existing public blockchains or other distributed ledger technologies for implementing privacy for them to be suitable for enterprises?
Yeah. So our main focus was enterprise. We started with large scale customers, the state of Colorado to mimic, and one of the first things that came across our plate was we can't put citizens' records on the blockchain without privacy. So that's why you started out introduced me as the chair for digital privacy. That's why I got involved with that, because so many of the unanswered questions in governance, in making large scale adoption, were privacy. We have I feel some interesting ways to approach that, and the governance will work out over time, but directly within our transaction contract operations, we tag public and private information, and the creator of the contract would say this by default everything's private, and they have to tag it public. So and then in the execution, the separation of that to only the private portions on chain.
Thank you so much for this. So now the questions from the audience. So first, is it possible to run blockchain company without DAO? What are the alternatives?
We actually, the interesting thing is that for most enterprise solutions, there's very little data that goes onto the blockchain. Think of, if any of you are familiar with the electronic medical record is a very small string of bits eliminated by pipes. And as we analyzed our large clients, they only had very small amounts of information that was public that would go on the blockchain. So the nature of having even an application that runs on top of the entry point of the data became almost transparent. You could just put the data in that delineated form. They didn't even need a smart contract because they're doing the same operation a million times over and over and over again. They need the speed, they need the multiple transactions, they need the volume, more so than the diversity in all kinds of smart operations. And it's really that diversity only seems to matter when you're in that DAO environment, you're in the small user environment, you're in the people writing NFTs that are one time, and that's it. That's when you need all the diverse language operations. The business applications need a very simple language.
Yeah, thank you. There is another question. It was partially addressed in the previous one, but that I have to ask this. Whether a private blockchain violates in some degree an idea of the blockchain as an open data source.
Yeah, we actually addressed that, and that was one of the early, why does there have to be a governance? There has to be a governance because we have to know who is who, but we don't want to restrict them. So we made a way to have a neutral, like IEEE is neutral for technology for the world, and we looked at the same type of approach. We need to have that neutral party that coordinates but doesn't restrict people, that makes decisions based on the same without a bias, without and even the companies that want a permission blockchain, they don't want a permission blockchain that their competitors can be in charge of the permissions on. So we still run into the cross-industry problem with a permission blockchain, that you have to have a hybrid model, and that's, it's not fully vetted, not fully, all the answers aren't here as of yet. But I think the path towards industry adoption is the hybrid, where you have a base set of participation requirements and then an open ability for anybody to participate.
Yeah, thank you. This fully addresses the question. We have a follow-up. We have a follow-in question, and then if there will be a follow-up, please ask while we're asking the next two. So what if several nodes of a blockchain are residing in one place, data center, apartment, etc.? Are there still several nodes, or it is a singular node?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand the question there.
What if several nodes of a blockchain are residing in one place, data center, apartment, etc.? Are they still several nodes, or it is a singular node?
That is actually one. Yeah, that is actually one of the things considered in governance, is the classification of the system, and whether, how diverse the classification has to be. So if you only require 3 nodes and they're all on Amazon Web Services in the state of Ohio, and that goes down, what is your diversification of that data? It's not, it's a nothing. So and that's actually we can't control that with a public blockchain. People come and go wherever they're at. But in a hybrid where we're looking at classifications, we can actually start to make those controls, and we divide that up into things like jurisdictions. You would have to be from either the same jurisdiction in some categories or a disparate jurisdiction, some other jurisdiction of diversity, to make sure that you're not in the same data center.
Got it. Thank you. So I don't see any follow-up questions. I hope everything is addressed. Thank you so much for this great presentation. Thank you for dedicating time to us this Sunday. And we wish you to have the great rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello, Dirk. Welcome to our virtual stage. Your speech is last for today. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
I hope there's still energy left in everyone.
Yeah, well, that is still energy. Of course, there will be more views which will be happening right after this. I mean, not right after, but I think during the week. So we are currently presenting more for the following for the recording than for the live audience. But still, so I have to introduce you and. Dirk Luyet, please correct me if I'm correct pronunciation of your last name.
It's okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Dirk is a co-founder and co-CEO at Upland, also a co-founder and the chairperson of a Metaverse Alliance for Web3, which is OMA3. This alliance was already mentioned yesterday during the last presentation of yesterday. So there is a link in the comments to this. And the title of the presentation will be A Look Inside Upland, a building for the open metaverse. Dirk, if you will be using the presentation, you are able to upload it by clicking the present button, which is right at the bottom of the screen, which is mute, stop, settings, and present.
I'm going to start now. Yep, 1 second. So you should see my screen now, hopefully.
Yeah, adding it to the stage. And yeah, thanks for uploading it. The stage is yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sergey. Okay, so hi, everyone. My name is Dirk Luyet, as Sergey rightfully said, co-founder and CEO of Upland and co-founder and chairperson of the OMA3 Open Metaverse Alliance for Web3. So I think, of course, I want to talk to the open metaverse and how also we have started working with IEEE a little bit, but on the end of the day, also to explain a little bit, okay, what is actually the metaverse and where do we stand, right? Because obviously there's been a lot of things in the news in the past. So let me just go here to the next slide. So first of all, when we talk about, interoperability, when we talk about the open metaverse, right, we have a few challenges out there, right? First of all, as we all know, technical challenges, right? Everything is built on different stacks and how to bring that together. Some stacks, they're very, protective. They're trying to log in try to log in their users. And they said, well, they even don't let them do stuff outside of their, say, so-called walled gardens. Sharing of data, also metadata, is always a topic, right? It's difficult, right? We're duplicating lots of work in those different isolated metaverse platforms. And last but not least, the economic incentives or disincentives, they're still there, right? That people exploit it, especially when you think about gaming. They're always trying to find a way, how to game the system and then to benefit from it. So that all leads into the questions: why do we need the standards for the metaverse? If you have the challenges, it's obviously right, but we just have to see, really, we need to bring all those different technologies to work together. We used to have a common language, right? That is also quite easy to understand, right? Including the frameworks, the compatibility, and then of course security and safety. With that comes, when you think about privacy, personal data, and equity, we need to protect that, right? Because obviously, when you think about in the metaverse, you behave as a human, you walk around in the metaverse, right? And you don't want actually someone, becoming, approaching you with inappropriate things. We want to also, that ties exactly to the next point is, right, to avoid any, harmful content activities, right? And you need to have some kind of ethical guidelines, and they're not always straightforward when you think about it, right? Some things are accepted in one culture, they're not accepted in another culture, and so on. So how do you bring all that together, right? And last but not least, we had to have a consistent user experience, right? And we have to actually work on this continuity of data, right? You have to be always online, right? And we have to develop the whole ecosystem, right? And so the overall objective of having standards is really to have this open and inclusive metaverse, and that's what we've been working on the Upland side on one hand, but also with the Open Metaverse Standard Alliance. But I want to give you some now the concrete examples for those who have never heard about Upland, right? What does it mean? Where does Upland actually come from, right? So, and we started actually back in funny thing, back in 2018 with my two co-founders, Inan Zuckerman and Mani Honigstein, right? We said, okay, we believe that the next web is going to be immersive, the next generation of web, and how can we make it super easy for users to onboard? We took actually the inspiration of Monopoly and said, okay, we take Monopoly, we take blockchain to convey, actually to enable true ownership, right? And we take actually the real world, and that's how we started out at Upland, right? And our mission today is to really build the largest digital open economy, open really underlining here, and I'm going to explain exactly how concretely we're doing that. Right.
You've seen the llama, you've seen the hype, you've seen Upland, and now it's time to jump in. So what is Upland? Upland is the super app that is powering an ecosystem of players, creators, developers, entrepreneurs, and brands in the open metaverse. It is fast becoming the central home and hub for many diverse communities and players to elevate their digital life. Technology is changing the way we interact with each other, the things we do online, the economy. Technology is changing it all, and Upland is at the forefront of that change. The Upland metaverse is a new land of opportunity, creativity, and diversity. Upland is a global community of players from all over the world, and we're on a mission to build the largest open digital economy where people can choose from a wide variety of possibilities. Racing, esports, music, and even football communities are coming together in Upland and creating deep connections with each other and brands in a way that's never been possible before. Upland empowers players to pursue their passions and build their lives and businesses, all with true ownership. In Upland, anyone can buy, build on, and flip virtual real estate. Players can collect and sell sports memorabilia from their favorite athletes. They can build their dream house or a factory. They can even create a business with Upland Meta Ventures and sell their digital assets to others. Players can own, drive, sell, and race the car of their dreams. They can explore games and experiences that use Upland as a discovery gateway and connect to its economy. Players can collect, sell, and show off artwork, connect and socialize with old and new friends, and so much more. In Upland, we really are creating for the open metaverse together and rebuilding the world block by block, and we're doing it with creators and players just like you.
Yeah, so I hope the sound came across well. So there was a little introduction. And so we've started out, as I said, we incorporated in 2018. We launched to close beta in 2019. And today, fast forward, we sold over 6 million NFTs. We have over 3 million accounts registers. And, people are coming back quite frequently into Upland. So we have over 60%, they used to call D7 retention. And we're based here in Silicon Valley, where I'm right now. And that's so we always said, okay, we want to focus on the mass market, and that's a reason also we said, okay, you don't necessarily need a like a VR headset, because we also said that the market penetration not there yet, and technology is not there yet, and so on. So we said, okay, where are people? And that's why we said, okay, we go mobile first. It's cross-platform, so you can download on the app stores, right? You can also access it through the web, right? We're hiding all the complicated crypto mechanics, right? You can sign up with an email and password. You can use actually fiat currencies, credit card or PayPal to acquire things within Upland, especially our in-app currency. And also, we also open up, we allow crypto to purchase something, but also to extract monetary value. We allow users to sell their digital goods for US dollars, right? So it's really like a true economy, and that makes us very compliant, especially here with the US, where you have a certain regulations which you have to follow. So as I said, we were inspired by the game of Monopoly, and it's very easy. So we're currently live, and when you said we're live in 23 cities in the US, 3 in South America, 4 in Europe and Tokyo, is basically we're saying you don't have to be in those cities to play, but you purchase land which are based on the real property parcels, and then you can very much like a Monopoly. I hope most of the audience knows it, right? They can start building on it, right? You can build some structures and houses and so on, and you start earning a small yield on your properties, 1 once you earn it, and which you can then use for purchase of other goods. So what is the exact player experience, right? So first of all, when you sign in to Upland, you see this globe, the world, and you see these little icons. That's actually the cities where we're live right now, and then we actually zoom in a little bit, and you see actually here the city of New York, or the island of Manhattan. You zoom a little bit further, and it says here you can purchase that land. You see also, people are building here those high rises in New York. Of course, New York has Manhattan has all those high rises. They're trying to replicate it, and then you click on that piece of land, and you can actually go and purchase that land from another player. So we have an in-app currency which is called Apex, and $1 equals 1,000 Apex. So this player is actually selling that piece of land, which is quite expensive, which is somehow represents the real life, for $7,500. But if you go to different cities like Detroit or other places, you can also purchase land for just a little less, $1 or $2. So that's all possible. But beyond monopoly, we are offering many more things now, and and I'm going to not go through all that, but you can immerse in cafes, where you can hang out with other people. You can shop for digital assets, because we have so-called meta ventures. I come to that a little bit later. Organ, you can express yourself, with wearables. You can play football. You can race cars, so, and customize your home. So there's a lot of things what you do in the metaverse. It's just one particular. It's not just like a casual game app where you just sign in and you just play like Angry Birds. No, you have lots of opportunities and different things what you can do. And of course, the user is always at the center of everything. So as a user, you get a game piece. As you can see, here's mine, right? Which is a little bit, when you want to purchase a land, you need to use your game piece. And when you immerse in a 3D environment, you take your avatar, where we partnering with Ready Player Me. So, and all this is, of course, only possible if we have such a strong community in Upland. They're super active. As you can see here on the right, we had a big convention this year in Las Vegas, where people flew in from all around the world, from Japan, from Australia, what have you, just to be with us and to celebrate Upland and to get, of course, the latest news. So, and this community, all the members of the community, they participate, right, in even in the current market downturn, right, in successful product launches. And we launched in new cities like London, or Birmingham or Tokyo. They're selling out in a very, very short time. We're selling cars, they're selling out. Or, we have the metaverse for FIFA, what I mentioned, when when we sold certain things here, which were all gamified, like the goals for Messi and all that, that all items which are selling out quite quickly. So this makes us now then today, let's say we're proud to say that the largest Web3 metaverse out there in terms of landowners, right? So we have a little bit less than 300,000 landowners, right? And when you think about the three next metaverses out there, they have 60,000 together, because we're always focusing on a mass market and not just necessarily just on crypto people. So in our ecosystem, stakeholders are combined. Of course, we have the players themselves, but the players can also take on other roles. For instance, they can become entrepreneurs. They can run and operate a so-called meta venture. So when you purchase FIFA items, or we have a partnership with the NFL, right, Player Association, you can go and sell those items in your store, or you sell your own items in the store. Right now, we have Halloween, so we have successful shops were being operated there, right? And that's exactly coming then to the creators, right? The creators design and use and sell those, right? They create, wearables, map assets, as I mentioned, Halloween stuff and so on, which is, which is really a thriving economy. And then, of course, we have partners, right? They sell their own, let's say, digital IP or derivative of digital IP in Upland, where we are partnering with, right? But then also the players take them on and resell them maybe in their shops. And last but not least, we have also launched our third-party developer platform. So now third-party developers can connect to our APIs, and what is very unique, they can build everything in their own, let's say, visual representation. They can use Unity, they can Unreal engines, right? The only thing what happens is that our users go into the other worlds and take their assets with them, and we can connect. And like this, we can connect Web 2 worlds, we can connect Web 3 worlds, and those developers, they are benefiting then, of course, from our reach and from our community, and last but not least, also from our economy. So I want to give you, speaking of the economy, concrete examples, what we're doing around cars. So as I mentioned, we have car racing in Upland. Our users are creating their own racetracks, right? And then we're selling cars, but they can also create their own cars or carts as such, right? Which they can go and sell. And then we're building this this whole car economy, right? So you have maybe some players, who run a meta venture, as meaning they're an entrepreneur, and they are having maybe they're designing their stuff, their own things, right? Or we have car brands coming in, right? We have a big partnership with Stock Car Pro Series out of Brazil, right? They're coming also in with their own cars, and we're replicating those cars in the metaverse. Then you have other players who run and operate their showrooms where they sell cars to other players, right? Then I mentioned the other one is racetrack designers, right? And we're also going to have third-party racing games. Now the developers are coming in, right? And so you see, there's a lot of things being created around cars, which replicates the real world, right? At the end of the day, people can come up with their ideas and can create fascinating, games, entertainment pieces, which become then part of Upland. We had a lot, in the previous conversations also from Michael Turpin, right? Sustainability is open, and openness is very important when it comes to blockchain, to metaverse, and so on. So we do actually do quite things when it comes to positive contributions to the real world. For instance, we're offsetting all the energy consumption together with the EOS Network Foundation of the blockchain we're using. So we are based on EOS, right? And then we have a few partnerships, just to mention. And here, for instance, we're working with UNICEF, where we're supporting kids, for instance, in Brazil, to come closer to Web3. So we supported, we bought computers, we educated them, and explained them how actually they can get involved. We're supporting the Breast Cancer Association, of course, and then we Kaboom. This is, where kids actually design their own play spaces. It's on Hood Hospital. And last but not least, we're here in Ukraine. We, as Upland, we have also a big, I think a majority of our team members are from Ukraine, even we are based in the US. So I'm sending all the regards to my whole team, and we're supporting the Ukraine as best as we can and where we can. And then next thing is we are thought leaders tend to say, right, in the open metaverse, because we started so early, we say we want to make things interoperable. So we have the third-party developer platform. That's a piece of it. I mentioned before that our users can go from our world into other experiences, right? This empowers, of course, the open metaverse. We have what we call a token portal. Actually, when you own certain tokens in Upland, NFTs, you can take them and put them then on OpenSea. So that's also possible, right? And we're going to have actually a fungible token. I have that a little bit later also, which we're going to we're going to bridge through that portal to the outer world of Upland, because we don't want to be a walled garden, that's for sure. We also published, in order to spread the message, we published a book, Navigating the Metaverse, also a podcast series. So we're talking about it, and I'm currently also ambassador of the Global Blockchain Business Council. We also, like roughly a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, we said, all the big metaverses, blockchain-based metaverses, said, hey, we have to work together because we have to become interoperable, right? We cannot build our own walled gardens. So we have now lots of members who have joined the Open Metaverse Alliance. I heard it was already a topic yesterday, but we had Dapper Labs, we had Animoca Brands, we had Decentraland, Superworld. Lots of companies, Yuga Labs, they're all part of OMA 3 right now. And what we want to really drive forward, following our principles, the interoperability, standardization, and user ownership. That means it's community run, and that the user is always at the center of everything we do, right? And the idea is really that our users can take their assets, identity, and personal data from one world to the other. I mean, it's challenging. We all know that, but we have, working groups like Asset Transfer Group. We have a group called Portaling, right? Actually, I've seen an alpha where you're in one world and you see a portal, you can look through it and you see actually the other world, which makes it easy. We have an NFT working group, we have a token working group. So there's a lot of interesting working groups. So if you want to come join, please come to www.oma3.org to become a member. And also Upland has started also another initiative. It's called species.io, which is where we say we want to create a standard for life. And the idea is we want to say, hey, we don't want that people have to replicate, everything over and over again. We said, okay, why don't we have one place where someone can define, how, for instance, gorilla should look like, how should it reproduce, how long should it live in the metaverse? You can define that standard, and that standard then can be adopted by several other metaverses, not necessarily just Web3 metaverses or Web2 metaverses. I don't have enough time now to explain everything here, but if you go on Spaces.io, we have some more information over there. And then the latest news is, being a US company, we always want to be very regulatory compliant, but now we have actually an interesting opportunity now also as Upland, because we never had an external token to launch actually an external token. And we're going to bring actually one of our tokens, which is called Spark, which you need in Upland to build something, which you need to have. And we launched it actually already 2 years ago. We're going to make that now tradable on an Ethereum. So we just had our white paper launched, 4 weeks ago. Our community approved that white paper, and now we're working to exchanges to potentially list the Spark token there. We're going to call that not Spark, because Spark is within Upland. It goes through a bridge, and then it's going to be called Sparklet, and that's where actually people will be able to trade it. Of course, like this, we increase, of course, visibility of Upland and the whole idea of bringing the open metaverse, to the broader industry. It's also very important that Sparklet is somehow then on that Spark itself. It powers really everything what it means to manufacture digital items, to create digital goods, and so on. And we're also going to use a lot of AI in that context. So it's going to be a very fascinating future what we will be able to build out there. So, but last not least, I just want a summary. So as Upland, we started out as this property trading game inspired by Monopoly. We opened a few cities back in 2020. Then we launched our platform last year for third-party developer platform, but also for entrepreneurs and developers and the brands. And now we call ourselves a super app, right? Where we say, okay, we integrate also other apps into Upland and make things interoperable. And we really want to power this this big AI-powered UGC, which stands for user-generated content platform, and last but not least, have the tradable token. Yeah, so as I always say, we can all build the metaverse together. It's not just us; it's the community, it's the people who are building it, right? And hopefully we can actually then welcome many of you and joining us. And of course, we have liaison agreements with several institutions, with the MSF Metaverse Standards Forum, but also we're working on one right now with IEEE to not duplicate, standards work. We really wanted, synchronize that, in a very efficient manner. So if you want to reach out to us, feel free to come to our website, upland.me. You can download the app also in the stores, or, with the email partner upland.me, and you can reach me on X or Twitter, probably Twitter, right? Include in upland.me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dirk. It is actually an interesting coincidence that you ended your presentation. Let's build the open metaverse together. And the question from the community is actually how to develop the metaverse in the current age. And somebody who was asking was using an age of computer addiction.
I'm not sure if I understood it 100%. So when when you're computer addiction, so I think the metaverse actually helps, right, in a certain way, right? Because people spend, it's like an extension of your life. It's not like addiction. It's like you can become much more productive, right? You can do more things, which actually helps you, right? And at the end of the day, the metaverse is part, of course, is entertainment, right? But but you can also socialize there, what you not can do as good, maybe in other, let's say Web2 worlds. And last but not least, eventually you can also earn a living there. And that's what makes it so new, right? So I don't think that, of course, like every media has its addiction risks, right? But if you do it in a smart way, you can go around it. Yeah.
Thank you for this response. I hope it addresses the question which was asked. I have 2 more questions, and maybe there will be some follow-up questions. So first question, what do you think is needed for metaverses to become the mass adoption? Because there are currently present narratives that metaverses are not happening, are not gaining traction, are not getting there. From another side, I actually have observed a couple of presentations during this conference where the numbers speak for themselves that the adoption is happening. What do you think prevents it from kind of happening faster, or do you think it is just a matter of time? And what is needed for it to happen faster?
Yeah, first of all, I think we have mass adoption on the metaverse, the Web 2 metaverses, right? If you think about Fortnite or Minecraft and so on, right? I mean, these are more games. I always have a little bit issue with calling them really metaverses, but these are 3D environments, immersive environments, and they're played by hundreds of millions of users, right? Roblox, for instance, I think they have 60 million daily active users, and here you can clearly say this has mass adoption, right? The only challenge is now for web blockchain-based metaverses. They struggle, of course, because they are just getting started, and like blockchain or Bitcoin in general, it's very hard for the normal users to understand it, right? Because and also they are sometimes afraid to do certain things, right? To do everything self-custody can be risky, right? You can lose your private keys and what have you. So, and I think that's one of the reasons why we did an upland. We said, okay, you only need email and password, and that's where we managed actually to sign up a lot of non-crypto people. So we did once a few months back, we did a survey, and we found out that 65% of our users don't own NFTs outside of Upland. So that means they came into Upland because they enjoyed what they can do there, not necessarily just for the speculation or whatever part of it, right? And that's one piece of the mass adoption. I think blockchain technology has just to get much more user friendly, and once this is happening, and also the AI needs to be better, the engagement points need to be better, right? And that's what drives actually so much the community, right? Because they actually creating the engagement points, and then we're getting to mass adoption, right? It's just we're just at the very beginning. Just media sometimes puts it that the metaverse is dead and so on, but I don't believe that. It's just getting started.
Thank you so much. Very good response. And I think the last question I have, it is already regarding the upland. So what type of, what are you looking with upland? Are you looking for users, players? Are you looking for developers? You said you are built in EOS. Are you looking to expand to another type of infrastructure? Are you looking for some, some sort of providers? What are you looking for?
Well, first of all, we want to build something which is, for communities, which is for the consumer, right? And so that's the foremost. We want to build, let's say, the platform so consumers can use it and build their own things on top of it, right? So that's where, and that's actually where we can stand back. But we see that in our current community, they're coming with so much better ideas than we could ever have had, right? So that's very important. So consumers it's user centric. That's the most important thing. But then when you say, okay, the second layer is, of course, when we now empower creators to create their things on Upland, right? That helps them. We enable brands, as I said, and also last but not least, developers, right? Because now developers can come and build on top of Upland. When you think about the iOS ecosystem, that's also a lot of developers who have built apps. And that's exactly the way we see it, because once it's a little bit, this self-acceleration flywheel type of thing, right? If you have now users coming in, you get more developers. They develop more interesting apps. More interesting apps brings in more users, and so that's exactly the way we think how it's going to accelerate the development, not just of Upland, as I said, right, but the metaverse as in general, right? But because we don't have a problem if our users go into another world, but also if other users from other worlds come into our world, right? I think that's the new paradigm, and that's what we are striving for.
Got it. Thank you so much for this response. I don't see more questions from the community. Neither I don't have also many more questions. I would like to say thank you so much for finding the time for us in your busy schedule. I remember we had a little bit of a back and forth when it is going to happen, and it is great that we were able to make it happen. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and see you all in the metaverse. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. So, dear audience, which is watching us right now and which will be watching us later, we most sincerely appreciate your joining us or your review of the materials which will be happening later. We hope you enjoyed the materials and the format we preserved at this first IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum, and we will soon be getting back to you with the updates about the next steps which will be happening. Thank you so much for being with us. I wish you to have a great rest of your Sunday and a good start of the next week. Thank you.